this morning. Adams, who started to testify yesterday, is facing further questions about his role in the investigation of senior crime intelligence officials. He has emerged as a central figure in the Commission's work following his submission of the Section 27 affidavit, the investigating Directorate Against Corruption used as a basis for investigating alleged corruption in crime intelligence. Sibahle Mota reports.
After facing questions about his handling of classified crime intelligence information and the origins of his allegations, Fadil Adams is expected to return to the witness stand this morning. The Commission is expected to continue probing the Section 27 affidavit that triggered investigations into senior crime intelligence officials. Further questioning is also expected to focus on the sources of the information Adams provided to investigators and how it was obtained.
Advocate Ndazani Madonsela has described as irrelevant President Cyril Ramaphosa's objection to his appointment as Parliament's Impeachment Committee's evidence leader. During its meeting yesterday, the committee was informed that Ramaphosa cited conflict of interest as the basis of his objection. Ramaphosa says Madonsela may harbour a grievance against him because he had removed him as an appointee to the Judicial Service Commission shortly after the interview for the appointment of the Chief Justice in 2022. Ramaphosa's second concern relates to Madonsela's public comments on the Phala saga. The committee has raised the interview for the appointment of the Chief Justice in 2022. Ramaphosa's second concern relates to Madonsela's public comments on the Phala saga. The committee has resolved to obtain legal advice after receiving Ramaphosa's letter on his objection. An ANC member in the Eastern Cape has written to Party Secretary-General Fikile Mbalula to demand that he rescind the decision to reinstate the Provincial Executive Committee. In a letter that SABC News decision to reinstate the Provincial Executive Committee. In a letter that SABC News has seen, Luntu Sukutu says the structure's term of office lapsed on the 8th of May. He also says reinstating the PEC without holding a provincial elective conference is unlawful. He has given Mbalula 7 days in which to dissolve the PEC or risk further legal action.
The reinstatement or recognition of a PEC whose term of office has lapsed is in violation of the ANC Constitution in particular, and the intention of the letter is therefore to ensure that the ANC does not violate its own constitution, usurp powers that is not granted by the Constitution itself. The only way you can extend the term of office of any structure of the ANC is to amend the ANC Constitution, and that can only be done at a national conference.
Authorities in Zambia say security forces killed an opposition politician during a raid last Friday as part of an investigation into an alleged insurrection. Police say Mutotwe Kafwayo was fatally wounded in a shootout in the capital, Lusaka. The BBC's Dingindaba Jonah Buyoya reports.
The former minister has been confirmed dead after being wounded by law enforcement officers during what they have called a security operation in Lusaka on the 14th of August. The authorities said he was shot after officers met gunfire at a residence linked to the main opposition candidate Brian Mundubile, who has rejected President Hakainde Hichilema's declared victory in the election. Mr. Mundubile had said Mr. Kafwaya was shot in his presence. He has dismissed government allegations of an insurgency plot as fabrications.
And finally, billionaire businessman Elon Musk is calling for the release of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, who was convicted of murdering George Floyd in the United States in May 2020. In a post on social media platform X, Musk claimed that Chauvin was unjustly convicted and should be freed. He also argued that the evidence showed Chauvin was not responsible for Floyd's death. Floyd died after Chauvin pinned him to the ground and pressed his knee against Floyd's neck while he was handcuffed. Chauvin Bryce Peace reports.
At trial, prosecutors argued Chauvin's restraint caused Floyd's death, while the defense pointed to Floyd's underlying heart disease and drugs in his system, arguing they contributed to his death, but that was rejected by the jury. That in April 2021 convicted Chauvin of second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter. He was sentenced to 22.5 years in prison. The Minnesota Court of Appeals unanimously upheld his second-degree murder conviction in April 2023, while the Minnesota Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court declined to review the case.
Recapping the top story, the National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, is expected to return to the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer. Mamelodi Sundowns, they ease past Marumo Gallants, but they lose Kuliso Mudau to injury, and a new trophy for rugby's greatest rivalry as the Springboks and the All Blacks prepare for Ellis Park. All the details at around 6:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Slow traffic on the M1 South today. This is through the roadworks zone at Montana. Some overnight roadworks there appear to still be on the go. Coming from the Pumalani Plaza down to the Montana exit is slow at this stage. I'll keep an eye on that for you. The rest of Caltech looks all right this morning. Looking okay as well around the greater Durban area. The N2 on your way to King Shaka looks good, and no major problems. Ashburton, Pietermaritzburg, no breakdowns or anything in the roadworks, so that's good. The R102 just north of Port Shepstone remains closed at the Umzukulu River Bridge. Factor in extra time to work around the detour north side of Port Shepstone. And Cape Town, volumes picking up, increasing, N2 inbound looking busy through Khayelitsha, and again as you come up towards the Pinelands area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context and conversation. The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9. From 6 to 9.
Eight minutes past 6. A very good morning to you. It is the National Briefing on SAFM. The name is Kokezo Sachane. In for Kathy Mohlahlana this morning and tomorrow. Thank you very much to the brother Elvis. Appreciate you as always, returning tomorrow at 5 a.m. Quite a bit that we have on the table for you this morning. We will, in the next few minutes, look at our global briefing. Dr. Oscar van Heerden of the University of Johannesburg joins us. We talk about the United States and United Arab Emirates intensifying security coordination. This as tensions in the Gulf continue. And then also, it seems as if Donald Trump is reviving talks, relationships with North Korea. We'll look at that particular issue. And then also what's happening in Bolivia. A right-wing leader in Latin America has been arrested over allegations that he orchestrated an attack on his girlfriend. And then in our Africa in Focus, we'll be, as always, linking up with Advocate Sipho Mantula, looking at the situation in Zambia. We saw the elections there, and the UN is calling on the country to stop arbitrary arrests of opposition figures. We also look at what's happening in Tanzania, a newspaper there that has been suspended. In Benin, we celebrate the achievements of Angelique Kidjo making history as the first black African honored in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Before we wrap up the hour, we'll link up with Klanti Pai, who is a recently appointed chairperson of Indlulamthi SAfmRadio Trust, talk about their work, congratulate Klanti on this amazing achievement. And then also Ebola outbreak that we're witnessing once again in the DRC. We get an update as to how far we are. We have that conversation with Dr. Chris van Straten, who's a global health advisor. And then two matters I would like to get your thoughts on. Firstly, this morning will be day 2 of NCC leader Fadil Adams' appearance before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry.
So it's like you wanted him, despite the fact that he knew nothing about the dockers, to still give you a response there and then and say, okay, now I know.
No, you are 100% right, Chief. And
I said to you, I'm not chief, please.
Oh,
please
Commissioner,
just try to drum that into your head. I'm not chief.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Yes.
No, you are 100% right. And in hindsight, I think I got carried away in the moment. That I do. Can I add, Commissioner Madlanga, my disappointment in the response from General Particular does not infer that he did anything wrong. It does not. I was just, this is just something that I needed to, if you understand what I mean, I need to move on it now. And again, that's my failing, not his.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with the response you gave earlier, that you were the problem, not him.
It got a bit tricky for Adams at the start of the testimony yesterday, where he was taken to task by a commission chair for a range of issues, including his claims of challenges with his laptop being the reason for his lack of response to communication from the commission. And then another matter, KZN Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi made an impassioned plea to the country and members of parliament on the need for a collective effort to addressing challenges facing our country. Speaking during an appearance before the Police Portfolio Committee in Parliament yesterday, Mkhwanazi says without a full multidisciplinary approach to socio-economic challenges in our country, our issues will not be resolved.
And someone said an idle mind is a devil's playground. So when people are not engaged with anything, they are going to do crime. So we want to encourage that if we want to have a solution for the gangs in the Western Cape or anywhere else in the country, we must look at this holistic environment of solving a problem. If we're going to think that law enforcement is a solution, I've said it before, most of us, we're going to take off our jacket to become citizens, the problem will remain there. So we have to, as a collective for our own children, do something extraordinary.
Or at least the range of issues that I'd like to get your thoughts on this morning. Send us your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107 or give us a call 086 000 2032. It is the national briefing on SAFM, 13 minutes past 6.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
A look at the front pages of the newspapers for this morning, starting off with Business Day. U.S. agency reverses ban on SA research funding. The U.S. National Institute of Health has ended its ban on funding South Africa's research projects projects, opening the door for local scientists to apply for its grants one more. That is the front page of the Business Day newspaper. And then the Citizen front page, there's a photo there of Fadil Adams laughing, and it says, laughing off a lie. Of course, we are this morning speaking to the first day of Fadil Adams' appearance before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, and he does return there tomorrow. But the main story on the front page of the Citizen, solar pulls plug on Eskom. Eskom said to be losing more than 50 billion rand a year as households and businesses shift off grid. That's the front page of the Citizen newspaper. And then Sowetan, staying with Fadil Adams, jokes, jabs and jeers. From chief to Buddha, Adams keeps Madlanga commissioners entertained and irritated with slang. That's a very interesting way to look at it there on the front page of the Sowetan newspaper. And then the Star newspaper, Scopa reveals 90% of SIU referrals fall flat. The committee disclosing staggering backlog of unresolved corruption cases. What message does that send if that is the case? Also on the front page of the Sowetan, the Star newspaper, tensions escalate in Bellville CBD during anti-illegal immigration march. I saw videos of this last night, just disturbing what we're witnessing there. Violence erupting during an anti-illegal immigration march in the Bellville CBD in Cape Town. Those are some of the front page stories for this morning. Maybe you might want to react to them or have read some of them. Send us your WhatsApp voice note on 0614 104 107.
Koketso Sachane on SAFM.
Let's quickly get to, before we look at your weather for today, some of your thoughts already. A call on all things Fadil Adams. Butipe, good morning. Butipe, hello.
Hello, sir. How are you?
All right, Nyumran.
I'm very much happy to talk to an intellectual like you. I just like to comment about yesterday's evidence that Fadil Adams gave before the Madlanga Commission.
Yes.
Sometimes you talk about Mkhwanazi, Dumisani Khumalo, you struck a raw nerve, the Madlanga Commission.
Yes.
Sometimes you talk about Mkhwanazi, Dumisani Khumalo, you struck a raw nerve.
Okay.
You met a resistance, a lot of resistance.
Mm-hmm.
How Fadil Adams was transported from Cape Town to Durban, behind a van, a police van.
Yeah.
Which was never secured.
Mm-hmm. In one of four
and the
vehicles.
Evidence that he gave all along about Mkhwanazi. Media will never come to come and tell us as to what happened. They will only pinpoint it here and there. Of which we listened and then had a look at all what Fadil Adams said about himself and the business.
What is it that the media, as you put it, Butipe, did not share about what happened with Fadil?
No, Fadil said he was plotted. That envelope was put under his door, wherein inadvertently was said that, okay, he got the information of intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was never appreciated by the commission.
How do you draw that conclusion that it was never appreciated?
No, it is still being debated because hence I've said you talk about Mkhwanazi and the Dumisani Khumalo, you touch a raw nerve and you'll meet a lot of resistance from all quarters.
Okay. Butipe there in Woodendal's Rest. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Just a brief reflection on Fadil Adams. I think on the one hand, we can make fun of, laugh at, or be amazed at for the first time somebody referring to the Madlanga commissioner, the chair, as chief or even Buddha. If you've met Fadil Adams, that's him. You know, his situational awareness sometimes becomes a tad difficult, but at the same time, when you sit and listen to all that he said, there are moments where you appreciate that this is somebody, at least from his perspective, who was on a mission on the back of continuously dealing with issues of police corruption, issues of his community being ignored as far as he's concerned. And so that careful balance between he got ahead of himself, which he did admit, while also being this person who's forever fighting the cause, and sometimes maybe possibly to his detriment. So do we balance his testimony, or do we look at it through just one angle? It's 20 minutes past 6.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
A look at your weather for today, starting off in Pretoria. Fine conditions, lows of 13 and 31 is the maximum. In Johannesburg, fine, 8 your low, 30 is the maximum. And in Vereeniging, fine conditions, lows of 6 and 30 is the maximum in Vereeniging. In Mbombela, partly cloudy conditions, lows of 10, 30 the maximum. Polokwane, lows of 7 and 27 is the maximum. In Mahikeng, lows of 9, 31 the maximum. Fine conditions. In Freiburg, fine conditions, lows of 5 and 32 the maximum. Bloemfontein, fine, lows of 4, 29 is your high. Kimberley, fine, lows of 9 and a maximum of 30. Uppington, fine conditions, lows of 9, 33 is the maximum. And then in Cape Town, partly cloudy morning, otherwise fine, lows of 12, 18 is the maximum. George, partly cloudy, fine, but from the afternoon, lows of 9, 18 the maximum there. In Gqeberha, cloudy at first, otherwise fine, lows of 11, 20 the maximum. Gugompo City, cloudy in the morning and evening, otherwise partly cloudy, lows of 13, 21 the maximum. Durban, partly cloudy to cloudy with isolated showers and rain in the evening, lows of 17, 23 is the maximum. In Richards Bay, fine to partly cloudy, lows of 16, 23 is the maximum. And finally, Pietermaritzburg, fine to partly cloudy with evening fog, lows of 10 and a high of 22. That is your weather for this morning.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time to lace up for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30 August. The race covers the beautiful tour of the city, combining urban streets, scenic coastal roads, and stunning beachfront stretches with views of the Indian Ocean. Catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. on Sunday, 30th of August. The Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race, brought to you by SABC Sports.
For the love of the game.
Drivers, that smoke ahead is not just smoke. It's a wall, thick, blinding, and deadly. Never drive into felt fire smoke crossing the highway. You won't see stopped vehicles until it's too late. Pull over, turn on your hazards, wait it out. One decision can save lives, including yours. See and be seen this winter. Brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
The Global Briefing on SAfm.
Time for us to look at what's happening around the world. We joined, as always, Dr. Oscar van Heerden, Senior Research Fellow for the Center for African Diplomacy and Leadership at the University of Johannesburg. Dr. van Heerden, good morning to you.
Good morning, Koketso, and good morning to your listeners.
It seems like situations in the Gulf are not getting any better, and we're seeing the U.S. and UAE talking regional security. What else is happening there?
Yeah, look, I mean, the situation is very tense. Trump is grasping at straws. He has run out of any and all options. And somehow Marco Rubio and the State Department thinks that they can just have another conversation with the UAE around security arrangements, which really is not helping in the broader sense of what is going to happen with Iran, what is going to happen with the Strait of Hormuz. And as you know, besides these security talks with the UAE, Trump is also threatening to bomb Oman.
That is madness, and of course, as you said, it seems as if he is clutching at straws, and the tensions go continuing there. Speaking of tensions, or maybe easing of tensions, we saw U.S. President Donald Trump seemingly renewing relations with North Korea, and soon after that, the Chinese foreign minister traveling to South Korea for diplomatic talks. What do we make of these latest moves?
Well, two things, Koketsu. The one is Trump has realized, or let me say the American establishment has realized, after this ill-fated act of aggression against Iran, that the United States military might is being questioned. People are saying things like, if you can't open the Strait of Hormuz, what do you think you're going to do with China? And so I think this reaching out to Kim Jong-un in North Korea and wanting to normalize relations with North Korea is a further indication, because the Trump administration has realized that they need allies, they need new partners all over the world. And yes, they have a strong relationship with South Korea. Recently, they were engaging in military exercises and so forth, but not to send the wrong message to North Korea, because of course North Korea sees that as a direct threat. Why would you want to come and demonstrate your military might here, just close to my coastline, and so on and so forth? So it's yet again that double speak of Donald Trump, in bed with South Korea, but talking of normalizing things with North Korea. That's the first point. The second point is, of course, also wanting to send a clear message to China that we still have partners, we still have influence in the region.
But at the same time, I mean, the Chinese foreign minister traveling to South Korea, of course, being an ally of the U.S., is so willing to hear China out, and maybe even at the expense of the relationship with the U.S.?
China cannot be ignored. South Korea knows this. And it's, China is also the reason why the foreign minister, Yi, is going to go and meet to his counterparts in South Korea, and of course meeting with the president, and later in the year setting up a dialogue and a meeting between South Korean president and Xi Jinping sometime in November in Shenzhen, is all about China also wanting to show the Americans and the region that this is our sphere of influence. This is where we are in control, and we will dictate how things are going to go here, not the Americans. Just like Donald Trump and Marco Rubio them said that the Western Hemisphere, and particularly Latin America, is their sphere of influence, so too China is saying, we will meet with whoever we want, and this is our sphere of influence.
And then finally, Dr. Van Heerden, Bolivian presidential advisor arrested on murder charges. What are the specific allegations against Fernando Ceremedo?
Look, I mean, there was an attempted murder, attempted assassination of one of the lawmakers there, and they make a link between that assassination attempt and the political advisor. And this is almost, in a way, something similar to, if you like, the Matlanga Commission, because what it's all about is that the lawmakers and progressive types in Bolivia is trying to put through a set of laws that is talking about anti-corruption practices. That is wanting to clamp down on all kinds of corruption that has been taking place. And this goes counter to some of the current decision makers and policy makers. And this is why I think there was an attempt on her life. And the link has been made with Antonio, and that's why he was arrested for attempted murder. As to whether the case will go anywhere, we'll have to wait and see.
All right. We appreciate your time this morning. As always, Dr. Van Heerden, thank you very much.
Always a pleasure.
Dr. Oscar van Heerden is Senior Research Fellow for the Center for African Diplomacy and Leadership at the University of Johannesburg. A reminder, we will in the next few minutes bring it closer to home in our Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mandula of the University of South Africa. It is the national briefing on SAfm. Kokezo Sachane in for Kathy Motlatlana. I'd like to invite you on the other side of 7 in some of our big stories. Of course, we will go back to SABC News reporter Sibahle Mota to recap briefly on all things Fadil Adams at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, and also look ahead to today, which will be day 2 of his appearance before the commission. And then the DA taking an about turn, removing Mark Burke from finance structures. We've all been following that story following a South African Reserve Bank investigation into that fintech company Castello, which Burke established and is run by his brother. Initially, the DA backing Burke, but they seem to have changed their tune. We'll look at that story as well. But for now, though, it's 6:30, time for the latest news headlines with Ann Musa.
Good morning. Thanks, Koketso. In the headlines, the case against self-proclaimed political fixer Brown Mokgotsi is expected back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. He faces multiple charges following allegations that he staged his own assassination attempt in Vosloorus east of Johannesburg. The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament Fadil Adams is expected to return to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. Adams, who started to testify yesterday, is facing further questions about his role in the investigation of senior crime intelligence officials. And an ANC member in the Eastern Cape has written to Party Secretary General Fikile Mbalula to demand he rescind the decision to reinstate the Provincial Executive Committee. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Some delays coming out of Pretoria's Sissinguve area, the mighty Mopori Highway today, under pressure down towards the Roslyn Road. Looks like it's been a bit of an issue before you get to that off-ramp. So Block XX is what we're talking about. The M1 South, earlier overnight roadwork queues coming through to Montana, Sivaka Makato, largely out of the way. Traffic moving through there now. The N17, Joburg bound, just queuing up to Wits Rifles Road into the single-lane roadwork section. That'll stay busy over the next 2 or 3 hours. Durban looks all right. If you're driving Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton, worried about any breakdowns, fear not, there's none. It's a clear run at this stage through that construction works. And if you're on your way up the M2 coming up from Amanzamtoti, there is a bit of pressure just around the Chatsworth exit, just queuing up as you arrive out from the Mlazi area into Chatsworth, heading towards Cement Factory. That looking a little bit slow. Crash on Cape Town's 35th Avenue at Bishop Lavis, causing a bit of a slowdown as you come off that busy Robert Sabikwe and Stellenbosch Arterial Road junction, and Baton Powell Drive already queuing towards Musenberg into the Strandfontein Road junction. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
The first sport update proper for this morning. And we celebrate, or at least those who support Sundowns celebrating, but concerns around Mudau.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting one. They're hoping that the medical report is just as positive as their result last night. So a good day at the office for Sundowns. But yeah, Koketso, there's going to be that look of that injury of the Bafana defender, Khuliso Mudau. And Sundowns 2-0, in case you're wondering, was their victory over Marumo Gallants. All happened at Loftus Versfeld, Bongwe Khoza, and the inform Cassius Mailula on target. Here's the Sundowns coach, Miguel Cardoso, believing there's still another level for his side to reach.
I think the team needs to always show the ambition, not only to play the ball, but to go for the goals. We could have scored more goals. Because sometimes we expose ourselves, and we should not forget that last year the championship was almost decided by goals. So there was a moment that was brought on the table. So we need to keep the focus on scoring more and more. But most important, today, no goals suffered, stability. The team focus on scoring more and more. But most important, today, no goals suffered, stability. The team showed beautiful football. I think that it was a good night.
A good night indeed. Arsenal have agreed to a deal worth more than 1.2 billion rand to sign the England defender Ezri Konsa from Aston Villa. The 28-year-old is expected to undergo a medical before completing his move to the Emirates Stadium. Harry Kane says he's now targeting the Ballon d'Or after collecting his second European Golden Shoe in Munich. The England captain scored 36 Bundesliga goals in just 31 matches last season and finished the club with an incredible 73 goals for club and country. Here's Kane.
It feels really well because
yeah, I spoke about this a couple of days ago. Obviously, that's kind of out of my control. I know, of course, there's going to be a lot of talk about it from now until October when it's announced. But ultimately, you know, I've done everything I done last season. It was my best season by far. I achieved a lot with the teams I was in, and yeah, look, that's for you guys to debate and fans to debate. That's what makes, I think, the Ballon d'Or so special as well. There's you know, many players who've had great seasons.
And finally, the Paralympic gold medalist Simone Kruger says it's rewarding to see years of dedication recognized after earning another nomination at the South African Sports Awards. The world champion is shortlisted for Sportswoman of the Year with a Disability alongside wheelchair tennis star KG Montjane and athletic star Cheryl James. The awards takes place at Sun City on Sunday evening.
it feels really well because I think this is on last year's achievements, and I also feel like I did kind of well last year because of the gold medal. So I feel really privileged to be nominated again. But I couldn't have done this without family and friends and everyone else supporting me. So this wasn't a one-man situation. It was a tough year last year. So I just feel so privileged to be nominated again.
All right, from one champion to more coming up at the top of the hour. For the National Briefing, I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
A very good morning to you, Ndauleng. As always, I hope you're well.
Morning, Kokets. I'm well, thanks. I hope you're good too.
I'm good. One of the stories or your updates is linked to what we discussed earlier on Trump ramping up pressure on Iran. And then also what's happening with Merck and Moderna. Good morning.
All right. Right, let's start with, I guess, the macro issues, the issue that's on everybody's lips, and that, of course, the war between the U.S. and Iran. And now President Trump seems to be escalating pressure on Iran, threatening what he calls an unprecedented campaign of economic warfare against Tehran and any country helping it evade U.S. sanctions. Now, Trump says financial institutions, businesses, and governments facilitating oil smuggling, currency transfers, or other trade with Iran will face severe penalties. Now, the threat comes as pressure on Iran's economy intensifies, with the UAE suspending trade and financial dealings with Iran will face severe penalties. Now, the threat comes as pressure on Iran's economy intensifies, with the UAE suspending trade and financial dealings with Iran and shipping through the Strait of Hormuz remaining well below pre-war levels. Now, that is keeping the focus firmly on energy markets, with Brent still rising. It's trading around $92 a barrel as we speak. Then over in company news, the pharmaceutical giants Merck and Moderna have scored a major win in their effort to develop personalized cancer vaccines, showing in a large trial that the treatment can help prevent melanoma from returning or spreading. More importantly, the result can help prevent melanoma from returning or spreading. More importantly, the result gives scientists and investors a stronger indication that the technology could work across other cancers too. Our trials are already underway targeting lung, bladder, kidney, pancreatic, and stomach cancers. For patients, the longer-term promise is a shift towards treatments designed around the specific characteristics of their cancer, rather than relying on the same approach for everyone. For the pharmaceutical industry, it opens the door to a potentially much larger market for personalized cancer treatment. Now, tracking equity markets, risk appetite is back on the table after the U.S. Treasury unveiled plans to double its purchases of longer-dated government bonds, easing pressure in bond markets and giving equities a boost. U.S. stocks closed higher overnight, snapping a three-day session losing streak, while Asian markets are following suit markets and giving equities a boost. U.S. stocks closed higher overnight, snapping a three-day session losing streak, while Asian markets are following suit, starting the day on firmer footing. The optimism has also filtered through to the local bourse, with the JSE snapping a run of losses and the All Share closing 2.4% higher. Back home, easing inflation is also supporting sentiment, with the rand strengthening and hitting levels last seen in mid-May. It's at 16.10 to the dollar, 22.91 to the pound, and 18.80 against the euro. And that's your market update this hour. I'll be back just after 7:30 with more.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
At 21 minutes to 7. Thank you, Ndaoleng. We focus on what's happening back home on this continent of our birth. As always, joined by Advocate Sipho Mantula, researcher. Continent of our birth. As always, joined by Advocate Sipho Mantula, researcher at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International. Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. Mafrika, good morning.
Triple K.
I hope you're well.
I'm well, Mafrika.
Last week, we on two occasions spoke of the elections in Zambia, and since then, of course, Hakainde Hichilema declared winner, but not without there being issues. The UN calling on Zambia to stop these arbitrary arrests of opposition figures. We saw it happen leading up to and after the elections, Maverick.
Absolutely, Koketso, a worrying factor in the SADC region post the elections in Zambia. We know those elections were held on the 13th of August, which gave Hakainde 60%. But now the UN Human Rights Chief, Volker Turk, yesterday came out very clear, voicing that those reports of arrest and the detentions of opposition members in Zambia should be managed in the sense that the government must respect the human rights of those leaders. Remember, Hakainde was supposed to be sworn in by the 24th of August, but it seems that there are some challenges. That will be delayed. He was supposed to be inaugurated within 7 days after the commission has published those election results. A serious challenge that will face both the SADC region as well as the people of Zambia. Post-election, what will happen? And we have never thought Zambia will go through this patch. The same like Tanzania, the same like many African countries. Whenever you have elections, you will have tensions.
Most definitely. And in looking at what's happening in Tanzania, one could argue that we get away with, or are most fortunate, Africa in South Africa, that we can speak freely as members of the media. But there, one particular newspaper at loggerheads with the government, the suspension of the newspaper Mwana Halisi.
That is quite true, because like we said, the fourth estate in some parts of the continent, they do see that sun of freedom, but in other places it's very tough. You think of Rwanda, think of Uganda, but now Samia Sulu here, the government, the vice president, where there was an allegation that this paper was reporting on the issue of the unwilling to step down within Chama. You know, it is the politics of the ruling party there that was published by this newspaper, and now they've been suspended for 6 months. Very sad when you look at even the numbers of Tanzania, to say out of the press freedom, Tanzania is ranked 117 out of 180. It means that there is a suppression and censorship that we see in the land of Mwalimu Kabarange Nyerere. Very sad, like we said, we hope that the SADC also will look into that. So remember, we are the chair. We must weep now. Whenever we have challenges in the SADC region, we must remind these leaders who are absent in Ethekwini that respect the rights of journalists.
deep inside we are.
Okay, so that is Angelica Kidjo, who makes history as the first black African woman to be honored on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. A 5-time Grammy winner. Yesterday, he was honored as the U.S. For his role that he has played both on film and music industry. When he was asked about this honoring, he said, "We Africans don't know what we have given the world. Without us, there's no music possible on this planet." And he said, after an offering, he said, "Give thanks to have possible on this planet." And he said, after an offering, he said, "Give thanks to have team and the family." And that's what this daughter of the soil from Benin, with an international career spanning of 40 years and 18 albums, he was once named the Time Magazine 100 most influential people. Remember to the listeners, Angelica Kidjo was very close to Mama Africa, Miriam Makeba. So we are giving honor to this woman as we are part of Women's Month, but we are going to the land of Benin as well as California to say Angelica Kidjo been honored in the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
And then on this day in history, Africa, the formation of the United Democratic Front at Rocklands Community Centre in Mitchells Plain in Cape Town, 1983.
It's almost 43 years. It's a great history when you think of the mass democratic movement. This was launched in coinciding with what we know during the apartheid years of the tricameral parliament. And this is the organization you will recall some of the founding members, Reverend Frank Chikane, Alan Busak. Look at how politics play out now. Alan Busak on Vogue Africa, Frank Chikane, still talking in the TRC, still talking on the elders of the liberation movement. But this was the launch of the United Democratic Front, as you said, at Rocklands Community Centre. To our listeners in Mitchells Plain, there was history somewhere. UDF was disbanded only in 1991. Asante sana, Mafrika Koketso, as we are still leading the conversation, SAFM observing the Women's Month as well as the UDF Day.
We appreciate you as always, Advocate Sipho Mantula, the researcher at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs at UNISA. He returns tomorrow with the Africa in Focus. It is 15 minutes to 7.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
A bit of news on the look of the roads through Pretoria. The M1 South, the overnight roadworks at Montana have now been lifted. The queues have got through. It's a clear run. It's a normal run coming from Pumalani Plaza down until you get to about Storenville Road. Then things get a bit slow through there. Mighty Mopoli Highway queuing a block XX this morning. R55. This is the Kwaka Road option. As you come down from Pretoria West, there's some traffic lights not working around the Laudium area at Pia van Reineveld Road. And that's slow. The R55 leaving that Laudium area quite backed up into that faulty junction. Joburg this morning, pretty familiar feel to traffic, although it may be a little bit lighter than normal. There are a couple of lights causing problems. One of them, Bayers Nordia and Jim Forshire, queuing pressure on both of those routes this morning into that particular junction. Roadworks all over the N17 between Boksburg and Wadeville. Factor in some queues to get off the Ekurhuleni side this morning. Durban, a crash on the N2 North just past the Higginson Highway exit. That is slow approaching that scene, but also behind that, the Higginson Highway coming out of Chatsworth, very slow as you struggle to get sort of into the N2. You're turning straight into that slow traffic flow. And Cape Town this morning, crash on 35th Avenue at Bishop Lavis, just by Bishop Lavis Drive. Some delays coming off the Stellenbosch Arterial onto that section of 35th Avenue. And the N2 inbound already under pressure from the airport through to Mowbray Main Road, including a breakdown in that traffic near the M5 highway. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Every nation leaves something behind. A song, a poem, a painting, a performance, a story. This is ours. Join us as we honor the creators shaping South Africa's future at the National Arts and Culture Awards 2026. Friday, 21 August, Sun City. Then watch the primetime broadcast on SABC 1, Saturday, 22 August at 8 p.m. NACA 2026. Celebrating our nation's creative excellence. The National Briefing on SAFM.
12 minutes to 7. Indlulamthi is a futures and scenarios planning initiative whose purpose is to help South Africa look beyond the immediate political cycle and ask, what kind of a country are we building? Further to that, to help us ponder on what choices we need to make and now and how it influences our future. Khanti Pai was recently appointed as chairperson of the Indlulamthi SA Scenarios Trust, and he joins us now on the line. I should start by saying congratulations on your appointment, Khanti. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Kogetso. I really appreciate that, and good morning to your listeners.
Taking over from Professor Somatota Fikeni and your appointment coming as Indlulamthi prepares to deepen conversations around the country's possible future trajectories and build social impact based on your 2035 scenarios. The significance of an institution such as yours, Khanti, in being able to plan ahead. Just share the importance of that with us.
It's very important, Kogetso. So let me maybe start with why it was appropriately called Indlulamthi, which is a giraffe. And the important thing about a giraffe, unlike, I guess, other animals, is that it is able to look above the trees. Often we are looking for a pathway, for example, if animals are in the forest, maybe to a dam where there's water, to a water source. And in order to do that, we have to think about which paths we can take to land with them. And also important to think about it is to look through the noise, because there's a lot of things that are happening around us at any given point in time. But to be able to say, look, I want to get to a particular future, you have to be able to rise above the present and to look to the future and plan appropriately, given everything that we may contend with along the way. And that's an important part of the work that we really need to do as a country on a very strategic basis, is to say, how do we actually look above the trees? How do we plan a future? All futures, as we know, are decisions or a collection of decisions, at least, that we make today to get to that. And that is an important thing that we're trying to do with this work.
We speak of deepening conversations, and I wonder the places where we have these conversations, Khanti, is it purely on a academic scenario planning level, or are you calling on us as South Africans to join in that collective conversation?
It is very, very importantly, a collective conversation, in the sense that what you need, in fact, when we built the scenarios, there really was about conversations with all sorts of South Africans, from civil society to young people, to rural people, through various ways in which to reach South Africans to be able to give their inputs when we were building what we call drivers of these scenarios, where we are saying, look, what is going to drive the future, the different scenarios that we are thinking about, and how will they look? So it is very much about that. And therefore, if we think about those conversations, and really that the future will be mapped out and will be decided by all South Africans, it is important that we actually engage South Africans throughout various demographies, contexts, and situations.
There is a need for us to have a longer conversation, Khanti, and particularly around how we can get involved in these conversations. But again, congratulations on your appointment, and thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much.
Khanti Pai there is chairperson of the Indlulamthi SA Scenarios Trust. It's 8 minutes to 7.
At Koketso Sachane and at SAfmRadio on Twitter.
A concern that I've had for a while now, and with the most recent Ebola outbreak in the DRC, I've been asking myself how it's possible that we continuously see these outbreaks and continuously in the DRC. We saw there the latest outbreak recorded as the second biggest Ebola epidemic, and is said to be moving faster than any previous Ebola outbreak. It is said to be on track to eclipse the 2014-2016 West African epidemic, the largest Ebola outbreak ever recorded, infecting more than than 26 or 28,600 people. In line with recent reports, the confirmed number of people infected with the virus has risen to close to 5,000, putting the case fatality rate at about 47%. To talk to us about what this outbreak means, what makes it unique, and why it seems difficult to contain, we're joined on the line by Dr. Chris van Straten, Global Health Advisor, Clinical Governance, International SOS. Thank you very much, Dr. van Straten, for your time. Good morning.
Good morning, Coquette. So great to be back on the show.
I have to, and just to go back to the point that I was making, I always struggle with the fact that whenever we hear of an Ebola outbreak, most times it emerges out of the DRC. Why is it that this happens, and why is it that, considering how many times it has happened, there isn't a handle not only on the situation, but also how quickly a response is put forward once there is an outbreak?
Coquette's a great question. And Coquette, so it's fascinating, it's deeply sad. And I'm deeply worried for the people in the DRC, especially that northeastern part called Ituri. And the question you're asking really cuts to the chase. I think what a lot of us don't understand or appreciate is that part of the DRC is incredibly remote, dense jungle. And, you know, there's Professor Duce, is one of the world experts, and he was one of the experts that helped to bring previous outbreaks under control. He said it so nicely. Ebola doesn't emerge in isolation. And it exploits weaknesses created by conflict, poverty, displacement, fragile healthcare systems, delayed diagnosis, inadequate infection control and prevention, and mistrust in the community. And I just got the tail end of that previous conversation. What people don't get is in that part of the DRC, they've had decades of conflict. We've got colleagues on the ground right now, and they say they are scared because you can see these different armed bandits coming through the facilities. There's mistrust in the community. Some of the treatment centers have even been attacked and healthcare providers killed. So what people, I think, are starting to understand is it's not just that this is a virus that's very infectious and yes, it can kill you, but if you apply the correct treatment early, if people isolate it, if there's trust and working together, it can be brought under control. And Uganda is a very clear example. Uganda had those 20 cases, very quickly picked up, very quickly treated, only 2 deaths and no further transmission.
With Uganda moving as it did, I mean, of course, that is good news. But considering that we are talking about the second biggest epidemic, Ebola epidemic ever, are there risks for neighboring countries, Rwanda, Uganda, Republic of the Congo, Angola, Zambia? I mean, there's a range of countries surrounding the DRC where it raises questions around whether or not there is a threat on those countries.
Absolutely. Good question. The answer is yes. So what the WHO have done and other experts are currently advising the DRC and Ministry of Health is that those with very close borders, and again, DRC is massive. So the neighbors of that northeastern section, now you're talking there South Sudan, Uganda, we do expect cases to come across the border. And what's happened in that instance is that there's very sophisticated tracking that's starting to be implemented. And again, huge shout out and support to the different NGOs, USAID, WHO for supporting that. And so that's being ramped up. But yes, there is this risk that potentially could come across. But if we apply what Uganda has done, it's this very rapid detection, isolation, and then contact tracing. We can bring it under control. And a good example is that French doctor who was working in one of the treatment centers in the DRC, and he was flying back to Paris, develops a headache, puts his hands up, says, guys, I need to be tested and isolated. And I don't know if you tracked that case, but nobody on the plane or who came in contact with him got infected. Why? Because you need close physical contact with the body fluids of someone who's symptomatic.
All right. We are out of time, but I appreciate you as always, Dr. Chris van Straten, Global Health Advisor, Clinical Governance at International SOS. Whenever this matter of the outbreak of Ebola in the DRC comes up, what is the effectiveness of the African Center for Disease Control and Prevention, that being the AU's CDC? What's happening there? How effective are they? And what needs to be done to improve how the continent responds to such matters? Your thoughts on this? 0614 104 107.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
That's exactly what Mfundo has done in Cape Town. Good morning, Mfundo.
Good morning, Koketso.
Yes, sir.
Good morning to SAFM listeners. Koketso, I just want to weigh in on the Madlanga Commission and specifically Fadil Adams' questioning or testimonies.
Yes, Puta.
And this, you're saying Puta like him now. Come on, Koketso now.
Go ahead.
Come on, man. Now, Koketso, just... And I would like to bring this across to all these witnesses that are called upon the commission, and the public will sound to be as if they are biased, because if you come to the commission and you all gathering these allegations without factual evidence and talking here and there, Fadil Adams is talking about colors that are being discriminated in the Western Cape. And they have been submitted their civil Department of Labor, and their civils are thrown away. Where is the factual evidence? Colors that are being discriminated in the Western Cape, and they have been submitted their civil Department of Labor, and their civils are thrown away. Where is the factual evidence? Bring proof on the table and say this is the evidence. Don't go around with the hearsay and all that. Just like Ket Masala did when he said that. He was told by Mchunu that he want to remove, he want to put Khan as the commissioner and all that. It's just a hearsay. Where is the factual evidence?
Mfundo, remember,
yes.
It was a couple of years ago where, when it comes to issues of employment equity and the appointment of people within correctional services, if I'm not mistaken, it was proven at that time that there was a discrimination against colored people. Where that particular issue is concerned. And that's one of the things that I suppose Fadil refers to. Others, of course, one cannot, find where he substantiated it. But he speaks from a particular perspective. Surely we cannot argue with that.
Again, I'm really not disapproving that or discrediting that based on the article, based on the research that was done. But now, this case where he specifically said the pile of application and the Home Affairs and all that. And
we're thrown away. No, we're out of time, Fundo, but I get your point there. If Fadil's going to make certain statements in making certain allegations, where is the proof? It's 7 o'clock, time for the latest news with Ann Musa.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, Brown Mokhotsi due back in court as legal proceedings continue, and Fadil Adams returns to Madlanga Commission. Good morning. The case against self-proclaimed political fixer Brown Mokhotsi is expected back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning. His arrest followed his appearance before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. He is facing charges including perjury, defeating the ends of justice, and unlawful possession of a firearm. This follows allegations that he staged his own assassination attempt in Vosloorus, east of Johannesburg. Horisani Sitole reports.
In the last court sitting, the court ordered that the names and addresses of witnesses in the case against Brown Mokhotsi not be disclosed, citing security concerns. Mokgotsi has been in custody since his arrest, as his attempts to be released on bail were dismissed. The defense is expected to consult with Mokgotsi on the video footage and witness statements obtained from the state.
The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, is expected to return to the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. Adams, who started to testify yesterday, is facing further questions about his role in the investigation of senior crime intelligence officials. He has emerged as a central figure in the Commission's work following his submission of the Section 27 affidavit, the investigating Directorate Against Corruption used as a basis for investigating alleged corruption in crime intelligence. Sibahle Mota reports.
After facing questions about his handling of classified crime intelligence information and the origins of his allegations, Fadil Adams is expected to return to the witness stand this morning. The Commission is expected to continue probing the Section 27 affidavit that triggered investigations into senior crime intelligence officials. Further questioning is also expected to focus on the sources of the information Adams provided to investigators and how it was obtained.
And ANC member in the Eastern Cape has written to Party Secretary-General Fikile Mbalula to demand that he rescind the decision to reinstate the Provincial Executive Committee. In a letter, Fikile Mbalula to demand that he rescind the decision to reinstate the Provincial Executive Committee. In a letter that SABC News has seen, Luntu Sukutu says the structure's term of office lapsed on the 8th of May. He also says reinstating the PEC without holding a provincial elective conference is unlawful. He has given Mbalula 7 days in which to dissolve the PEC or risk further legal action.
The reinstatement or recognition of a PEC whose term of office has lapsed is in violation of the ANC Constitution in particular, and the intention of the letter is therefore to ensure that the ANC does not violate its own constitution, usurp powers that is not granted by the Constitution itself. The only way you can extend the term of office of any structure of the ANC is to amend the ANC Constitution, and that can only be done at a national conference.
The KwaZulu-Natal Agriculture Department says it's on track to reach its target of vaccinating 80% of the estimated 2.5 million cattle in the province against foot and mouth disease. KwaZulu-Natal is one of the worst affected provinces in the outbreak that started in 2021. The province has so far vaccinated about 1.7 million cattle with 2 more districts to go. Agriculture MEC Tembeni Ka Matlo Pamtetwa.
We will treat FMD as if it's still at its highest peak. We'll never stop treating FMD as enemy number 1 in this province. We'll make sure that we still stock vaccine, we still have staff, we still have in MTech, we still look at animal movement, because we do not want to see the previous scenario coming to this province again.
And finally, Prince Harry and his wife Meghan are planning to move back to Britain. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex have been living in the US since they stepped down as working royals 6 years ago. The BBC's Ellie Price has more.
We understand that they're going to move to a non-royal residence outside of London, and that it doesn't change their status. They will remain private citizens. Of course, big questions also about the security of Prince Harry. He has repeatedly said that he didn't want to come back to the UK. For him, that he was worried about the safety of his children. A copy would suggest nothing has changed, but obviously, clearly, something has.
Recapping the top story, the case against self-proclaimed political fixer Bron Mokgotsi is expected back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. He's facing multiple charges following allegations that he staged his own assassination attempt in Vosloorus, east of Johannesburg. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
You wouldn't pay business class prices for an economy seat, so why overpay to insure your older car? Outsurance, essential car insurance.
4. That's out to 30754.
You wouldn't pay business class prices for an economy seat, so why overpay to insure your older car? Outsurance, essential car insurance, covers older cars for much less. 51-year-old Evelina pays only 447 Rand a month for her 2013 Hyundai i30 and has no upfront excess pay for her 2013 Hyundai i30 and has no upfront excess payable, so no unexpected out-of-pocket payments. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 rands. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SFM Sports Headlines, soccer action. Sundowns have a win, but their coach Miguel Cardoso fears a long layoff for Khuliso Mudau. And we also have rugby with all eyes on coach Rassie Erasmus as the Springboks prepare to name the team for the All Blacks test. Details around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Still very slow coming into Pretoria on the mighty Mopani Highway. Looks like an obstruction of Block XX this morning. If you're leaving Shoshanguve, expect a queue on that run through. Solomon Mishlangu leaving Mamelodi's heavy this morning as you line up through the Bronkhorstspruit Road Junction all the way down to the N4 Highway. A little bit busier than normal through there. Galuli's busy. The N12 and R24 route in from Ekurhuleni and the Mike 1 this morning. Slow from Boyson's moving through towards Parktown. Durban, a crash scene on the N2 northbound at the Higginson Highway. There is a bit of a slowdown as you get up through the highway on your way towards the cement factory. And then behind that, there's quite a big backlog of traffic coming out of Chatsworth on the Higginson Highway. Problems getting off the Higginson Highway and turning into that N2 traffic queue. Cape Town 35th Avenue, crash at Bishop Lavis causing delays and traffic all over Baden-Powell, leaving sort of Mitchell's Plain area into Strandfontein Road Junction busy. And then there's quite a queue through Coastal Park as you get into the central Muizenberg area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation.
Area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing. The National Briefing on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
At 7:09, we're in the second hour of the national briefing on SAfm. Koketso Sachane in for Kathy Mohlahlana. In the next few minutes, we speak to SABC News reporter Sibahle Mota, who's been following the Malanga Commission of Inquiry. Today will be day 2 of Fadil Adams' appearance before the commission. Plenty voice notes, messages that we're getting on what happened yesterday. And then also we touch base with Sifiso Mtsweni, provincial spokesperson for the ANC in the Western Cape, speaking to us on the back of the DA doing an about turn on Mark Burke. You have been and you should have been following that particular story after the South African Reserve Bank or it was revealed that the Reserve Bank is investigating fintech company Castello, which Burke previously chaired, and of which he is, of course, a beneficiary, and it's run by his brother. Initially, the DA standing by Mark Burke, but they have since made the decision to remove him as a member of Parliament's Finance Committee. So we speak to the ANC about that. And then the continued issues at NASFAS, grabbing the attention of the public protector, whose office raised serious concerns about these long-standing governance, administrative and operational challenges there. Matsepo Sidat, the spokesperson to the Minister of Higher Education and Training, joining us also within this hour. And then we continue with our reality check. the theme of national reconciliation, the National Reconciliation Project. And we continue with Terry Oakley Smith, Managing Director and founder of Diversity. That is the focus for the national briefing, at least in this hour. As always, a reminder that you can be part of the conversation, share your reflections, send us your voice notes to 0614 104 107 or give us a call 086 000 2032. It's 12 minutes past 7. Good morning.
Some Sundays are made for unforgettable stories. This week, witness courage, sacrifice, and a love that refuses to surrender. As history's most devastating volcanic eruption changes lives forever in Pompeii. Experience the spectacle. Sunday blockbuster movies at 7 p.m. on S3. Open up.
Electricity theft and network vandalism doesn't just damage power lines, they leave communities without electricity. Eskom remains committed to improving network reliability and a sustainable electricity future. Smart meters reduce energy losses, improves network performances, and helps to eradicate load reduction. Say yes to smart meters and help build a safe and reliable electricity network. Eskom, redefining for a better future.
This is the Madlanga Commission update on SAfm.
A talker this morning, what we've been focusing on is the appearance in court, the appearance before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. There's also the court part. National Coloured Congress leader Fadil Adams yesterday, and he does return to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry today, where he will continue, supposed to face tough questions over inconsistencies in his earlier testimony. Adams yesterday confronted with emails showing that he had received and responded to a Rule 3 notice in October 2025. This despite previously telling the Commission he had not seen the correspondence. SABC News reporter Sibahle Mota joining us now on the line. Good morning, Sibahle.
Good morning to you, Koketo, and to the listeners.
You've been following the Madlanga Commission for a while. Have you at all ever seen the Commission chair right at the beginning of the day challenging a person as much as he did with Fadil Adams?
I mean, he does, challenge certain witnesses, especially when their testimony seems to be very inconsistent. But I think, with the case of Fadil Adams, it was somehow of a different case and was expected because he had come before the commission on the 11th of August and made various claims about his laptop, and about the fact that he didn't receive certain documents because of his laptop. And if you remember, that prompted a response from Parliament and the IT services in Parliament to say actually he has never even bothered to sort of log a call with them. And I think, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, who's a man who keeps a lot of receipts, had to come out and say actually this is sort of the timeline that things happened. Firstly, there were issues with you saying that there was a Section 3 notice that you did not receive, but it actually goes as far back as October, and other, things related to his testimony before the commission. And it also prompted the commission also to speak about the parliamentary issue and his laptop, and, the chairperson even raising questions as to say, actually, in Parliament, you guys tend to receive like 3 devices. It's your tablet, it's your phone, it's also your laptop. And he said, I don't have WhatsApp on my phones, Again, various excuses. But I think, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga needed to sort of lay that foundation to say he's actually been inconsistent. And maybe this is the sort of attitude we may get to see even during his testimony. But yeah, that was clarified. And it seemingly, as Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga put it to him, he was being untruthful with what he had told the commission.
It also seemed as if there were moments where Fadil even unprovoked, conceding to him having gotten a bit ahead of himself, and particularly when speaking to, for example, the expectations that he had of then Western Cape Police Commissioner Patekile and the supposed disappearance of the dockets. Fadil conceding that it's in my character to rush, and maybe I was a little bit ahead of myself.
No, definitely. I mean, he does make a few concessions, and I think a lot that took the commission by surprise is even him saying that, whatever he writes, even on social media, people mustn't take him seriously. And this is a man who's, so used to running to social media and making all of those videos and disputing some of the claims that have been put before the Matlanga Commission, and even somehow running to the media and making all sorts of claims, as we've seen with various interviews that were played before the Matlanga Commission. So I think, it was important to sort of have the commission also play such interviews. And I think that also sort of speaks to his character and him just conceding to the fact that at times people shouldn't be taking him seriously, which also raises questions. And if you remember, even in the first interaction, Justice Mbuyiseli Matlanga really, shouted at him and said things like he needs to take this commission seriously, because one also gets a sense that he does not realize the magnitude of the commission. I mean, this is a commission when you aren't being forthcoming, like the likes of Suleiman Karim can easily institute criminal proceedings against you. So we hope that when he finally gets to the cross-examination and other parts of his testimony, then he can actually let in the commission about some of the information that he's placed or that were placed before the commission, including the Section 27 and some very sensitive crime intelligence documents that were allegedly slipped underneath his work door.
Yeah, most definitely. And hopefully that happens today when he returns to the commission. Thank you very much to Sibahle Mota, SABC News journalist there, who's been following the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. It's 18 minutes past 7.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
The Democratic Alliance has removed its federal finance chief and member of parliament, Mark Burke, from Parliament's Finance Committee and the party's finance cluster, citing potential conflict of interest concerns. Most interesting what's been happening here. The move by the DA follows that South African Reserve Bank investigation into fintech company Castello, which Burke previously chaired and of which he was a beneficiary. The Reserve Bank raising a reasonable suspicion of exchange control contraventions involving around 4 billion rand. Allegations Burke has denied any wrongdoing in. The DA initially backing Burke and then now doing this about turn. The ANC in the Western Cape welcoming the development but says the DA must go further and ensure full accountability. Sfiso Mtsweni is provincial spokesperson for the ANC in the Western Cape, joining us now on the line. Good morning. Cape welcoming the development but says the DA must go further and ensure full accountability. Sfiso Mtsweni is provincial spokesperson for the ANC in the Western Cape, joining us now on the line. Good morning.
Good morning, Kokezo, and good morning to your listeners.
I remember Cameron Dugmo of the ANC, Member of Parliament, the other day calling for exactly what the DA eventually did, which is to remove him from the Finance Committee and the Finance Cluster. What further accountability are you as the ANC asking for?
Well, firstly, we note that the move by the DA, but in our view, that's not even enough. It's just saving face. These revelations about Castello and the DA Federal Finance Chief is a continuation of what has been happening over the last few weeks, where it has come to light now that the DA has been hiding behind the facade of Resolve Communication, which sought to use a propaganda machine to claim a DA as a clean organization, as an organization of clean governance, while its finance chief, which in our language would be a treasurer, has been attempting to siphon money to the tune of 4 billion out of the country. And we wonder whether that money has not been funding the DA itself. So we believe that if the DA is serious about accountability, why is it not subjecting Mark Burke to any formal structures within the DA, and why has it not removed him as a federal finance chief? Just simply removing him from a finance committee to a home affairs committee or another committee is just a smokescreen in the continued corruption, scandalous exposes in the Democratic Alliance.
Their argument being that this matter with the Reserve Bank in court, if you will, and also there hasn't been any finding and conclusion that has been made. And so what is the expectation of there being a sanction when nothing has been proven thus far?
Well, as a start, you'd remember that the Johannesburg High Court or Gauteng High Court has actually found that there's reasonable evidence to suggest that indeed the Reserve Bank is correct in its investigation into this matter. And this is not a small matter, Kugets. This is not something that involves small monies. This is money. This is a matter that involves the Reserve Bank, and it's in the tune of 4 billion. Now, there's a reasonable sort of suspicion around issues of exchange control violations, capital outflows, but most importantly, money laundering. Now, here's the Democratic Alliance that has been waxing lyrical over the years around it being an organization that is clean, that has got integrity, that is an organization that holds other organizations accountable. I can shudder to think if this was one of the leaders of the ANC that is being just a smoke of around 4 billion in exchange control violations, it would have been a big scandal. But because it's the Democratic Alliance and because it's an organization that is racist, that represents white male interest, this matter is given all sorts of decorations. We are calling for the men to be subjected to further scrutiny. The African National Congress will be opening a case on Friday through the Chief Whip. Will be supporting the Chief Whip. But even ourselves as the Western Cape will be taking on this matter. It will not go away simply because they've moved him from one portfolio committee to another.
All right, we appreciate your time. Sfiso Msweni, the provincial spokesperson for the ANC in the Western Cape.
Koketso Sachane on SAFM.
Another big story for this morning, the public protector has raised serious concerns about long-standing governance, administrative and operational failures at NSFAS, prompting further scrutiny of the student funding scheme. Higher Education and Training Minister Buti Manamela says the findings are consistent with concerns that led to NSFAS being placed under administration, including serious questions around financial management and governance. The minister saying the priority is now to stabilize NSFAS, strengthen its systems, and ensure students receive the funding and support they need. Matsepo Sidat is the spokesperson to the Minister of Higher Education and Training, joining us now on the line. Good morning, Matsepo.
Good morning, Koketso, and good morning to your listeners.
We have, as a country, continuously watched the instability, the challenges, the concerns around what is happening at NSFAS. This matter, of course, also ending up at the door of or the table of the public protector. How are we dealing and how are you dealing with these challenges, Matsepo, to finally bring stability to this important institution?
Indeed, I think I do agree with what you have said, and the minister really has, from when he took office, placed significant focus on NSFAS due to these challenges that the public protector has articulated. And one of the things that the minister had directed to the board and management of NSFAS was when the AG submitted her audit report, which was a disclaimer of opinion, directed the NSFAS to do a forensic investigation in some of these matters. And unfortunately, while the challenges have been so immense and the minister trusted that the board of NSFAS would be able to resolve some of those challenges with the instruments that were available to them. Unfortunately, the board members kept resigning, and then not allowing, the things that the minister had directed them to do, to do. And unfortunately, the minister then had to put NSFAS under administration so that these challenges can be resolved finally, because they have always been of concern to him.
So you have the public protector effectively saying NSFAS has failed and is failing students. There is what you say around what the minister has been doing since he took office in stabilizing NSFAS. And then at the same time, we cannot ignore, Matsepo, what we saw just last week, the Pretoria High Court suspending the NSFAS administrator. And then there's also what happened in the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education, where it seems as if the impression created is that of the minister not necessarily having a handle on things and also not getting the concurrence that it needed from the Minister of Finance around the issue that has got to do with those advisors to the administrator, again raising questions as to the extent of the instability and the lack of due diligence and governance going as high up as the minister. How do you explain that and put parents, elders at ease who are hoping that the institution that is NSFAS will be able to provide the funding that is required for the children and learners to go to university?
I think, Oketso, we have to separate issues. The minister has used instruments available to him by the law to make interventions, to make the necessary interventions to make sure that those students that you're talking about are able to receive what is due to them in terms of their bursaries. And I think, in terms of operational issues at NSFAS, those are operational and remain operational. And if the minister, I'm not sure, is not expected to run NSFAS on a daily basis. And some of these things really are operational issues that happen at NSFAS. What minister can do is provide oversight and intervene where he can lawfully based on the law. And I think the minister has done that. What remains key is exactly what you were saying, that student, those institutions, so that they are able to offer the education to the students and the students is able to get what is due to them and to be supported from entry to exit in the higher education system. And I think it's really, really important to separate intervention by a minister and operational issues at NSFAS.
All right, we appreciate your time this morning. Matsepo Sidat, spokesperson to the Minister of Higher Education and Training. Stability at NSFAS remaining a priority, and at the same time, the concerns that it's been raised by the public protector, effectively saying that NSFAS, should it continue in this way, would be and is failing the children of this country, the students of this country. Your thoughts on this, 0614-104-107. Before we get to the latest news headlines, I just want to bring in a couple of your voice notes this morning.
Good morning, Koketso, on your team. This is Sakile Nsugwini from Montlabialingan. Koketso, Adam's colloquialism could make the commission lose confidence in his testimony. Thank you.
Koketso, it's Chris in Camberton. No, man, let's not play games. This guy has got nothing to offer to the commission in terms of its mandate and in terms of reference. Currently, he's there just to make red hearings that are not backed by fact. He himself, if you hear his statement, he does say that some of the things have got no evidential proof, but he's just stating them for the commission to make a finding based on them. So far, I've not heard him saying anything coherent, making any serious allegation except for red hearings and how he feels about certain individuals, especially Ntlantla Mkhwanazi and Khumalo. This is just a waste of time, and this guy needs to go and check his mind.
7:30, time for the latest news headlines with Ann Musa.
Thanks, Koketso. Good morning. In the headlines, the bail application of suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi and 5 co-accused is expected to continue in the Brakpan Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg today. The case against self-proclaimed political fixer Bran Mokhotsi is expected back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. He faces multiple charges following allegations that he staged his own assassination attempt in Vosloorus east of Johannesburg. And Liberia has charged former Vice President Joel Howard Taylor with drug trafficking. This follows law enforcement officers' seizure of cocaine worth $300 million last month, or nearly 5 billion rand. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, starting in Pretoria. The good news, the Mighty Mopani Highway delays coming at Block XX. That's all clear, so that's not a bad run out of Shoshanguve there, but you'll hear traffic Theo Martins down to Eskia and Perth Valley. A lot of traffic been avoiding the Mighty Mopani Highway this morning, instead clogging up the M35 Soutpan Road coming into the Ondersteport area. N1 South Montana through the construction down towards the N4 Emelafleni Highway, very slow. Solomon Mshlangu all jammed up at the N4 Highway, both going from Mamelodi and heading up from Silver Lakes. That's very heavy this morning. Joburg, not the worst Thursday that we've had. A little bit of traffic on the M1 Bay as Nordia around to Ravodia. The N3 from Ilans up into Galuli's looking quite slow today. Durban, the earlier crash scene on the N2 northbound at the Higginson Highway off-ramp. That's being cleared. Higginson Highway coming out of Chatsworth towards the N2 stays busy, but the N2 is flowing through that area. M4 Southern Freeway, Umbulo up towards Victoria Embankment. That is heavy. And a couple of breakdowns on the N2 South, one after Queen Nandi, one after Umgeni Road. So 2 areas of slow traffic as a result of that. Cape Town, N7, Goodwood through to Bosmanstar after Queen Nandi, one after Umgeni Road. So 2 areas of slow traffic as a result of that. Cape Town, N7, Goodwood through to Bosmanstar Road is heavy. And R300 from Stellenbosch Arterial up towards the N1, fairly busy getting through there. And 35th Avenue, Robert Sobukwe, all backed up into the Bishop Lavis area after an earlier crashing. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
We stay with that story, Zai. Coach Cardoso concerned about Mudau on the back of that Sundowns win.
Yeah, Koketso. It's one of those nights, I think, where the scoreboard is, well, we got the job done. But I think it's the medical report that is keeping the story so much in the headlines, as it is going to be a tough one for Sundowns. But they did have a wonderful win last night, 2-0 over Maruma Gallants at Loftus Versfeld. The record-breaking win overshadowed by a serious injury to the Bafana defender Kholiso Mudau, who was stretched off in the first half with what appears to be an Achilles tendon injury. Coach Miguel Cardoso admitting the outlook is concerning.
There's very positives and very negatives. I think Mudau has a very severe injury, but it's obviously for a player.
An injury, Coach Miguel Cardoso admitting the outlook is concerning.
There's very positives and very negatives. I think Mudau has a very severe injury, but it's obviously for a player with his caliber, with his quality, with his. It's a big loss for South Africa and for us especially.
Now, the South African Football Association is intensifying efforts to establish a clear national playing identity across all levels of the game. Technical Director Molefe Nseki says SAFA is building on the foundation laid by predecessor Dr. Walter Steenbok, with the aim of creating greater consistency in the way South African teams play. Nseki says the next step is to modernize the country's football philosophy.
So what we are doing now is to revisit the SAFA playing philosophy, and also to modernize the contents of this document, because football evolves almost ends of this document, because football evolves almost every day. We just came back from the World Cup. There were new trends that were discovered during this World Cup. So what we are doing currently, we are working on the national playing philosophy, just to modernize and bring into it what are the current trends in player selection, player scouting.
Rugby, the Springboks are expected to receive a timely boost ahead of Saturday's opening test against the All Blacks, with captain Siya Kolisi and loose head prop Oxen Chair both on track to return from injury. Coach Rassie Erasmus names his matchday squad later today, with key decisions still to be made at fly half and on the makeup of the bench for the Ellis Park showdown. On to cricket, India celebrated their 600th test after left-arm spinner Manav Sutta inspired a 165-run victory over Sri Lanka in Galle to take a 1-0 lead in the two-match series. Playing just his second test, the 24-year-old claimed 10 wickets in the match, including 6 in the second innings as Sri Lanka were bowled out for 206, chasing 372. Finally, cycling, the Swiss pair of Fadri Barrenden and Andren Beely claimed victory on the opening stage of the Swiss Epic. In the women's race, Anna Winbeer and Claudia Peretti dominated to win by almost 12 minutes. Now, organisers have shortened today's second stage to 24 kilometres, and that's due to heavy rain. That's your sport. 12 minutes. Now, organisers have shortened today's second stage to 24 kilometres, and that's due to heavy rain. That's your sport. Cycle back to the podium on the National Briefing. For more, I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
The latest update from Ndauleng. Good morning once again, Ndauleng. Inflation rising in the month of July and also retail sales growth slowing in June.
Good morning, Koketso. I hope you're well. Now let's kick things off with the inflation print. I must say I was pleasantly surprised because we saw, yes, consumer prices rising, but rising at a level that economists least expected. So coming in at 4.3% in July from 5% in June, below economist expectations. This was assisted by lower fuel costs in July as well as lower food costs, with food inflation now at its lowest level since 2010. But digging deeper, there's a warning beneath the headline numbers. Core inflation, which strips out the volatile price action, actually edged higher to 4.2%. And the bigger question is what this means for the Reserve Bank. With inflation moving closer to its 3% target, policymakers have more room to keep rates at 7% rather than tightening again. Markets, however, are still pricing in some chance of a September hike, but this print makes that decision slightly more difficult. Moving over to retail sales, despite what we're seeing in inflation, consumers still appear to be tightening their belts, with the latest retail sales figures pointing to a loss of momentum in household spending. Stats SA says retail sales rose 1.6% in June, slowing from 2.2% in May. Clothing and footwear sales fell more than 2%, while hardware, paint and glass dropped 4%, suggesting households are becoming more cautious on discretionary and bigger ticket purchases. Now, the data points to a consumer still under pressure, with spending increasingly focused on essentials. The weakness in these categories also raises questions about whether lower inflation is translating into meaningful relief for household budgets. Now, looking ahead to the trading day, risk appetite remains firmly in play, with U.S. stock futures pointing to another positive open after Wall Street rallied as Treasury yields eased. The move is carrying through to Asia, where markets are broadly higher, with South Korea's Kospi leading to gains. Now, that sets a positive tone for the local bourse, but the question is whether yesterday's 2.4% jump in the all-share index can be sustained. For now, the global backdrop suggests we could see another day in the green, although investors will have plenty to digest as results trickle in. We've got numbers out from Spur Corporation as well as coal miner Exxaro. Over in currencies, the rand trading at levels last seen in mid-May at 16.11 to the dollar, 21.92 to the pound, and 18.80 to the euro. That's where I leave things with you. I'll be back tomorrow with your news, moving market activity.
What is a nation without its stories? Without its music, without its artists, without its streamers?
This August, we honor the people who give South Africa its voice. The National Arts and Culture Awards 2026, 21 August, Sun City. Then join millions of South Africans for the SABC1 primetime broadcast on 22 August at 8 p.m. Because when we celebrate creativity, we celebrate South Africa.
Deciding to not hit save may cost you an afternoon of work, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. Without insurance, 50-year-old Lawrence saves an incredible 309 rand a month on his 2025 Volkswagen T-Cross. Switch to Outsurance. You too could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
It is that moment. And I look forward to these moments, at least whenever I am with you on the National Briefing. Lots to learn, lots to absorb. And we continue our conversation with Terry Oakley-Smith, Managing Director and founder of Diversity. The National Reconciliation Project is our theme. Good morning. Good morning to you, Terry Oakley-Smith.
Good morning, Koketso. Nice to be speaking to you.
I'm really looking forward to this and the continuation of this important conversations. How to reach out is the focus this morning, ma'am.
Yes. You know, we looked initially at what reconciliation is. We've also looked at things like white privilege, and we've looked at something to do with the Truth Commission. But this morning I want to take it a bit closer to us as South Africans who really would like to see more reconciliation, more friendships, more getting to know you between South Africans. So we're going to look at, how does one reach out? And the honest starting point, and what makes it so difficult really, Koketso, is that the divides between us are real and structural. They're not just misunderstandings that, a diversity workshop or a good intention can resolve, because most South Africans still live, work, go to school or university, largely within racial and economic lines that track apartheid-era geography almost eerily closely. So when I hear about this university, this Afrikaans university opening, I begin to feel very worried. Reaching out has to mean something more deliberate than hoping that proximity happens naturally. Because we can see after 33 years, proximity or closeness just doesn't happen. In fact, it reinforces stereotypes very often if it's superficial or unequal. If we really want to get together as South Africans, we need to look at doing things which have a sustained contact between people of roughly equal status, working towards something shared, something that we all care about, ideally with some structure holding it together. And that's part of why sport has done more for cultural and relationship trust and racial trust in South Africa than almost any policy that's been developed. So a local football or rugby club where people who'd otherwise never share a room are teammates with a shared goal is a genuinely powerful, repeatable version of contact, not a one-off gesture. So the important thing is that this is a continuing process. And community-level projects, and we know there are many, Koketso, built around concrete shared problems, tend to work the same way. If you look at community-led initiatives, tackling things like food insecurity, found that when people organize around a real need, getting a garden going, running a soup kitchen, fixing something in a shared space, setting up an ECD space for children. The racial or class lines that would otherwise define who talks to who matter less, because the task sets the terms of the relationships. At a more individual level, though, a few things keep surfacing when I read about this in how people describe what's actually helped them. And one of the things, and I'm saying this especially to my fellow white South Africans, is making a genuine effort with someone else's home language. How many white South Africans can speak any language other than English or Afrikaans? And I am trying, Koketso, ngiyafunda isiZulu. Khuluma kancane, mayazama.
Zama, mama, zama.
Yes, I'm zamaing. So I think that would be one of the things that would make a real difference. If every time we communicated, all of us really made an effort. When you think of the number of languages that most black South Africans speak, I mean, it's incredible. Some of them speak all 11. And here we are struggling away only in one language. The other thing apart from language is being curious about someone's actual experience rather than assuming that your own is the default. Asking rather than explaining. And I'm afraid we're rather good at explaining. Choosing, when you have the chance, to spend time or money or attention in ways that cross the usual lines instead of always defaulting to what's familiar. Going to a different shopping mall, going to a different neighborhood market, going to a different community event, something that's not drawn from your own circle, even going to a different church to get an idea of how South Africans worship. And I gently flag something from the last time we spoke yesterday, that when we reach out, it tends to go further and better when it's paired with honesty rather than a forced cheerfulness. If we pretend the divides aren't there, or everyone's starting from the same place, that tends to produce a really shallow kind of connection that won't hold up under any strain. The one that works best is when people show up continually and accept what they don't know or haven't experienced. As a white person, if an African in my workplace has passed away or suffered a bereavement, do I know what to do? Or do I just send flowers because that's what we do? Or do I genuinely find out that a financial contribution, would be much more appreciated, and that actually attending the funeral would probably be the best thing of all? So I think we need to keep trying, we need to keep showing up, which is really just reconciliation's daily choice idea again. And now we're applying it person to person, rather than as a national project. Thank you, Koketso.
Thank you very much, as always, Mam Terry Oakley-Smith, and we'll continue the conversation tomorrow. The National Reconciliation Project, how to reach out, and I think the language part that Mam Terry Oakley-Smith mentioned also is quite critical. I see you, and how do you see me, if not by acknowledging and speaking to me in my language? It speaks volumes there. 11 minutes to 8.
SAfm, guiding you
to 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. It's a busy Thursday around Pretoria. N1 going north has
through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. It's a busy Thursday around Pretoria. N1 going north has a breakdown around Garsfontein, so backlogging through Rigel Avenue. And then southbound, there's a queue coming from Montana down through Stormville Road in towards the N4 Emerald split. Bottom end of the mighty Mopani Highway still queuing heavily into SKM Pathlali, and some traffic lights down on R55, Kwaka Road, if you like, just moving through Laudia, causing some delays there. Joburg's M1 North, pretty heavy this morning. Bayers Nordia around to Rivonia Road, the N3 now from Elands Docklands all the way through to Modderfontein looking heavy. And there's queues out of Boksburg this morning, or out of Benoni into Boksburg on the N12 approaching Rondebolt Road looking quite slow. Durban, the M4 going into town on the Southern Freeway. It's a crash this morning just before you get to the Esplanade exit. That's a really heavy queue. Big backlogs from sort of Clarewood area up through Umbulo, very slow. Just before you get to the Esplanade exit. That's a really heavy queue. Big backlogs from sort of Clarewood area up through Umbulo, very slow. The M7 to Bel Air and Wakesley if your blockbound's busy. And the N2, two broken down vehicles, one after Queen Nandi, one after Umgeni. So two queues to work through there. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton still looking fine. Cape Town, Manenberg area, Datafontein and Klipfontein, a crash there causing backlogs. And still very busy around Robert Sobukwe, 35th Avenue, Stellenbosch Arterial in that sort of Moderdam, Bishop Lavis area. M3 from Rhodes Drive, Newlands, up into Hospital Bend past UCT looking sluggish as well. With your traffic update, Robert Sobukwe, 35th Avenue, Stellenbosch Arterial in that sort of Moderdam, Bishop Lavis area. M3 from Rhodes Drive, Newlands, up into Hospital Bend past UCT looking sluggish as well. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Get into Real Conversations weekdays at 4:30 on SABC2 with me, Penny Libiani, with Ain't Like Let's Connect.
I'm Fenrico Lucas, bringing you some of the most inspiring guests and practical advice.
Every evening, we bring family advice and all your favorite celebrities.
It's a big celebration of local talent from across industries.
Catch Ain't Like Let's Connect weekdays at 4:30 on SABC2 or stream anytime on SABC weekdays at 4:30 on SABC2 or stream anytime on SABC Plus.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
We've got time for your calls, your WhatsApp voice notes as well. 0614 104 107 is where you can send or text as well via WhatsApp. Let's firstly get to your calls. Mike in Cape Town. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, Koketso, good morning, and thank you for a great show. I want to just comment on your interview now you just had with a lady. I personally disagree with her on quite a few fronts. One of them is that I don't find the kind of disunity that she seems to talk about. Racism, unfortunately, is brought in by politics all the time. Find the kind of disunity that she seems to talk about. Racism, unfortunately, is brought in by politics all the time. We just heard the ANC condemning the DA and bringing up the subject of the DA as being a white party. That saddens me because that's not going to help. But my biggest problem is this, and something the lady didn't touch on. I so agree with her. In this country, we need to speak African languages. And the question I want to ask is, why is it that after 30 years of ANC rule, African languages are not being enforced as the first language in this country? Why is it that my grandkids are going to school and they are not learning an African language as a must language learn? In other words, it's there, maybe if you want to learn it, but it's not enforced. And I believe after much research into this matter, that this is a political issue. The ANC do not want the unity that your guest speaker was talking about. They want to ensure that we cannot all speak the same language, and therefore it creates an automatic kind of division between all of us. Because I so regret not being able to speak an African language under
What are you doing about it? What are you doing about it right now?
I do what I can. I politically, I get active and I try and speak about it as much as I can.
No. I'm talking about learning the language, Mike.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's easy, Mike. It's easy to bring up the ANC and what they didn't do. Fine, and that's on a party or government level. On a personal level, Mike in Newlands, what are you doing about it?
Unfortunately, I can't. I'm 76.
Why
years
not?
Old. Because I'm not at school.
Are you an old dog?
I'm an old dog. You know I'm an old dog. But I'm talking about my
it's a poor excuse.
I want the young dogs to start learning.
Show your grandchildren that you're making an effort and they learn via Mkhulu. Thanks a lot, Mike in Cape Town. Pula and Matlosana, good morning.
Yes, sir. How are you?
All right.
Good. Quick one. The DA make a lot of noise when the ANC MP make corruption. But when their members making corruption, they just keep quiet and they keep it within themselves. But the main thing that I wanted to raise here is the conduct of the impeachment committee. Ramaphosa is exercising his constitutional right, and they're blaming him for exercising his constitutional right. Look, if Madonsela was appointed by Ramaphosa, they were going to say that is his appointee, so he cannot sit in the impeachment committee as evidence leader. But because Ramaphosa rejected the recommendation that he should appoint him, then he might be a grieved person. That, look, because you dealt with me and now it's my opportunity. Let us get a neutral person. Lastly,
but is there validity to that argument, even the argument presented by the president that because I supposedly dealt with you, then you might have a vendetta of some sort? What is the basis for that? What is the basis for that?
Exactly, and the impeachment committee has a problem with what the president is saying on his letter. Now, they're saying the president is delaying tactics and all these things is not going to help him.
No, but you're not. My question, sorry, Pule. My question is, what is is there validity in the assertion made by the president that Madonsela would be on some mission? I'm paraphrasing here. Would be on some mission, some vendetta against him. Are we accepting that at face value that would be the case?
It may not. It may not. Like if Madonsela was appointed, like my statement says, if Madonsela was appointed by the president, I don't think the impeachment committee was going to appoint Madonsela as evidence leader. They will say he's the president's man because the president has appointed him. They were not going to appoint him. As an evidence leader, it's two to tango. Now, I'm saying the president is exercising his constitutional right, and they are blaming the president. Lastly, on the impeachment committee, all those people are conflicted. The Zungula, when he arrived in parliament, he went with a bag full of motion of no confidence against the president. The MK party, they've declared that they wanted the president to go. Including the EFF in their run, they said the president must go to prison. So these people are conflicted. Why can't we get the Madonsela kind of a system and say go and sit on the impeachment committee? Because these people are conflicted,
okay.
All of them.
Let's leave it there. Pula, you've raised a number of issues. I need to get to other callers before we get to the news at 8. Mandla in Cape Town, hi.
Hey, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Listen, my brother. I want that this Paza Shop Fund thing is a scheme of the ANC to loot. The other day, I think it was in May, the guy who was the CEO of this fund was speaking to Joanna Joseph. And I called. I said, please, there should be no middleman in this thing. And I said, this scheme is for the comrades to loot. And the guy did not respond in my comment. Now I was listening to John last night. He was speaking to two guys who are recipients of this fund, Spaza Shop, who have received this fund. The guy have been shortchanged by this thing. They don't know where the stuff was purchased, where the stock was purchased. One guy said, a refrigeration is not working now. No. He received it in July. It's not working. And he doesn't know where to take it because he doesn't have any invoice. And he doesn't know who bought it for him. So I said, and even this middleman, who is this middleman? Because in this Paza Shop thing, there's no talk of a middleman and how to become a middleman. There's only talk of Paza Shops owners. This fund is for them. But now, it's not for them, it's for the comrades to loot because we are not told who is this middleman. How did they find the middleman? Where are the applications for people who want to be middlemen?
There's a need for us to speak more to this particular issue, but Mandla in Cape Town, let's leave it there. Apologies, I just need to make sure I get to Daboho in Vereeniging. Daboho, limited time, good morning.
Thank you, Koketo. Good morning to you and all your listeners. Koketo, I just want to respond to the gentleman who spoke about languages and the ANC not making effort towards improving the languages. They need to be fair with themselves. assessing where South Africa is coming from, let us just put it clear to them. Firstly, they must be aware that Africa is coming from. Let us just put it clear to them. Firstly, they must be aware that there are projects that are well instituted. They made sure that they avoid black people during the advent of democracy and post-94 by beginning to create these special places that took everything out of the cities instead of merging the whole South African community, and went to create shopping centers and malls and making these gated communities. That's the first thing. It talks about two things. It talks about the economy, went to create shopping centers and malls and making these gated communities. That's the first thing. It talks about two things. It talks about the economy, that they have the economy. It talks about the fact that they have the land and they were just giving it straight to black people. The second thing is, have they ever made an effort that children who were born post-94, white children, there has been an exerted effort even from their parents themselves to make sure that those children learn an African language. Let's make an example.
Yeah, we unfortunately, sorry, Tabo. We can't make an example purely because of time.
Children who
it's
are
8 o'clock.
State learning Sesotho, the ones in KZN, Zulu, and so on and so forth. So those issues just speak to the deep-rooted problems that we are having.
All right.
When they are okay, no, sure.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, we are out of time, but I think the point has been made there. In Ferrianaging, it's 8 o'clock. Time for the latest news with Ann Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, Mkhwanazi and 5 co-accused back in court for bail proceedings, and Liberia's former vice president charged with drug trafficking. Good morning. The bail application of suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and 5 co-accused is expected to continue in the Brakpan Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg today. The accused are facing charges of murder and defeating the ends of justice. The charges are in connection with the killing of businessman Emmanuel Mbense in April of 2022. Rifilwe Mekwa reports.
The cross-examination of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate's investigating officer is expected to continue today, with the defense putting its questions to the witness. The state is opposing bail, raising concerns that if the accused are released, remaining witnesses may not survive until the trial. The investigating officer has also questioned the accused's version of events surrounding Benson's death. Mkhwanazi is fighting for bail following his 4th criminal arrest.
The case against self-proclaimed political fixer Brown Mokgotsi is expected back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning. His arrest followed his appearance before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. He's facing charges including perjury, defeating the ends of justice, and unlawful possession of a firearm. This follows allegations that he staged his own assassination attempt in Vosloorus, east of Johannesburg. Horisani Sitole reports.
In their last court sitting, the court ordered that the names and addresses of witnesses in the case against Brown Mokgotsi not be disclosed, citing security concerns. Mokgotsi has been in custody since his arrest, as his attempts to be released on bail were dismissed. The defense is expected to consult with Mokgotsi on the video footage and witness statements obtained from the state.
The KwaZulu-Natal Agriculture Department says it's on track to reach its target of vaccinating 80% of the estimated 2.5 million cattle in the province against foot and mouth disease. KwaZulu-Natal is one of the worst affected provinces in the outbreak that started in 2021. The province has so far vaccinated about 1.7 million cattle, with 2 more districts to go. The Agriculture MEC, Tembeni Kamatlopa Mtetwa.
We will treat FMD as if it's still at its highest peak. We'll never stop treating FND as enemy number one in this province. We'll make sure that we still stock vaccine, we still have staff, we still have NEMTEC, we still look at animal movement, because we do not want to see the previous scenario coming to this province again.
Liberia has charged former Vice President Joel Howard Taylor with drug trafficking. The charge followed the seizure of cocaine valued at approximately $300 million or nearly 5 billion rand by law enforcement authorities last month. Howard Taylor was Makauchi Okufo has more.
The case comes as Liberia intensifies its fight against cocaine trafficking after two major drug seizures in June and July. West Africa is increasingly becoming a major transit route for cocaine trafficked from South America to Europe. The Liberian authorities say they are determined to see that their country does not become a haven for drug trafficking. Mrs. Howard Taylor, who was vice president from 2018 to 2024, has not publicly commented.
And finally, the United States national debt has hit $40 trillion, or more than 600 trillion rand, its highest ever figure. The debt has more than doubled over the last decade, growing at a rate of $1 trillion or more than 16 trillion rand every 5 months since 2020. It's been attributed to increased government spending and interest payments, as well as tax cuts. The BBC's Maura Fogarty has the details.
In the first 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, both President Trump and President Biden both ramped up spending quite tremendously in response. That accounts for about a third of the increase in the national debt. The bigger and more important reason why we've seen the debt explode so much is because of the federal budget deficit. Essentially, it means that the U.S. government is spending more than it brings in terms of tax receipts. We have had a federal deficit in the U.S. for the past quarter of a century.
Recapping the top story, the bail application of suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and 5 co-accused is expected to continue in the Brakpan Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg today. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Deciding to ignore your alarm may cost you your flight, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. Without OUTsurance, with OUTsurance, 43-year-old Ilana saves an unbelievable 349 Rand a month on her 2022 Suzuki Jimny. Switch to OUTsurance today. You too could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. In your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. License, insurer and FSP. T's and C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports Headlines. Rugby, Rassie Erasmus is weighing up key selection calls ahead of naming his Springbok side today. And we also bring you news from the Betway Premier League. Mamelodi Sundowns have a 2-0 win over Marumo Gallants, but there's an injury overshadowing Kuliso Mudau. Details around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, after a reasonably decent start, Joburg's gone and got itself a bit heavily backed up, particularly if you're on the M3 from Elands Interchange all the way through to Modderfontein this morning. Germiston through Edenvale, very slow on that run. The N1 through Malabongwe Drive up to Winnie Mandela and onwards towards the Rivonia Road exit. That's fairly slow. N1 south through Midrand, not too bad this morning. N1 north in Pretoria, breakdown near Garsfontein, so that's still very slow getting up into that one. N14 just onwards towards the Rivonia Road exit. That's fairly slow. N1 south through Midrand, not too bad this morning. N1 north in Pretoria, breakdown near Garsfontein, so that's still very slow getting up into that one. N14 just queuing up into Eupheus Road if you're on your way towards central Pretoria as well. Durban, the M4, the Southern Freeway, earlier crash at the Esplanade causing quite a big backlog in from Clarewood, Umbilo, Kongela, city bound this morning on the M4, very slow. N2 north looks like a breakdown between Kwamashu and Gateway, that's slow from Queen Nandi, and there are still 2 breakdowns going south on the N2, one after Queen Nandi Drive and one down near Clare Road Bridge after Umgena Road, so that's very slow. And the M7 to Bel Air and Wakesy if you're trying to get through to the Bluff, slow as well. Cape Town N7 both ways, queuing towards the Bosmansdam Road exit, northbound from Goodwood, southbound from Plattercliff Road looking slow. Crash on Danafontaine Road at Klipfontein causing delays heading into Manenberg from the N2, and Roberts Bukwe Stellenbosch Arterial 35th all backed up in that Bishop Lavis Modderdam area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
At 8:09, we're in the third and final hour of the national briefing for this morning. Kokezo Sachane in for Kathy Motlatlana. I will be here tomorrow as well as we conclude the week. In the next few minutes, we shine a spotlight on what's happening in the city of Johannesburg. We've been told, and I've heard this quote, and I don't know if you agree, but it makes a lot of sense. If Johannesburg fails, then the country fails. That conversation we have with Ern Bernstein, Director of the Center for Development and Enterprise. And then in our built-in Mzansi conversation, just before we wrap up the national briefing for this morning, we talked to a proud South African beauty manufacturer tapping into the personal services sector, such as hair care, which is said to contribute 24.85 billion rand to South Africa's GDP. Yeah, I look at the team here, the majority not having, I'm the only one who's got hair here. So maybe, because of the amount that I'm spending, I'm a contributor to this. 24.85 billion rand is what the hair care industry contributes to South Africans' economy. Can you believe it? So that conversation we have as well with Tato Bosealetse, founder and CEO of WM&R Naturals. That all happens before we wrap up at 9, while also taking your calls and your WhatsApp voice notes. It's 8:11.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars is just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Unleash your inner chef with Spar. Get up to 80% off on NutriFresh kitchen essentials when you buy products like Cadbury 5-Star, Lunch Bar, PS, Astros or Crunchy 40 to 48.5 grams. Any 2 for 24. Save 8 rand or 100 gram Danone Nutri-Day yogurt. 6-pack. Any 2 for 30. Save 10 rand. Price is valid from 11 till 23 August. While stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Being in construction has taught me that buying machinery doesn't come cheap.
Loaders, excavators, graders, they're the heartbeat of the job site. Now, thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. This saving helps keep my machines working and projects moving.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your yellow metal machinery. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply. 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
It is that moment with
Municipal Watch, bringing your local issues on the national agenda. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
It is that moment with our Municipal Watch. Here's a statement, then I tend to agree. Johannesburg, Municipal Watch. Here's a statement, then I tend to agree. Johannesburg is the single municipality whose failure guarantees national failure. That is the view of Anne Bernstein, who is the director of the Center for Development and Enterprise. She goes further to say that if South Africa's principal economic gateway cannot be saved, the entire country's growth and development are in jeopardy. This was released in the new report titled Joburg in Jeopardy. To talk to us a bit more about the report's content and what they hope to achieve with it, and joins us now on the line. And Bernstein, thank you very much for your time. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
Thank you very much. Joburg is the single municipality whose failure guarantees national failure. For those who might disagree, how is this the case? Or those who do agree, what are the reasons and the rationale that a failing Joburg means a failing country?
Well, cities are important for national development and growth. We tend not to think about where economic growth takes place, but in an urbanizing country like South Africa's, it takes place mainly in big cities. And Johannesburg is the most important city in the country. It's home to over 70% of the country's head offices of large companies. It's the financial, it's the commercial, it's the retail center of the country and far beyond of most of the continent. It's at the apex of our system of cities. So if we can't fix Johannesburg, you have to ask yourself, will we be able to fix the country? Now, Johannesburg has also been a place where over decades, people in rural South Africa and small town South Africa who don't see opportunity for themselves, they've moved to the big city, to Egoli, to come and find more opportunities. And that's the function of cities, that as people come together, there are more and more opportunities. But Johannesburg's failing in that urban potential. So we're saying if Johannesburg can't be turned around, you really have to ask, how are we going to fix the country? Can we fix the country? So Johannesburg's central to fixing South Africa with national consequences.
If one were to look at the depth of the problem, Anne, what is it that needs to be fixed? What's wrong with Joburg? What has happened to Johannesburg for those who do not reside in the city, who are not bearing witness to some of the challenges? What are they?
You have to start with the politics. So over the last decade, 10 years, Johannesburg's had 9 different mayors, 8 different administrations, and every time we have a political shift, the new political leaders make new appointments, they have new priorities, they kind of change their policies. So we don't have any long-term planning for the city. There's no stability for the city's government. That's at the root of what's happening. But then many other things are going wrong as well. We're not putting enough money into fixing our infrastructure. Not just the infrastructure we have now for you and me, but for younger people who are growing up here, for people coming from the rest of the country to Johannesburg, because we're an expanding city. So we're not fixing and maintaining our infrastructure and expanding it. The water system's breaking down. We're not putting money into maintenance. If you think about the economy is now stagnant in Johannesburg. It's terrible because the country needs Johannesburg to grow. This is a place where we get something like just under 22% of personal income tax is raised in Johannesburg.
Just on that and the significance of Johannesburg, and we're talking about if a failing Joburg means a failing country. We've gotten a sense of the extent of the issues in Johannesburg and what needs to be fixed. Are we seeing anything right now which says there is a concerted effort to fix this particular metro, which we cannot allow to fail?
Look, one of Johannesburg's assets is we have lots of very active citizens and many organizations trying to fix different parts and different aspects of Johannesburg. But it's our view that unless we get new politics in this city, we can't fix it. So there's lots and lots of talk, there's lots of energy, and there's initiatives that are having an impact. But there's initiatives that are having an impact. But November the 4th is really, really important. It's not a silver bullet, but it's the beginning. If we can get real political leadership, a stable administration and politics for Johannesburg that is ready to reform the city and has a full 5-year term, then we've got a real chance of turning that is ready to reform the city and has a full 5-year term, then we've got a real chance of turning things around. But the current administration and politics in Johannesburg is a part of the problem. We're thinking deeper. We're not turning around. And that's why voters have to think very hard about how they're going to make their decisions in November. It's all in voters' hands to not perpetuate what we've had, these kind of failing coalitions that fight with each other, have votes of no confidence in the mayor. You can't run a city like this. So we've got to turn this around, and I'm afraid political leadership is the beginning of getting a new approach, but only the beginning.
Most definitely. And we appreciate your time this morning. And Bernstein is director of the Center for Development and Enterprise, who recently released their report titled Joburg in Jeopardy. And they're saying that Johannesburg is that single metro whose failure guarantees national failure. As a resident of Johannesburg, or maybe even, in your part of the city, your part of the country at least, where you are concerned about what is wrong, what will be required to fix that which is wrong in your part of the country? And do you agree that the failure of Johannesburg means the failure of the country? You can give us a call, 086-000-2032. Also, you can send us your WhatsApp voice notes, 0614-104-107. We've got time between now and when we get to the latest news headlines at 8:30 with Ann Musa to take your calls and your WhatsApp voice notes. It's 21 minutes past 8.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
Mzansi, every win matters. Airtime and data to stay connected. 10,000 rands to help with essentials, or even 100,000 rand that could change the whole family story. Watch Scheme Sum at 7:30. A new time slot for Uzalwa at 8 p.m. and Generations the Legacy at 8:30 p.m. Most importantly, spot the Daily Show code on each screen. WhatsApp it to 0762887863. Most importantly, spot the Daily Show code on each screen. WhatsApp it to 0762887863 for your chance to win. It's 90 days of winning and 90 minutes of drama on SABC1. T's and C's apply. Visit sabc1.co.za.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
We take your calls and your WhatsApp voice notes. Let's first go to the Eastern Cape in Gqeberha. Archbishop Kunen, good evening.
Yes, how are you?
Ndaphila tata.
Hey, I don't know if I'm dreaming. Can you? I just start with a question. What is the purpose of this SADC meeting, which was here, where Ramaphosa was elected as the head? What is the purpose?
There are many different reasons. I mean, it's the
meeting which was here, where Ramaphosa was elected as the head. What is the purpose?
There are many different reasons. I mean, these are regular gatherings, as you know, Bishop, as you know.
In English, they say that monumental waste.
Okay.
Look, this thing of migration.
Yes, that.
1,000 people are being killed in Sudan. Munagwagwa is a mass murderer. During the Mugabe, they murdered a lot of people. Now they say that in Tanzania, another newspaper has been banned. People are being killed in Africa. That's an issue. AU does not solve. SADC does not solve. United Nations does not solve. So monumental waste. African Parliament, what is that? While our brothers, people in Swaziland, Sudan, those are our brothers, are being killed. You remember this law by Mnangagwa that he banned the election until 2030. Those are the things this must.
They didn't ban elections until
they must try to solve.
They didn't ban elections until 2030 in Zimbabwe. They just extended the presidential term.
Yeah,
but your point
is wrong. That is wrong. Something must be done to stop these murderers in Africa. They must change.
But your point
is wrong. That is wrong. Something must be done to stop these murderers in Africa.
Archbishop,
they must change.
Thank you very much, Archbishop in Gqeberha there. Remember, South Africa was under pressure. The government was under pressure to supposedly account for the anti-immigrant protests and violence that we saw. And what Minister Lamola and the guys at DERCO managed to do was to turn that matter around, where instead of wanting to focus on South Africa, have a broad conversation about migration challenges that we have on the continent, which shines a spotlight on those specific countries as well, to account for the contributing factors that would see their citizens making their way to other countries, including South Africa. In the Free State, biological leader.
How are you?
I'm right, the new biological leader.
The last time I spoke to you, today is 6 days. You ran away from me, faster than retired Usain Bolt.
Sorry?
The last time I spoke to you on the 15th of last month.
Okay.
You just ran away from me just like retired Usain Bolt.
How did I run away from you, biological leader?
No, I was talking to you. You started asking me questions that people like me were doing something good on the ground. When I gave you my quantity of beef, then you ran away. I was talking to myself for about 3 minutes. When I checked, you're long gone.
I don't remember that, Mren. I'm
No, this is the second time, Koketo.
Heaven.
Anyway, Koketo. you're not the only one. I've been having this problem on national radios and print media for decades. And people, journalists have been running away from me. Some of them are in graveyard now. Some of them are retired. So I don't really know what is it that I should do in order to be given a platform to speak about godly blessing that God has blessed me with. So it simply means people are rejecting the blessing that God has blessed me with, and the country must rather ban because they're excluding the person that's supposed to put out the fire in the country. So I don't understand, really, what is it that I should do? Last time you spoke to Mbazi Mashilowa,
yes,
you gave Mbazi Mashilowa so much time to speak, and I can't speak like that time you gave to Mbazi Mashilowa. And Mbazi Mashilowa is one of the principal spinal cord who destroyed this country. I don't know what is it that you expect to benefit from Mbazi now. I really don't understand.
Mbazima Shilowa was invited because of a particular view that he held, and we, as you know, I'm sure you remember what we were discussing at that time. You might take issue with the fact that we invited him because of a view that you hold of him, but you can't take callers out for inviting one of the former political leaders in the country, as we invite many other people. Should we make time and invite you?
This is what I've been asking, but I've been sent from pillar to post. I've been to TV, I've been to Morning Live, I've been everywhere. They're sending me from pillar to post. I don't understand, Koketo, because politicians are leaders that have been just decided overnight that so-and-so premier, so-and-so tomorrow are an MEC. And that is the criteria that you people think that it's important to interview such people that have been parachuted in political stage. They've got no clue of leadership.
Okay, biological leader there. Maybe we can make time and invite him. Mr. Denzel in Kimberley, good morning.
Good morning, Koketo.
Carry on. You don't have time. Don't react. Do not react. You don't have time. Sorry, Denzel. You don't have time. Go ahead.
Okay, so two-pot system. SARS, I'm asking you, I'm begging you to review your two-pot system, the percentage you deduct. Secondly, when they're supposed to give you our tax return, or that smaller amount that they're supposed to give us back come June, July, they don't, because according to SARS, if you do draw from your two-pot system, you have money. So SARS, you are doing a lot of things right. But look at that percentage you deduct from the two-pot system. If you're supposed to get 13,000 Koketo, when SARS is done, you end up with 8,000, some couples 500 in your account. It's not SARS's money. And who wants to, and Kathy used to have a show where that guy, Mr. Hirsch.
Yes.
Ryan Hirsch, I don't know what his name. He used to warn us that stay away. Hirsch, I don't know what his name. He used to warn us that stay away from this two-pot system because the main issue is SARS.
I remember
the unions are
warning.
doing nothing about it. They're supposed to defend us and talk for us, but they are useless. I hope one day we can have a commission that look at the Department of Labor, that starts looking at bargaining councils, and these unions.
Okay.
They will come.
Mr. Denzel, apologies there, but we are out of time. Abo Nopal, Zolinzima Vibe, are you listening? It's 8:30. And Musa's got the latest.
Thanks, Koketso. Good morning. In the headlines, the High Court in Pretoria will today hear an update from the legal team of former Speaker of the National Assembly, Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, on its planned application for the withdrawal of her corruption charges. The bail application of suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi and 5 co-accused is expected to continue in the Brakpan Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg today. And 7 people, including 5 Americans and Ecuador's intelligence chief, have been killed in a helicopter crash in Kenya's Samburu County. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, Joburg's N3 North is the standout, heaviest queue there as far as the highways are concerned. You're sitting between the Geldenhuys interchange and Modderfontein Road. Behind that, the M12 and R24 routes are pretty badly backed up, coming in from Ekurhuleni to try and get into that N3 North return up into the Edenvale area. R24 towards the airport, starting to queue towards Barber Road, N1 North up to Winnie Mandela. Looks like an issue just before you get to the Winnie Mandela 4 ways off ramp, so slow with the queue back towards Randburg side. Pretoria easing up nicely. The R55 very slow coming out of Laudium though, and if you're bypassing that, taking Roger Dyson, there's some traffic light troubles at Monument Road, so that section of Roger Dyson on towards Iufi stays very slow. Durban, earlier crash, M4 into town at Victoria Embankment's being clear, that traffic starting to move through. A crash on the N3 outbound near Pavilion Mall, and those two breakdowns are still with us, one after Queen Nandi, one after Umgedi on the N2 going south, so two queues to work through there. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton still all clear if you're wondering about that. Cape Town, N2 through Somerset West, just slow, particularly around the Hazelden junction. So between sort of Somerset West and Gordons Bay, a little bit of an unusual backlog out there this morning. Cape Town's M1 inbound from Plattercliff to the city centre's busy. M3 from the top of Wynberg Hill, heavy all the way to Hospital Bend. The M5 queuing up from Racecourse Road up towards the N2 highway. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
With days away from that Springbok versus All Blacks game, I was reading an article about how Rassie Erasmus is supposedly playing mind games there, and there's a All Black, I forgot his name, who said Rassie Erasmus's antics are akin to like a thug life approach to rugby.
Thug life, Rassie. That suits him. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. He does have a bit of a poker face, but yeah, you know what they say, hey? The chess master, he's been playing this game even before the first whistle. So exciting to look at how the Springboks, who have done more than just prepare on the training field ahead of Saturday's opening test against New Zealand. A report suggesting Rassie Erasmus and his coaching staff have carefully analysed the All Blacks during their tour matches against South African franchises, gathering valuable insight into their tactics. With the team to be named later today, the psychological battle is already well underway. More news now, this time from the other national front. Banyana, one step closer to discovering their route to the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. The South Africans will learn their playoff opponents when the draw takes place in Zurich this afternoon. Coach Desiree Ellis says there's no room for error, with only the top two teams advancing to the final stage of qualification.
I think not qualifying was obviously disappointing, but we showed against Nigeria that we wanted this opportunity to give us that fighting chance. And I think we're all probably going back and reflect of what we can do better. It's a tough road, but if we have aspirations, we've got to put everything into it and leave no stone unturned. We've got to make sure that whatever happens, that we can step off that field and said, I've given everything.
On to cricket, 3 uncapped youngsters have earned their first Proteas women's call-ups for next month's historic 5-match T20 International Series against Zimbabwe in Bulawayo. Steamer Intabising Nini, fellow quick Caitlin Vingard and spinner Luyanda Nzuza headline a youthful 15-player squad, with coach Mandla Mashimbi saying the series is an opportunity to reward the next generation of South African talent. And finally, athletics preparations for the historic 100th Comrades Marathon are officially underway, despite the ongoing dispute between the Comrades Marathon Association and Athletics South Africa. Organisers launched next year's centenary race in Durban, with CMA chairperson Mark Leathers insisting the focus remains on celebrating one of the world's most iconic ultra marathons.
The road to 2027 and beyond is about more than a date on a calendar. It's about honouring every runner, every volunteer, every supporter, every partner, and every leader who has carried this race forwards across the generations. So let's embrace the centenary journey with pride, gratitude, excitement, and a sense of occasion.
All right, we've crossed the finish line for now on the National Briefing Sport. John Gericke is waiting just around the bend at around 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. And we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
Yo, yo, listen, casual day, yo. One beat, one drum, hear the sound. Let the rhythm move around. Beats is one, rhythm matters. Sticker on, bring your beats. Friday, 4 September, hit the streets. Join the cause, it's casual day. .co.za. Beats is one.
This is a SABC supported initiative.
As a business owner, you're always looking for ways to save money. But have you looked at saving on your business insurance premium? With OUTsurance Business Insurance, you could save big, like Bosmansdam High School.
We were with our previous insurance for 10 years plus before switching to OUTsurance Business Insurance.
We are saving 3,705 Rand per month.
It was so quick and easy, we should have switched sooner.
Ready to switch and save? Visit outsurance.co.za or call 08600 60,000 today. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
At 22 minutes to 9, earlier we got that call from Mike in Newlands taking issue with what he says, the ANC's failure to promote African languages in our schools since 1994. A couple of your reactions to that via the voice note.
Good day, Kogetso. Hey, did Mike just make an excuse and blame the ANC? This is amazing, man. It's surely 2026. Blaming the ANC for not learning a language. You know, like when people want to learn Spanish or other languages such as French, they go to the extreme limit. But to learn isiZulu, it's now ANC's fault. Allah.
Koketso, this is Musa from Gatugusa. I want to help Mike from Newlands give him a quick Zulu lesson. We begin with the ANC, African National Congress. We call it in Zulu, Ukongolose. I hope Mike is beginning to learn isiZulu or isiXhosa. Thank you, Koketso.
Okay, that's one way to do it. Let's go to Durban. Mapalob, good morning.
Good morning, Sawona Kokeso. Great show, Budia. I really appreciate your engaging us.
Thank you,
That's
sir.
a quick response, and I'm calling it a concerned citizen in response to an earlier comment that if Joburg is fixed, everything else will be fine. I want to differ with that for the following reasons, very briefly. We're dealing with a failed governance, and we're dealing with an ANC-led government failure for 30 years. Characterized by corruption. The list of that government failure for 30 years. Characterized by corruption. The list of the problems that we're faced with now. We have got these crises that I don't think the government is even able to deal with them. Unemployment, one of them. Economy not growing. Illegal immigrants. National dialogue that's never there. And amongst others, local government, municipality failure. So those are the things that we are dealing with countrywide. And this is a ticking time bomb that we're sitting on. If current government is not taking away now, they'll never see the light of the day come November, when we shall be putting our mark on that ballot. Failed government and failed ANC-led government for 30 years.
All right.
What we're dealing with.
Thank you very much over there in Durban. We stay in that city. Crispin, good morning.
Good morning. I wanted to respond to what Tessa Oakley-Smith said. And there was a comment yesterday by Kathy about racial mistrust between races. But we also need to expand it. I don't disagree with her. We need to see the fuller picture. And that's the degree of deep mistrust within racial groupings and so on. And I mean, for example, I was a white member of an otherwise black organization at one point, and like there were so many different ways in which disagreements would open up in a really very, very hostile way. And it goes to what happened to people at a very deep level through this history. It's not only shown in terms of racial inequalities and racial division. It's also within each group that we can identify.
All right. Thank you for your thoughts there. In Durban, that is Crispin, commenting on the conversation had with Mum Terry Oakley-Smith and some more responses to that conversation via the voice note.
Good morning, SAFM listeners. Good morning, family.
More responses to that conversation via the voice note.
Good morning, SAFM listeners. Good morning, family. A very important topic. Very, very important topic. I loved the idea of cultural integration on the issue of national reconciliation. I would like to find out, if possible, what programs does the Department of Arts, Sports and Culture have to actually bring us together. I love the idea of learning each other's languages and so on. I know it's more of a personal responsibility and so on, and interest in the manner. But what programs do they have to merge us together from all the languages of the country? Thank you so much.
Good morning, Koketo. It's Andilo from Cape Town. Oh, your contributor has touched a lot of important things. She hit the nail on the head, Koketo, on all the aspects and all the examples that you from Cape Town. Oh, your contributor has touched a lot of important things. She hit the nail on the head, Koketo, on all the aspects and all the examples that he made. Truthfully, really, we need to promote our African languages so that we can understand each other. We can understand where we come from. I like the examples that she made about the funerals, the soccer team and the rugby teams. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing, Koketo.
Thank you very much for those responses there. And a reminder that the reality check continues with Terry Oakley-Smith. Reminder that the reality check continues with Terry Oakley-Smith tomorrow at 8 on the national briefing. Back to your calls. Nakedi in Mpumalanga. Good morning, Nakedi.
Good morning, Mr. Gugget. How are you?
All right, and you? What's on your mind?
On my mind, I want to concur with the lady that she was speaking about, Joburg.
Yes.
Joburg is in mess, my brother. I don't know where did we go wrong. Like, honestly. Last week I tried to call on this radio that maybe we can call the premier. That what's going on? Because it seems like it's what's going on? Because it seems like it's an organization. It's no more like people that they destroying only. It seems like it's real organization to bring Joburg down.
Which organization is that?
Maybe I'm not sure because I don't have a proof of that. But
no matter, you can't say things you don't have a proof of. You've got an organization that wants to bring Joburg down. What is that organization?
According to the
Hey, no, not too sure what happened there. We seem to have some issues. You heard that noise, ne? Maybe it's that organization that wants to bring Joburg down, and they decided they want to bring down the telephone lines. Some more of your voice notes, 0614 104 107.
The failure of Johannesburg is the failure of the country. There is nothing like that. Johannesburg is just a drop in the ocean in this country. We have 9 provinces here. So we need not to be reduced to zero simply because Johannesburg is failing. You see, there are many things that are being done in these provinces. Goliath, Boki.
Hi, Koketo. Earlier from Durban. The lady you spoke to was quite right. There's such a power struggle going on between the political parties in Johannesburg. They're busy fighting each other. Instead of concentrating on service delivery and infrastructure and so on, and helping the residents, Yeah, and that's my take. And there's an old saying, united we stand, but divided we fall. Errol, Devon.
Thank you very much, Errol, for your voice notes as well. A couple of those who agree and others disagreeing with the points raised by Mayor Oakley Smith, and also not forgetting Anne Bernstein as well. The question of where is the Premier, that I think it was Nakedi raising it. What happened to the plan? Remember there was that intervention, the president came and they had a meeting, there was Panyaza Lesufi, there was Dada Morero, the mayor, and then there was the announcement of the bomb squad by Mayor Tata. What happened to the bomb squad? The bomb squad that included people like Ndade Snuki Zikalala. There were a couple of people that were being brought in as a bomb squad to deal with the challenges in Joburg. What happened to the bomb squad? Nageri in Mpumalanga, we were cut off there, unfortunately.
Okay, I wanted to say the way I look in Joburg, it doesn't seem it's only the Toti fella. It seems like there is a certain parties who want to sabotage other parties.
Who are those parties?
I can say there is maybe, let me say, MK, because they're fighting with the ANC.
What did they do? What did MK do to sabotage the ANC in the city, for the city to look like it does?
Yo, it's worse, my brother.
No matter what did Baidi saying? What did the MK do?
Okay, let me withdraw those words, because I'm gonna end up saying I don't have the proof of that. But it's worse. That is why I'm saying sometimes I'm asking that you can invite Mr. Panyaza Lesufi and his cabinet to answer for it. What's going on?
What about Dada Morero, the mayor?
Oh, he's still existing. Okay, so did you ever drive from airport to Pretoria? R21?
Yeah.
These big lights, every day, they steal the lights.
I'm in Joburg, brother. I know the problems. I'm shocked at the state of Johannesburg, having lived in Cape Town for so many years.
This side, from this side of Boksburg, there's no more light.
Yeah. Nagedi, let's leave it there. Nagedi in Mpumalanga. Panyaza Lesufi, you must come and account for the city. According to Nagedi seemingly does not believe that Dada Morero, the mayor, is anywhere to be seen. Petros in Mokopane, good morning.
Hi, Kokecha, how are you?
Yapela Papalena.
Yes, I'm Petros from Mokopane. Man, Kokecha, I wanted to comment on the issue of promotion of indigenous languages. You know, I'm so devastated and I'm so worried about the way in which the SABC is killing our languages. You know, this is what is happening, Kokecha. We have dramas in the SABC that are meant for a particular province or a particular language group. But when you check Skim Sam was mainly meant for the people of Limpopo, Sepedi, Sisonga, Chivenda. But if you can check in Skim Sam, there is no one who speaks Chivenda, no one who speaks Sisonga. It's only Sepedi and broken Sepedi as well. Broken. They are killing the language. And when you check in the other dramas in the SABC, you have, I don't really know their names, but they are meant for Zulus, they are meant for Xhosas. You can't hear Sepedi in those dramas. You can't hear Xitsonga in those dramas. You can't hear Chivenda in those dramas. You can't hear African dramas. But in our Skim Sam, it's meant for Limpopo. Hey, there's a lot of Zulu, there are a lot of Xhosa, a lot of English, but it was meant for Limpopians, Chivenda, Xitsonga, and Sepedi. So SABC is killing our languages. And another thing, it's also our radio stations. I was listening to Tom and FM yesterday. The language is so broken. They are Sepedi is not promoted at all. So they are killing the language because the way in which they are using the language is not the way it should be used. And when you try to talk to them about the proper uses of the language, hardly 2 minutes after you have talked to them, your same very mistake they'll repeat. I was called by one guy yesterday, very angry about the way in which language Sepedi is used in Tobela FM. Then he asked me to talk to them. Please talk to these people. They are smashing. They're digging a big hole.
I can't speak to obviously other languages, but I do ponder on the idea of a particular TV show is meant for a particular group of people in a particular part of the country. The idea that Skeem Saam is meant for Bapedi in Limpopo, for example. Is that the case, or is it about the drama itself, is about the storytelling that so happens to be in that particular language? And also the idea of a language, and yes, there's a need to respect our languages, but in a storytelling form, do we not allow for there to be room in how a story is told? And isn't there a restriction that we're placing on a particular character whom we know, but he must, speak in a particular way, otherwise we question the legitimacy of that person? How do we navigate this? And there's a lot of legitimacy in the points that the Petros has raised as well. You might have thoughts on this. 8 minutes to 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Still a couple of delays around Pretoria. Roger Dyson coming away from the industrial side towards the Eupheus is slow, and no traffic lights on the R55 leaving Laudium, so it's quite a backlog there. N1 North, very slow up to the William Mandela off-ramp this morning. Delays from Malabongwe. N3 from Bedfordview up through Gilulis on towards Modderfontein, heavy. Behind that, the N12 and R24 routes are pretty badly backed out coming from Ekurhuleni to get into that N3 to go north, and a crash on your way to the airport this morning on the R24. Approaching the Barbara Road exit. Crossing to Durban, that earlier crash on the M4 Southern Freeway going inbound, that's all cleared. Still a couple of breakdowns on the N2 between Inanda Road and Clare Road Bridge, so some delays as you take the N2 south down towards Spaghetti Junction. N3 outbound towards Pavilion has a crash and some delays from 4 level as well. Cape Town side, reasonably busy on the N1 heading into town. There's queues from Plattekloof all the way through really to about the city centre. Kuberg Road, Marine Drive coming into the M1 busy, and from the south the M5 through Rondebosch up to the N2 and the M3 from Newlands all the way through to Hospital Bend, both routes busy. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Your geyser would have hot water, but some people overloaded the transformer with their illegal connections. You're late again, and the robots don't work. Some people vandalized it for copper. The whole community doesn't have electricity because some people have been bridging meters for a small fee, and now the transformer has exploded due to overloading. Don't allow illegal connections by criminals to inconvenience you and your community. Report criminals to Eskom on 0800 11 2722 or the SAPS. Save your transformer. Save lives.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
Built in Mzansi, where we track how everyday South Africans are making real impact in their communities, changing their lives. And this morning, we speak to Tato Bosales, who is the founder and CEO of WMNR Naturals. They are a beauty manufacturer tapping into personal services sector such as hair care and really celebrating who they are. Tato, thank you very much for your time. Good morning.
A very good morning to you, Gogetso. How are you? And thank you so much for having me.
I am good, thank you. Natural product.
A very good morning to you, Koketo. How are you? And thank you so much for having me.
I am good, thank you. Natural products, hair care. I want to put it on record and say that that is something I have a sense of as a hairdresser to my daughter who's now 19. I know all about this world, and I'm giving an eye to Level, one of our producers here, saying, I hope you can talk about this. What do you mean? I know all about it. Natural hair care, but most importantly, just coming back to your business, Tato. Where did it all begin? How did we end up today where we are celebrating the work that you've done and what you've built?
WM&R started in 2016. This was when I was in university, and people were discovering YouTube channels. And I realized that there's a growth in awareness and people having informed choices of what they actually want to put on their hair and understanding natural hair and its beauty and its versatility. And I just thought, you know what? Our natural hair are like plants. So plant-based ingredients are best built for our hair. That's when it can show its beauty. It can be healthy when we use these plant-based ingredients. So I thought, what way better than to, create something that is going to help our community.
We don't have the best of line with you, and I hope you can maybe hold the phone differently, Tato, so that we make sure that we are able to hear you clearly. What are some of the products that you have? So let me give you an example. I've got natural dreads. Do you have something for me? You have something for my daughters who also natural hair, afros. What do you have? What can we buy from you?
Oh, no, 100%. Our WM&R consists of a lock method combo. So this combo is our moisturizing combo. It's the one that we need to use each and every day because our natural hair is basically needing only moisturizing. So this lock method combo is a hair growth oil and a shea butter cream.
I've learned all about shea butter. Lebo, I know all about shea butter, by the way, just for the record. I know the benefits of shea butter. My 7-year-old son, I used to do his hair. We used to use shea butter. So thank you very much. I'm going to keep looking at him with an evil eye. Well, one yard, to be very honest. WM&R, where are your products available, Tato? Because I know that also you're looking at also entering the retail space.
Oh, no, 100%. We are based in Postmasburg, Wichoko location. So we manufacture our hair here. So those are the challenges that we face also because we need space and, we need access to marketing. So such challenges we do face.
But you are making progress. You are happy. I mean, what are your highlights? Very briefly, what do you celebrate the most right now in your journey?
Well, I would say that I celebrate women knowing so much about natural hair and embracing it right now because the compliments that I get each and every day because we live in this community and I myself am a natural hair care. I'm a natural woman.
Understood. We really celebrate you this morning. Thank you very much for also just reminding all of us of the importance of not only homegrown business, but a homegrown business that centers on natural hair care. Thank you very much for your time this morning. That is Tato Bosialetse, founder and CEO of WM&R Naturals. That is where we wrap National Briefing for this morning. Very, very odd experience I just had now. So, of course, Joanne Joseph is up with the Daily Discourse. And then I'm looking across the glass, and there's Joanne about to do a thing, step into the studio. And then on the TV is Joanne as well, promoting her show on SABC. So I wasn't sure which Joanne I'm actually looking at. Let's leave it at that for this morning. Thank you very much to the team, Tumpo, Stanza, Kanya, Lebu as well. Back on the national briefing tomorrow at 6. Good morning.
In our top stories, Mapisa Nqakula's legal team to update court on bid to drop charge, and Mkhwanazi and 5 co-accused back in court for bail proceedings. Good morning. The High Court in Pretoria will today hear an update from the for bail proceedings. Good morning. The High Court in Pretoria will today hear an update from the legal team of former Speaker of the National Assembly, Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula, on its planned application for the withdrawal of her corruption charges. Mapisa Nqakula has pleaded not guilty to 12 counts of corruption and 1 count of money laundering. Her legal team has argued that the state's evidence is weak to secure conviction after the prosecution officially closed its case. Zara Groenewald reports.
Last week, the defense of Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula informed the court that it intended to bring an application for a discharge in terms of Section 174 of the Criminal Procedure Act. The defense argues that the state has failed to present sufficient evidence to justify putting her to her defense. The court is expected to hear an update on the application today and determine the next step in the proceedings.
The bail application of suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and 5 co-accused is expected to continue in the Brakpan Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg today. The accused are facing charges of murder and defeating the ends of justice. The charges are in connection with the killing of businessman Emmanuel Mbense in April of 2022. Rifilwe Mekwa reports.
The cross-examination of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate's investigating officer is expected to continue today, with the defense putting its questions to the witness. The state is opposing bail, raising concerns that if the accused are released, remaining witnesses may not survive until the trial. The investigating officer has also questioned the accused's version of events surrounding Benson's death. Mkhwanazi is fighting for bail following his 4th criminal arrest.
A 27-year-old man has been arrested in Klerksdorp in the northwest in connection with the killing of his 37-year-old girlfriend. It's not clear when the killing happened. Within hours of releasing the suspect's details, residents of Joburton spotted him and informed officers. National Police spokesperson Ethlenda Mate.
The suspect has since been arrested and will be transported back to Johannesburg, where he will face the full might of the law for the murder of his girlfriend. Lieutenant General Dimbani has welcomed the swift response from the community and the media, emphasizing that this arrest demonstrates the power of a united society. Lieutenant General Dimbani has welcomed the swift response from the community and the media, emphasizing that this arrest demonstrates the power of a united society working alongside the police. The acting national commissioner has further urged communities to continue speaking up and provide the police. The acting national commissioner has further urged communities to continue speaking up and providing information to the police whenever they recognize wanted suspects.
7 people, including 5 Americans and Ecuador's intelligence chief, have been killed in a helicopter crash in Kenya's Samburu County. The helicopter was flying to the Loisaba Wildlife Conservancy when it went down. All 6 passengers and the pilot were killed. Difficult terrain and a fire is hampering recovery efforts. And finally, Ukrainian officials said difficult terrain and a fire is hampering recovery efforts. And finally, Ukrainian officials say 8 people have been killed and more than 30 others wounded in overnight Russian missile attacks on Kyiv. An air raid alert has been issued for most of Ukraine because of the threat of further Russian attacks. The BBC's Vitaly Shevchenko has more.
A children's hospital suffered damage, a school where people are trapped in the shelter. There's a 9-story residential buildings where the authorities say the upper floors have been completely destroyed. The building is on fire. Warehouses are on fire. There's one video showing a huge column of fire taller than a 9-story building in the town of Brovary outside Kiev. So the death toll is very likely to rise.
Recapping the top story, the High Court in Pretoria will today hear an update from the legal team of former Speaker of the National Assembly, Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, on its planned application for the withdrawal of her corruption charges. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
From yesterday's headlines to tomorrow's questions, 90 years of conversation.
Happy 90th anniversary to the SAFM, the heartbeat of the nation. We do not see you necessarily, we hear you, but we see you in our hearts as you deliver national and international news. May you soldier on against the challenges of digital change and adapt. We will be with you through thick and thin. All of the very best. Your trusted listeners. Umelelo Bond Nyoka. Thank you.
South Africa has changed. SAFM has evolved. The conversation continues. SAFM. SAFM.
The people are no longer interested in having equal rights with the white people in South Africa. They want the tables to be turned so that the white man can get a taste of his own medicine and feel what it was like to be oppressed.
Seychelles gained independence in 1976. A small nation with a global tourism reputation. Tourism and fishing drive the economy. A small nation with a global tourism reputation. Tourism and fishing drive the economy. One of Africa's highest income countries per capita. But challenges remain. Climate change, rising sea levels, and economic dependence on tourism.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
It's 5 o'clock on Wednesday, the 1st of March, and this is SAFM 104 to 107.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael. A very, very happy 100th birthday to you. This is Radio Stefan. You tell us about yourself a little bit. When you came to South Africa and what you did.
Well, I arrived in South Africa in the early days.
And the time just coming up to 7 minutes to 6 South African time, which is 3 hours 53 Greenwich Mean Time.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. SAFM.
Mauritius gained independence in 1968, a small island that transformed itself through vision and stability. Finance, tourism, technology, and manufacturing power the economy, often recognized for strong governance and economic growth. Yet challenges remain: rising living costs, climate risk, and economic inequality. Still, Mauritius continues to evolve with confidence and innovation.
Business sector, there isn't any growth and there isn't any injection from the government to say, hey, let's rather expand sectors so that we can handle the capacity of graduates being produced yearly,
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. SAFM.
At the current rate that unemployment is increasing, and parallel to that, we have more and more graduates also graduating, but we have no way to fit the graduates. We have no way, why? Because the focus is on school and graduating, but there isn't, especially in the business sector, there isn't any growth and there isn't any injection from the government to say, hey, let's rather expand sectors so that we can handle the capacity.
The Central African Republic gained independence in 1960, a country rich in resources yet deeply affected by instability. Agriculture and mining support the economy, but decades of conflict, political unrest, and humanitarian crisis have shaped daily life.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. SAfm.
Reflecting on back what we had then is the fact that yes, we have education now, but stuff like education being free is one of the struggles.
Sao Tome and Principe proves that small nations can still shine bright. In every island, in every forest, in every wave, there is peace. Sao Tome and Principe, peaceful, tropical, and resilient.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter.
10 minutes past 9. Good morning and welcome to the Daily Discourse on this Thursday edition of the program. Great to be with you. I'm Joanne Joseph and the team is with you. Ndabi Singh standing in for Melissa today. Ginilwe producing the show, taking your calls. Tuto is on sound. And of course to be with you, I'm Joanne Joseph and the team is with you. Ndabi Singh standing in for Melissa today. Ginilwe producing the show, taking your calls. Tuto is on sound. And of course remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814 or go to our website and listen live there. We're also live streaming our broadcast, that is video streaming it, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads all the podcasts onto our website. You can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. Remember our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Love to hear from you over the course of the show. Please send us a voice note, send us a text, or as I said, give us a call if you'd like to have a chat. Let me tell you what's on the menu today before we start with our open line. We're talking about the issue of public participation in the electricity tariffs issue. You know that we did quite a deep dive into the issue of electricity yesterday, the tariffs, how those are likely to change, and the revised tariffs that the electricity minister is working on at the moment. But having done that, are you going to have your say, right? Because it's going to open up for public comment, and we need you to stand up and say, this is what we will accept and this is what we won't. And so we're going to speak to someone by the name of Lorna Sithole. She's a marketing director at Just Power Mzansi. She's going to talk us through exactly how you go about it. If you want to object, if you want to add your voice to the call, now that you have this information in hand, I'd encourage you to do that. So we'll chat to her about that after 9:30 in fact. And then we're catching up again with the Auditor General of South Africa. You know, they're turning 115 years old this year, and we're slowly, every time we speak to them, getting a little bit deeper into learning about the organization and what they do in South Africa and how they hold power to account for every cent that is spent in our names. And so we're going to have that conversation with Dr. Tami Zakode a bit later. And then after 10 o'clock, we're talking about the NPA opting not to prosecute some high-profile cases. You know that one of our callers actually mentioned that yesterday, and we thought we really must follow up on this. The EFF chair in Parliament has been very instrumental in getting this issue out and asking the questions about what happened to all these cases and why they were not prosecuted. So we'll chat to her today about what she understands to be the problem with the reduced prosecutions, shall we say, fewer than expected as we would as members of the public. And then a very, very interesting topic that I would love to hear from you on a little bit later on after 10:30. You know, you may have heard what Naledi Pandor, the former education minister, and I think she's the Chancellor of Northwest University at the moment. You may have heard what she had to say about the issue of the new Afrikaans University, Afrikaans Medium University that's being built in Pretoria. She said this is not acceptable to her. And I was wondering, is it an opportunity, right, for members of the coloured community who are Afrikaans speaking to find a new home? Because I think we can commonly accept that the public universities in the country have largely moved towards English medium in the last few years. Consequently, many other students who speak other languages as their first languages may be feeling alienated from it, not least coloured people who are moving into a space where, where English is the dominant medium. So I was wondering, can these Afrikaans medium universities potentially become a home to the coloured population that is largely underrepresented in student bodies, particularly among coloured men? So we're going to have that conversation with Christoph van der Riede from the F.W. de Klerk Foundation a bit later on. He wrote a beautiful piece in News 24 that I thought was worth exploring with him today. And then we're catching up with Dr. Imran Kika. He's going to tell us, he's going to respond to something one of our listeners brought us last week, a complaint about the transport that's being used to take people back and forth to hospital in Kokstad in KwaZulu-Natal. And apparently the bus they used to take people back and forth to hospital in Kokstad in KwaZulu-Natal. And apparently the bus they're using is not in very good shape. So we're going to ask Dr. Kika, who always intervenes in these, what he's able to do, or what he's been able to do to help. And then again, another interview that we're doing a little bit later on. We're having a discussion with someone that one of our listeners called for specifically, Krivani Pillay, former SAFM host. She's going to be with us from 10 past 11, and for about 10 minutes we're going to be chatting with her about her memories of SAFM and what it was like to be here in its heyday as that transition to democracy took place. And then what I think is a really interesting issue, especially if you have children who are on Facebook or Instagram. I know Facebook is not big among young people in this country. Instagram is much bigger among the other social media platforms they use. But there's a massive case underway in the United States where Meta, the owner of Instagram and Facebook, is being held to account by, I think it's 29 federal states, right? They've taken the social media provider to court, and they are saying you took advantage of our children. And what you did resulted in addiction, it resulted in anxiety, depression, suicide, all manner of things, and you harvested their information without their permission. So this could, if they actually win this case, if the states win, this could run into hundreds of trillions of dollars in terms of the fine that Meta will have to pay. So that is a hugely interesting case. All right, I'm going to start by taking your calls right now because it is our open line. Dwaisa Zingolweni is on the line to us. Dwaisa, good morning. You want to talk about Fadil Adams' testimony?
Indeed. Good morning to you, Joy, and to the SFM listeners. I have 2 quick points. I think we must be very, very worried as a country by people like Fadil Adams. To me, he has made very, very serious allegations, and guess what? He has no facts. Absolutely nothing. Why I'm saying this, remember Fadil Adams appeared before ad hoc committee with the very same number of serious allegations, but there were no facts. Nothing whatsoever. And the country is in this mess because of people like Adams. As you know, the Section 27, which was in the center of everything that happened at IDEC. And to me, I regard him as in the same as one of the members of the same WhatsApp group as your Brown Mahotri, your Merity Haas, your Paul O'Sullivan,
yes,
and the rest.
Yeah, I understand why he's saying that.
Yeah, and to back what I'm saying, yesterday already, his first day of giving his evidence, he has considered twice that he lied before the commission. So it's really worry to me. And quickly fast forward to my second point. I'm asking a question, Joanne. My second point. I'm asking a question, Joanne. Is this the leadership we have in South Africa? Is this really the best we have? But the answer at the same time is that we have lots of these so-called leaders who rise from grassroots levels by virtue of just singing political songs, singing the political songs, and chanting political slogans.
Yeah,
and
unfortunately, I think they're charismatic, Dwaisa. That's
exactly.
Part of it, is that they've got the gift of the gab. And people are attracted to their charisma or what they perceive as their dynamism. But I wonder whether there's any depth there at all.
Exactly, that's precisely my point. So to me, I doubt if there is. And unfortunately, they rise up to the very same level of Fadil Adams, where he finds himself as a national leader, but there's no leadership. There's no leadership at all, and he finds himself as a national leader, but there's no leadership. There's no leadership at all, and it's worrying to me. It's very worrying, and thanks. That's all that I have to contribute
No,
with.
thank you for sharing those thoughts with us. Sikhatli in Mankweng is on the line to us. You want to talk about the electricity issue, Sikhatli? Hi.
Hi, Gigi, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. Go for it, Sikhatli.
But just tell me, those guys, when they think of compromising a certain percentage in ESCOM, what are they solving? Because they said the other one will be private and then ESCOM will remain with a certain percentage. Actually, I like it when it comes there. Because are they trying to solve or telling us that they are actually failing to collect the money that other companies or the part of the government owing ESCOM or even individuals, especially in the location, I'm not shy to say Alexandra, Soweto, and other part of the government owing ESCOM or even individuals, especially in the location, I'm not shy to say Alexandra, Soweto, and other locations that are so famous. They don't pay electricity, those people. So the electricity is only payable by the people that are basically in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and other provinces. But those in Gauteng, are they scared? Are they, what they don't have to have the instrument that is going to force them to get those people to pay electricity together with the government-owned companies.
Yes. So Khatli, we don't have a good line to you, so I apologize for that. But, I think you're raising a very important issue, and it's an issue that our analyst, Tsepo Khadima, actually raised on the show yesterday. He spoke about the fact that municipalities don't have the capability to do revenue collection when it comes to electricity, and consequently he said that function should be taken out of their hands. I mean, I wonder whether you need an organization like SARS or people with that skill set to be brought in to actually manage that, because the municipalities are not managing that at all. And it's a widespread thing. It is all over the country that you've got a spread of municipalities that are not collecting correctly, and then of course they end up owing Eskom money because they're not able to collect all the money they need to, and then Eskom feeds it back to us in tariffs, right? The tariffs go up because of that shortfall. And what also bothers me is that when they do so-called load reduction, otherwise known as power cuts, in reality, the people who have paid are also penalized by that. So, it is a very worrying situation indeed, but I think that revenue collection needs to be handed to someone else. Let's take a short break. When we come back, we'll take more of your calls.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Running a truck fleet business in this economy is tough. Fuel, maintenance, staff, the costs never stop. That's why I switched to My Way Business Insurance. Now I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. These savings go a long way to keeping my fleet on the move.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your trucks and buses. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Heading for 23 past 9 on the program, Xolani in Mpumalanga is on the line to us. Xolani, good morning. Xolani, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Hi.
Hello,
there.
how are you?
I'm well, thank you. So tell me what's on your mind.
Okay, Joanne. Can you start with the Department of Education in Mpumalanga, please?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm in Komazi area, so we got the school here. It's Isibosho Primary School.
Yes.
So the school year, as per se, the school was due to be renovated.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who was the contractor of school. Each and every building that was there, they put the mobile classes. So they've been teaching into those mobile classes for some time, I think 2 or 3 years. Nothing has been done ever since. Now those mobile classes are disaster. Few weeks back there was a snake inside one class. So the principal decided to stop now learning. Kids got 2 weeks now. They're not going to school.
So
now
have the children been put in containers to learn, Xolani?
Yes, those mobile classes they're using those ones, yes. So
Okay.
now for 2 weeks they're not going to school. And now the principal is telling us as parents we need to look for some other school, go to those other schools and ask for them to put our children there for this certain time, for these few months that left. Because that school is no longer safe for them to teach.
So who's supposed to do that? You are supposed to do that as parents or the school?
As parents.
What?
Yes. As
So
parents.
the Mpumalanga Education Department is not taking responsibility for where those children are placed while the school is unsafe to be in?
No, I can ask the principal. The principal is telling us it doesn't even know. It says that, I don't know the minister who announced which school was supposed to be renovated at that Mpumalanga, but the school was not even counted on. It says there's no budget, nothing for that school. And that school got like 700 plus kids.
Okay,
Yes.
let's do this, Xolani. We've got a lot of these requests, right? And they're in different parts of the country. I was just asking Gideowe to twig my memory because we did a story like this not so long ago where a parent... I was just asking Gideowe to twig my memory because we did a story like this not so long ago where a parent called in and said our kids are learning in mobile classrooms, the buildings are in a terrible mess, and that was in the Free State. So this is happening again in various parts of the country. We're going to have to follow this one up for you. My primary concern is that the children don't have a school to go to right now. They've been allocated to, you've been asked to allocate them to new schools, which is going to be a very, very difficult task for parents and is not up to you to do anyway. So we'll try and connect with the Mpumalanga Education Department. I'm going to put you back to Ginewe right now. She's going to get your details, the name of the school, etc., and then we'll do our best to follow up on that for you. All right, I'm going to listen right now. She's going to get your details, the name of the school, etc., and then we'll do our best to follow up on that for you. All right, I'm going to listen to some of your voice notes as well. One of you is asking about housing in Ekurhuleni.
Good morning, my sister. And
To some of your voice notes as well. One of you is asking about housing in Ekurhuleni.
Good morning, my sister and your producer and all the listeners of SAFM. My sister, can you invite for the Premier of Gauteng so that they must be able to answer those questions. 2017, we are registered for housing, and that project is based at Ekurhuleni in Katlehong. For those people who are staying at the backyard like you are renting, up until now, we don't know nothing what is going on about that project of that housing. Ever since we are waiting for housing, but those people that was registered for those housing, they said this project is gonna quickly come fast, but up until now, we don't know what's going on. Thank you.
And clearly you are contacting us because you've had no communication there. But thank you for flagging that with us. Look, we do try to follow up on as many requests as we can for interviews, for just phone calls to try and get things going in various departments that are not working for you or your children. Sometimes we don't have the resources to do all of them, but we really do try. And I promise, if it is within our power to follow up on these issues, then we will. One of you has a question about the Auditor General's report in Makanda.
Good morning, Joe and Joseph. The AG came to Makanda, but they didn't hold the municipality, the mayor, the speaker, the directors, the CFO, the MM. They didn't hold them to account for wasteful expenditure here. So I don't know what the job of the AG is, because nothing happened to those people. And now what's happened? They've given managers a huge salary increase, and it's backdated. And there's no money for that. But that speaker just bulldozed everybody and went ahead and did it.
Right. We're going to be having these conversations with the AGSA over the next few weeks. And what I'll do is I'm going to put this question to him off air. I will ask Ntabi Singh or Ginelwe to just tell him that we want more information on this. And then hopefully the next time we interview him, he'll be able to come back with more concrete information on whatever happened in Makhanda. One of you is commenting on Fadil Adams' character.
Good morning, JJ. Indeed, it is worrisome to have a questionable character like Fadil Adams as member of parliament, But sometimes we must blame ourselves as voters because we are part of creating the mafia state by voting these dodgy and questionable characters into parliament and become the member of parliament.
Thank you so much for that. I mean, I would say Fadil Adams is not the only person whose behaviour has raised these questions. Not the only person in Parliament, sorry, to be clear, whose behaviour has raised these questions. But I think you're right when you say, we must question our own role in this as voters, right? We vote for the political parties that then create lists, and we know that the names of certain individuals who are fairly high profile and vocal in these parties are going to go to Parliament. It was very likely they will go to Parliament, and we still choose. We choose those parties, and they in turn choose those individuals. And they end up being our representatives in Parliament. And right now the situation is such that it's not going to change. We're not going to be able to elect parliamentarians, so to speak, or elect a president and so on. We don't have that kind of capacity within our electoral system right now. But that is why sometimes we look at the people who are in Parliament and we start to question whether they're the people who should actually be there. Do they have the ability? Do they have the work ethic? Lawmaking. I was up till the early hours reading legal papers, and sometimes the mind boggles. You've got to reread things several times to understand them. Legality in general is the law is complicated. Legislation is complicated, and you wonder to yourself, was this person capable of actually, reading these kinds of papers and playing a role in devising the laws of our country or amending them? Sometimes that question does hang over your head. Not to speak of their behavior as well, but perhaps it's an ongoing conversation that we need to have here on the Daily Discourse. 9:30, and let's catch up with Anne Musa for your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the former mayor of Knysna in the Western Cape, Aubrey Tsengwa, has been shot dead. Police say 3 other people were wounded in the incident last night. The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, is back at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria, where he will continue to testify shortly. And the High Court in Pretoria will today hear an update from the legal team of former Speaker of the National Assembly, Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, on its planned application for the withdrawal of her corruption charges. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
9:32 on the Daily Discourse, and in a moment we're going to be talking about your responsibility as a citizen to play your part as a member of the public in commenting on the electricity tariff prices or rather tariffs. I'm going to have a conversation in a moment about that. Just want to listen to one of your voice notes also about the issue of Fadil Adams' testimony at the Matlanga Commission yesterday.
Juan, good morning. It's Laura Stenbeck. I'm very disappointed in a person called or who hold the position of Honorable Mr. Adams, addressing the commissioners as Buta, as chief. Oh, that was very horrible for me. Yeah, that's kind of honorable members we are producing. As long as you can have a political financial muscle and strength, then you'll be called honorable in our country. There is no good leadership I see in this Adams. Totally. It's horrible. Thank you, Silo. Bye.
Silo, thank you for that. And I thought of exactly the same thing, you know, when I heard him address Justice Matlanga that way. And you're addressing three very dignified people. Very educated people, very dignified people who conduct themselves in such a professional way, right? And you're sitting in front of them and you're calling them Buta and you're calling them chief, and as if you're chatting to your friend in your lounge at home. I was pretty taken aback at that, I must be honest. And I think decorum is one of the things that must accompany your behavior as a member of parliament. I was a little taken aback at his conduct on the stand yesterday. As if the man is in the midst of a social media, making a social media post or a reel. It's a serious space, and people need to treat that space where Justice Matlanga and his colleagues are trying to uncover the truth about some very serious, disturbing things that have happened in our country that have resulted in people dying. Right? People have died. You do not go and sit there and treat it like it's your lounge. I was really appalled at that. But keep those messages coming and tell me your lounge. I was really appalled at that. But keep those messages coming and tell me if you think I'm being too hard on Fadil Adams. All right, 9:35 on the Daily Discourse. And yesterday, as I said, we spent some time picking energy analyst and economist Tsepo Khadima's brain on Electricity Minister Kgosientsho Ramakgopa's new plans regarding electricity tariffs. The minister says he's been focusing on reducing tariffs and he's trying to be transparent about how tariff prices are agreed upon. But that conversation with Tsepo Khadima illuminated what may be possible weaknesses in the policy that National Treasuries approved. Fortunately, the next step involves public participation. Let's find out from Marketing Director at Just Power Mzansi, Lorna Sitole, why this is so important. Ms. Sitole, good morning and welcome to the Daily Discourse. Why is public comment so crucial at this stage of the process?
Morning, Joanne, and thanks for having me. So public comment matters because this policy is still very much being shaped. And once it's finalized, it'll influence how electricity is priced in South Africa and how the costs of the changing electricity system are being shared. So the ministry has specifically invited consumers like you and I, municipalities, businesses to comment before the policy is finalized. And it's critical at this stage of the process because if people only engage once the new pricing rules are already in place, we've really missed the most important opportunity to influence them.
So I want to ask you now, people are often intimidated by these processes, right? And they see them as something that, you know, only people who are very au fait with the tariffs, all the numbers and the regulations and that kind of thing can participate in. But of course, that's not true, Ms. Sitole. So if as an ordinary citizen who is interested in this and wants to have a say on this, you want to participate, how do you go about doing it?
Okay, so you know, there are two easy routes to go about participating in these sort of processes. So specifically with this process, people can submit directly to the government once the revised policy is published in the Government Gazette tomorrow, the 21st of August, by emailing their written comments to the department. Alternatively, organizations like us, Just Power Mzansi, can help make the process more accessible. So consumers and small businesses can visit our website and follow the guided process and tell us what matters to them and give us permission to submit their comments on their behalf. Now, I want to get to the meat of your question. What should people actually be saying? So first thing, very important, you don't need to be an electricity expert. You really need to focus on how the proposed changes could affect you, your household, and your business. It's important for you to be specific about what you want the government to consider, whether it be affordability, whether it be how the tariffs are structured, and most important, your household and your business. It's important for you to be specific about what you want the government to consider, whether it be affordability, whether it be how the tariffs are structured. You need to make sure that you're explaining why it matters to you. The department itself is asking for substantive comments about the practicality and the impact of the proposals.
That is really useful information. Now, some members of the public may already feel that experts have weighed in on the changes, so there isn't a need for them to participate. How do you respond to that, Ms. Dule?
So I think, experts are incredibly important, but expertise and lived experience, we know, are not the same thing. An economist or an energy expert can tell you whether a pricing model works on paper, but they cannot necessarily tell the government what another electricity increase means for a pensioner, means for a family that's already cutting back on essentials, or a small business that's fighting to keep its doors open. And that's exactly why public participation matters. The policy is trying to balance the sustainability of the electricity system with affordability and protection for vulnerable consumers. So government needs to hear directly from the people who will actually live with these decisions.
Does government actually listen to the people, Ms. Dole?
I think it's important to understand that a breakthrough doesn't always mean that an entire policy is scrapped or completely rewritten. Sometimes government listening to the people, it means that a concern is raised repeatedly by the public, is taken seriously. So a proposal, it looks like a proposal being amended, it looks like additional protections being introduced, or it looks like the government clarifying how something will work in practice. What public participation does is bring information into the process that policymakers may not otherwise have, particularly when it comes to how these decisions will affect people on the ground.
Right.
Just in closing, when enough people do raise a concern, that can absolutely influence government's final outcome.
That is the important part that I wanted to get to, the issue of critical mass. So, the more people comment, the more people share their lived experiences and the specifics on how high electricity tariffs have impacted to the issue of critical mass. So, the more people comment, the more people share their lived experiences and the specifics on how high electricity tariffs have impacted on their lives, their businesses and so forth, the more likely we are to see change. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, 100%. And I think it's also important that, these regulatory processes may look technical and intimidating from the outside, but they are public processes, and the public absolutely has a place in them.
That's good. That's good to remind our listeners of. I understand it's also possible for consumers and communities to comment on processes like the NERSA consultations, and of course NERSA is the organisation that determines the tariffs. At the end of the day, how would ordinary people go about that process?
So NERSA also regularly opens important electricity decisions for public consultation, and when that happens, they publish the consulting written comments. So consumers can absolutely submit directly to instructions for submitting written comments. So consumers can absolutely submit directly to NERSA. In some processes, there are also public hearings where people can register to make a presentation or simply to observe. And again, organizations like ourselves can play a role in making those processes easier to understand and helping ordinary consumers participate. We actually recently did just that during a NERSA consultation where we helped ordinary South Africans understand what was being proposed and formulate and submit their comments.
Have you experienced a situation?
Did just that during a NERSA consultation where we helped ordinary South Africans understand what was being proposed and formulate and submit their comments.
Have you experienced a situation where public participation has led to a breakthrough?
Yes. As I mentioned, I think, it's very important that, and as you mentioned as well, it's all it's all about the mass and the number of engagement that we get. Breakthrough doesn't always mean an entire policy is scrapped or rewritten, but it's really about when enough people raise a breakthrough. Doesn't always mean an entire policy is scrapped or rewritten, but it's really about when enough people raise a concern, they can absolutely influence the final outcome.
A last question on the issue of contacts, because you said that you would be happy as an organisation to actually collate this information that you receive from the public, and sometimes the public actually just feels a little more confidence if they have an expert acting on their behalf in that regard. How can people send you their submissions for further submission to the Electricity Minister?
So if people can visit our website, www.justpowermzansi.org, and, we have everything outlined there, step by step, how to submit your comments, and we guide you on the important things to include, so people can reach us there.
All right, so that's fabulous. Thank you so much for offering to do that for our listeners. Lorna Sitole, Marketing Director at Just Power Mzansi. And so, if you weren't persuaded before this interview to submit your comments, I'm going to ask you to please do that. Change your mind. We've got to, we had a good, I think we were very empowered by that interview with Tsepo Khadima yesterday, where he explained things so well, particularly about the issue of the tariff that he believes we should be paying, right? He has pegged it at 87 cents, and he says internationally that's the way it's being done in developing countries, and Eskom could actually come up with a rate of 87 cents per kilowatt hour. There's no reason that it needs to be 5 rand per kilowatt hour for an ordinary member of the public, and I think 60 odd cents for a business, for example, or a large multinational business. So please include whatever you can about that, about your life, how it's affected you, the specifics of what it means for your business and that kind of thing. And go onto this website, justpowermzansi.org, and have a look there, make your submission there, and all of those will be collated for you and sent through to the Electricity Minister.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
It's 5 o'clock on Wednesday, the 1st of March, and this is SAFM 104 to 107.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael. A very, very happy 100th birthday to you. This is Radio Today, phoning you. You tell us about yourself a little bit, when you came to South Africa and what you did. Well, Mr. Raphael, a very, very happy 100th birthday to you. This is Radio Today, phoning you. You tell us about yourself a little bit, when you came to South Africa and what you did.
Well, I arrived in South Africa in the early days.
And the time just coming up to 7 minutes to 6 South African time, which is 3 hours 53 Greenwich Mean Time.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. SAFM.
The people are no longer interested in having equal rights with the white people in South Africa. They want the tables to be turned so that the white man can get a taste of his own medicine and feel what it was like to be oppressed.
Seychelles gained independence in 1976. A small nation with a global tourism reputation, tourism and fishing drive the economy. One of Africa's highest income countries per capita. But challenges remain. Climate change, rising sea levels, and economic dependence on tourism.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education in partnership with the Auditor General South Africa.
Have you ever wondered how government is spending public money, which is your money? In the next few weeks, we're talking to the Auditor General of South Africa, a Chapter 9 institution established to support the country's democracy. This year, this important institution celebrates 115 years of public auditing and providing illuminating insights for a better South Africa. We'll take you on a journey to understand their work and how it impacts you, the citizen. Join this important conversation brought to you by the AGSA. Well, you heard us speak to the Auditor General of South Africa a couple of times in the last week and a bit. Now, the organisation is keen to inform the public about its duties and how it operates independently as a Chapter 9 institution that audits every department, parliament and legislatures, municipalities and public entities. So let's continue this conversation with the Acting Head of Audit at AGSA this morning. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Tami Zikode, Head of Audit at the AGSA. Lovely to have you on the programme. So, Dr. Zikode, your core business as an organisation is auditing. Just tell me what that entails.
Thanks a lot for having me, Joanne, and a very good morning to your listeners. Indeed, our core business is auditing, and for a lack of a better way, thanks a lot for having me, Joanne, and a very good morning to your listeners. Indeed, our core business is auditing, and for a lack of a better way than ensuring that the viewers, the listeners understand the concept of auditing is just a matter of confirming whether the checks and balances that are implemented by some of the institutions do work. So what we simply do when we audit, we go in to look at from the promises that have been made by the government institutions right through to implementation, whether that has been done, because the promises are actually made in the budgeting process. So at the beginning of each financial year, each and every one of the entities, departments in government is given a budget to fulfill a particular mandate and deliver certain services to the citizens. And when those departments and entities are doing that, they record the relevant transactions in the financial statements. And as and when they're recording these transactions in their financial statements, they then need to ensure that in their procurement processes, whatever they pay for, they comply with relevant laws and regulations. And once they've done that, they also need to ensure that the budget was actually spent for the intended purposes. So that is where the predetermined objectives comes in, which is what we normally term the service delivery. So when we conduct our audits, we check how the spending has occurred. Firstly, whether we are getting the document that supports that the spending was actually procured in a way which is consistent with applicable laws and regulations, which is compliance, and whether in getting those expenses processed in the financial statements, they are recorded accurately, which is the fair presentation part in the financial statements. Then we go further and say, now that we've looked at your spending and you've complied with the law, let's see whether when you spend the funds, you actually spent the funds in the way that you intended to spend them, in ensuring that you are providing the required services to the citizens of South Africa.
I mean, this is a huge... Yes, sorry. Please go on. Please go on, Dr. Zikode.
Just to conclude. Mm-hmm. So when we look at the spending, we actually look at, first of all, this is what you were going to do for the citizens of the country. Did you then do that, yes or no? And in doing that, did you use the most efficient way in procuring the tools and the implements that are required to deliver those services? And then lastly, did you actually account for it correctly? And in all these processes, that involves going through and scrutinizing hundreds and even thousands of transactions, documents, contracts, etc., for us to create or form an opinion on whether the financial statements are fairly presented.
I mean, that's a huge responsibility, Dr. Zikode, because you're going through everything with a tooth comb, but you've got to audit every public institution every year and report back to government and other institutions. I imagine your staff are working under extreme pressure to get this done to the best of your ability.
That's correct. Look, we conduct just over 1,000 audits per year for both cycles, which is the PFMA, the Public Finance Management Act cycle, as well as the MFMA, which is the Municipal Finance Management Act cycle. So there's 2 cycles in each year, comprising of just over 1,000 audits. We've got a staff establishment of over 4,000 colleagues that actually help us in conducting these particular audits. And indeed, this particular process is not an easy one, especially where you get to audit institutions that are not at the required level of maturity in terms of the financial management systems, the reporting systems, and service delivery systems. So when we pick up non-compliance issues, when we pick up poor service delivery issues, when we pick up poor preparation of financial statements, and we have to report those particular matters to the relevant authorities, including the oversight structures, it takes a huge effort in getting to the point where everybody understands what we're trying to communicate. But through our independence and maintaining a posture that says we're going to do right no matter what it takes, we are able to get our messages across, and we are getting to see that there are some changes that we're seeing. Yes, it's going to take time. It's not going to be quick and easy, but it will take time to ensure that at least the lived experiences of the citizens are improved. And that's the most important part of our work. Financial management is one thing, but service delivery is another thing, and that's the key thing. Why our focus on service delivery is the most important is the fact that if someone requires a life-saving service delivery today and they do not get it, chances are they're not going to require that because they would have passed on. If someone goes to a hospital requiring an emergency sort of a treatment, whatever the case might be, and they do not get it, chances are that person is not going to need it going forward. And that's the severity of that we look at as HSA.
I think that's a wonderful way of viewing it, as it is a matter of life and death for so many South Africans. Let's take a short break right now, Dr. Zikode. We'll come back to you in just a moment.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Some Sundays are made for unforgettable stories. This week, witness courage, sacrifice, and a love that refuses to surrender. As history's most devastating volcanic eruption changes lives forever in Pompeii. Experience the spectacle. Sunday blockbuster movies at 7 p.m. on S3. Open up.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
5 minutes to 10, and we are continuing the conversation with Dr. Thami Zikode, Head of Audit at the Auditor General of South Africa. Now, a moment ago, Dr. Zikode, you were talking about the issue of service delivery, and while we know that's really important, to be clear, when you conduct an audit as the AGSA, are you expected to comment on the quality of service delivery?
Thanks for that question, Joanne. Look, our audits are done to check the financial health, reliable and credible performance information, as well as compliance with laws and regulations, as I said. So essentially, when we offer an opinion, we are saying that the department or entity has the correct environment within which service delivery can happen. However, our work does not check whether the service delivery has occurred in the way in which it should. For an example, our work does not check whether clinic shelves are stocked with medicines or whether projects have helped communities. However, our work with our auditees and stakeholders aims to bridge this accountability gap. And we are constantly engaging our stakeholders, Parliament, as well as other Chapter 9 institutions, to ensure that our work goes hand in hand with the mandate of other institutions. To ensure that our work goes hand in hand with the mandate of other institutions. And as mentioned, I think in the discussion on Tuesday, but I think this is worth repeating, is that in South Africa, failures in compliance are often the root cause for service delivery breakdowns. So the starting point for us is to say, let's first fix the procurement failures that we have, matters that leads to the irregular expenditure, because most of the time, those are the issues that actually lead to service delivery failures. So if one looks at the procurement failures in health and infrastructure, those lead to dysfunctional hospitals, lack of equipment, as well as schools that are delayed in terms of building them and ensuring that they are put into use. Irregular expenditure often means that money is diverted away from frontline services like water and sanitation, and is being used for services not approved or properly accounted for. So put simply, the work that we do is important because we must check whether the government and its entities are demonstrating a high standard of professional ethics and institutional integrity, which helps restore citizens' public trust in the institutions. So what we are aiming to do is, once the procurement processes has actually gotten to a point where they are sustainable, they prevent some of these irregular expenditures happening. In other words, all of that process is mature enough. We are then going to up the bar even further and say, let's now look at the service delivery itself. And that is where a lot of work is going to go, because service delivery might be defined in different ways and means for different level of people. And the most important initiative that we are driving is to say, first implement the systems and processes that will ensure that you provide those services. Because without those, no matter what you do, you're simply not going to reach each and every citizen that requires the services.
Thank you so much for putting us in the picture there, Dr. Thami Zikode, Head of Audit at the Auditor General of South Africa. We'll catch up with him next Tuesday as he brings us more information on the Auditor Generals of South Africa and exactly what the organisation does. The special broadcast was brought to you by the Auditor General of South Africa, celebrating 115 years of public auditing to build public confidence. Be sure to join the conversation next week as we tackle yet another interesting topic and learn more about the AGSA.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education in partnership with the Auditor General South Africa.
All right, that brings us to just about 10 o'clock, where we are going to catch up with Anne Musa in just a short while. Fadil Adams back on the stand at the Matlanga Commission as we speak. Let me get some feedback from you as to what you've thought about his testimony.
Joanne, it's Chris and Durban. You know, the Fadil Adams dramas reminds me of two key concepts that we've forgotten: leadership, discipline, and self-leadership. I think the guy lacks both. And thirdly, our country has taken leadership to the lowest bar possible, because where does it get the goal to go and waste the commission's time? This commission is still about the security of the country. He's honestly wasting its time. He has got no evidence. I hope everyone whose name he mentions can sue them civilly.
All right, thank you for those messages, Chris. And let us catch up now with Anne Musa. It is 10 o'clock and she's got your latest news bulletin.
Thanks, Joanne. In our top stories, former Knysna mayor shot dead, and Mampisa Nqakula's legal team to update court on bid to drop charges. Good morning. The former mayor of Knysna in the Western Cape, Aubrey Tsengwa, has been shot dead. 3 other people were wounded in the incident last night. Police spokesperson Wesley Twig says the victims were on their way home when an unknown suspect approached them and opened fire. The suspect then fled the scene. Police have launched a manhunt for him. The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, is back at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry, where he has continued to testify. He started to testify yesterday. Adams is facing further questions about his role in the investigation of senior crime intelligence officials. This after he submitted an affidavit to the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, which was used to justify probing alleged corruption in crime intelligence. The case of police senior ballistics analyst Lawrence Magotlo has been postponed to October the 1st in the Pretoria Magistrates Court. He is facing charges including defeating the ends of justice, unlawful possession of a firearm, and being an accessory to murder. He is currently out on bail of 15,000 rand. Spiwe Mkize has more.
The state has requested more time to finalize its investigations into allegations that police captain Lawrence Magotlo manipulated ballistic evidence in high-profile murder cases, including that of Vereeniging engineer Armand Swart and DJ Somebody. Magotlo was granted bail in June under strict conditions, including that he may not return to his workplace in Silverton, contact witnesses, or interfere with the investigation.
The High Court in Pretoria will today hear an update from the legal team of former Speaker of the National Assembly, Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, on its planned application for the withdrawal of her corruption charges. Mapisa-Nqakula has pleaded not guilty to 12 counts of corruption and 1 count of money laundering. A legal team has argued that the state's evidence is weak to secure conviction after the prosecution officially closed its case. Zara Groenewald reports.
Last week, the defense of Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula informed the court that it intended to bring an application for a discharge in terms of Section 174 of the Criminal Procedure Act. The defense argues that the state has failed to present sufficient evidence to justify putting her to her defense. The court is expected to hear an update on the application today and determine the next step in the proceedings.
And finally, the founder of the failed Chinese property firm Evergrande has been sentenced to life in jail and has had all his belongings confiscated. Hui Kan-yan oversaw the rapid expansion of Evergrande into China's biggest real estate firm before it collapsed, owing hundreds of billions of dollars. The BBC's Stephen McDonnell reports.
Evergrande Group was once a pillar of the country's economy, and its collapse, mired in financial mismanagement, has been a key factor in the current property crisis. Now its founder, Hui Kan-yan, has been sentenced to life in prison. The Shenzhen Intermediate People's Court found that the amounts he embezzled and has been sentenced to life in prison. The Shenzhen Intermediate People's Court found that the amounts he embezzled, the losses his company had imposed on others, and the exceptionally serious harm done to society all warranted severe punishment. Amongst his crimes, Hui was found to have fabricated statements to artificially inflate the value of assets and to have hidden company liabilities.
Recapping the top story, the former mayor of Knysna and the Western Cape, Aubrey Tsengwa, has been shot dead. 3 other people were wounded in the incident last night. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars it's just for you. Buying
Musa.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Some Sundays are made for unforgettable stories. This week, witness courage, sacrifice, and a love that refuses to surrender. As history's most devastating volcanic eruption changes lives forever in Pompeii. Experience the spectacle. Sunday blockbuster movies at 7 p.m. on S3. Open up.
Before day, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAFM emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAFM looks back 95. A new SAFM emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAFM looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. We're into the second hour of the programme. I'm Joanne Joseph. Thank you for joining us if you've just tuned in. And it's going to be an interesting one, I think. Firstly, we're looking at this issue of the NPA opting not to prosecute certain high-profile cases. What was behind that? It came up in Parliament yesterday before SCOPA, right, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and Veronica Mente, EFF MP, and member of SCOPA, was leading the charge, really. So we're going to have a conversation with her about what she understood were the reasons that she and the committee were given yesterday for why certain cases that were really high profile, by the way, and really important in terms of solving the issue of corruption and other commercial crimes never made it to the prosecution stage. We'll chat to her about that in just a moment. And then after 10:30, we're looking at the issue of coloured youth being left out of higher education and whether the new Afrikaans universities that are being built right now as we speak, like Academia in Pretoria, might be spaces where coloured youth could find a place given the affinity in terms of language. Or is there a cultural difference that will perhaps prevent them from assimilating the way they should in those spaces? Give us a call on any of those issues that you might be thinking of. Our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107.
Every nation leaves something behind. A song, a poem, a painting, a performance, a story. This is ours. Join us as we honor the creators shaping South Africa's future at the National Arts and Culture Awards 2026. Friday, 21 August, Sun City. Then watch the primetime broadcast on SABC1, Saturday, 22 August at 8 p.m. NACA 2026. Celebrating our nation's creative excellence.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
9 minutes past 10, and members of Parliament's Standing Committee on Public Accounts have been quizzing the National Prosecuting Authority and the Hawks on why the NPAs opted not to prosecute a number of cases that the Special Investigating Unit handed it. Daily Maverick tells us that SCOPA battled to figure out why corruption and commercial crime cases ended up not being prosecuted. One of the MPs who led the charge was the EFF's Veronica Mente. She joins us on the line now. Ms. Mente, good morning and welcome to the Daily Discourse. To the best of your knowledge, how many cases has the SIU handed over to the NPA that the NPA declined to prosecute?
Good morning, Jay, and thank you very much for having us. Good morning to all the listeners at home. In terms of quantifying them, it's quite a lot. They are way above 200 cases at this point, because some of the cases that were submitted to NPA are from the SAPS side, DPCI, as well as those that are at IDEC. So in terms of CI, as well as those that are at IDEC. So in terms of quantifying them, from the report we received on Tuesday, it's not really easy to put together, but on the particular report that we dealt with on the day, there are way above 100 cases. Case in point, you will find that in different municipalities, for instance, in a Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, SIU had referred 14 dockets, 14 different cases of maladministration, corruption, wrongful doing by officials, and collusion between officials and service providers. Out of all those 14 dockets for Buffalo City municipalities, that is Ugombo or East London, all 14 of them, the prosecutors have declined to prosecute. Reasons not provided, no one knows.
So
Masaki local municipality, 3 dockets, provisionally withdrawn, we don't know reasons. Alfred Nzo and Raymond Mhlaba, Mbashe, all of those dockets have been nully prosecuted. That means they have been declined to be prosecuted. So it means that all that work of the SIU with Parliament and the Auditor General has gone down the drain.
Now, one of the reasons being put forward for this low number of prosecutions was that many of these cases were added to existing cases. Do you find that explanation plausible?
Come again?
My understanding is that one of the reasons given for the low number of cases prosecuted was that some of those cases were absorbed into existing cases. Do you think that's plausible? That was a good reason that they gave you?
No, it is not at all. For instance, let me make a case and use an example of Buffalo City, Jay, is that in Buffalo City, the referrals that were made by the SIU, it was 5 officials. But in use an example of Buffalo City, Jay, is that in Buffalo City, the referrals that were made by the SIU, it was 5 officials. But in terms of transgressions of those officials, they ended up being 14 different criminal separate cases. This means it was 14 different instances where these particular officials were cited from the wrongdoing, collusion, corruption, and the maladministration cases. So out of the 14 dockets, if we were to say, because some of the projects that were involved in this particular case are the dockets, are the projects of, you remember there was a time where a refuse bag was sold in the Eastern Cape for more than 50 rand for one refuse bag.
Yes.
At cost of the municipality. That's one, but many sanitation cases, leasing of the trash trucks, fleet of the municipality, roads, and everything else. So these are different projects. Therefore, they have different cases. Let's just say, for argument's sake, yes, all 14 dockets then were put together in one docket for whatever reason, that is corruption in one municipality. Therefore, let's not have 100 investigations. Not a single docket is cited in this case. All 14 dockets are nully prosecuted. So we do not have a case where we say the 14 has collapsed to 2. No. All 14 declined prosecution. That goes for Amashati, that goes for Alfred Nzo, that goes for Raymond Mhlaba. All of them. There is no collapsing of one. Maybe no, it was joined to OR Tambo case because it's the same service provider. No, there's no such. So that argument doesn't arise.
Okay, I hear you. I mean, one of the other reasons given was that there was insufficient evidence to prosecute in certain cases. Now, I'm wondering whether that signaled to you that investigations may not have been carried out properly, which left the NPA in a position where there wasn't enough evidence to prosecute those cases.
Yes, that was cited as one of other reasons as to why. Hence, us ourselves as Parliament have requested the diaries of all those dockets, which means the conversation between the prosecutor and the investigator and the instructions thereof that were issued from the prosecutor's side that if you provide us with the following information and obtain the following evidence, therefore the docket would be able to go through for prosecution. We do not know those things. So that is just a hearsay, one, but many of the things that they assume the dockets may have been nully prosecuted for that. But be that as it may, the SIU, when it receives these cases and it requests, there's many processes that the SIU go through. For the SIU to receive even a right or authorization to investigate, it takes the presidency. So the president signs a proclamation. The president does not sign the proclamation out of the blue. It arises from a report or a complaint, and the president does undertake some sort of investigation to satisfy itself that the president must sign a proclamation in this matter because Village A that was supposed to have received water, it has not received water. The municipality has paid already a tune of 20 million. We do not see a dam on site. We don't see pipes on site. We don't see taps. It has not received water. The municipality has paid already a tune of 20 million. We do not see a dam on site. We don't see pipes on site. We don't see taps on site. Therefore, a president signs a proclamation under those investigations and advices. Then the SIU takes over from what already looks like there's some corruption or there is a wrongdoing that's taking place. Then they also investigate. They satisfy themselves. They go on site. They see the wrong. They visit the service providers. They obtain necessary documentation. They go to municipality, acquire information that they need to acquire, and obtain every other document or evidence that is going to help them. And after that, in terms of the act of the SIU says, once you as SIU satisfy yourself that there is criminal elements in the case which qualify to be prosecuted, therefore send over to prosecution. Now here the problem lies with us as Parliament, and which we ask them is that in terms of your quality control, who then decides that this docket now from you SIU must leave your table and go to prosecution? When you hand it over, because these are skilled, experienced people in the SIU, I don't want to believe in all my life that none of those investigators that investigated 14 cases at Buffalo City Municipality, not even a single one of them could see that, no, even if the Act says let's refer, but here, there is simple no evidence for us to refer this case. Therefore, the case must just go back and we withdraw it. And the proclamation is then, the report goes back to the president to say there is no wrongdoing. They are already satisfied and themselves believe there is a wrongdoing. There is a criminal act that has taken place. There is maladministration that has taken place. There is disciplinary hearings that must take place from the side of the municipality or the department or national government. So for them to send it to prosecutors, they have already covered a lot of ground, which then makes them believe that there are criminal elements that are worth prosecuting. Therefore, those kinds of reasoning really do not gel well with us. Hence, we're saying the prosecutors must provide us. In fact, the SIU and the DPCI and the SAPS must provide us with those diaries, which are the conversations and instructions between the court, which is the prosecutor's NPA, and the investigator, so that we can see where was the lapse.
Right, we're going to take a short break, Ms. Mente. Please stay with us. Veronica Mente, EFF MP and member of SCOPA. You can put your questions and send us your voice notes for her as well in the next few minutes.
What is a nation without its stories? Without its music? Without its artists? Without its streamers? This August, we honor the people who give South Africa its voice. The National Arts and Culture Awards 2026, 21 August, Sun City. Then join millions of South Africans for the SABC1 primetime broadcast on 22 August at 8 p.m. Because when we celebrate creativity, we celebrate South Africa.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The Daily Discourse is much more coming. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
21 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. We're having a conversation with Veronica Mente, EFF MP and member of SCOPA, that's been taking a very close look at the number of cases the NPA has failed to prosecute, despite those cases being handed over by the SIU and the NPA being told these are potentially prosecutable cases. Now, Ms. Mente, let me just ask you a question about this. There are a couple of you and the NPA being told these are potentially prosecutable cases. Now, Ms. Mente, let me just ask you a question about this. There are a couple of difficulties that the NPA has flagged. They say cases are often reported after the fact. It makes it difficult to trace those involved and investigate thoroughly. There doesn't appear to be a central database from which the NPA and the SAPS works. We know we've had complaints in the past that the NPA is understaffed and doesn't always have the resources required to act as the agile beast that it ought to be. I mean, could these be possible reasons for why the NPA is not potentially living up to what it ought to be doing for the country?
Yes, Jay, we would agree with the NPA in terms of the shortcomings and all the problems that they are facing in terms of their capacity. But we disagree with the experience and the skill that they possess as the NPA in order for them to deliver a proper and a fruitful end product for prosecution. Because let me give you an example that if a court, let's again go back to BCM in East London, that has to deal with issues of maladministration, and NPA also has not designated certain prosecutors or even courts for these cases, similarly to how they have not designated GBV courts and all of that. And that's the failure of the state altogether. That we agree with them. They don't have designated courts to deal with this huge number. However, here is my problem. That one prosecutor who is sitting there instead of 10 prosecutors who's overworked, instead of pushing 20 dockets a day, knowing very well that you are not doing justice to what is expected of you, rather do two and do them thoroughly and arrive at an explanation that is sensible so that we are all satisfied that you have done your job, you have prosecuted, you have declined to prosecute, and you have advanced your reason for doing such. But what we are not going to accept is that as they are understaffed, we can't have a situation where prosecutors are just pushing papers for the sake of meeting a target or finishing the work. You can't finish the work if there is no quality in the work that you are doing. If you are 1 instead of 10, then do 2 dockets and do them thoroughly. We will accept that. But do not cover the work of 10 people and then do this service to everyone else, because we are talking about people of Ukombo, townships and everywhere that are sitting with trash daily, overflowing trash cans that are not collected, sewers that are spilling are not attended to, a yellow fleet that is rented, non-existing, and Amahlati. The staff of Amahlati, including councillors, they go months and months and months without being paid. Yet there are service providers that are paid monies for fleets that do not exist. Those are some of the proclamations. In Matatiele, Ward 7, under Alfred Nzo, there was a project of water to the community. That project still doesn't exist to date, and that was way back in 2017. But then you say, now we prosecute. Based on what? Now, here is another element that I agree with them fully. When these things are reported 5, 6, 7, 10 years later, it's not easy to obtain sufficient evidence, even in a municipality. Reason being, the leadership in terms of government in South Africa changes every 5 years. And unfortunately, we've been led by the ANC throughout. And every time the majority votes, this has been the case in Parliament. We have seen it with pay back the money and all those things until now that there is GNU. It's the case in Parliament. We have seen it with pay back the money and all those things until now that there is GNU. It requires a party or an opposition that must fight and fight with commitment that this maladministration and all these wrongdoings must be exposed at the municipality level. But here is the problem. Every time these reports of SIU and everything are placed before municipality, the leadership of the municipality, which in the main used to be the majority party, which was ANC, they would just vote it out and it's game over. Then what becomes your recourse? It becomes court, it's expensive, then the people don't have a voice anymore because you must pay lawyers and everyone to go and take the municipality, which takes a wrong decision to court. So the enabling environment is not only being short-staffed of the NPA, is also the leadership that has been leading this country throughout by enabling an environment where all these cases that were pointing to them were just adopted, and the resolutions taken were that, no, we accept that from court there is no case, and no one to ask a question as to how can there be no case when the sewer is still spilling, yet the tenderpreneur and the officials have released. Because for an official to release a payment, there must have been a proof from the site and a certificate from the site that work is done. Yes. Then payment is released. But payments are released when there's no work, there's not even a pipe on site. And no one fights for the people.
Sure. Ms. Mente, we're running out of time here. I just want to play one voice note, and I'd like to get your response to this, please.
Good day, Joanne and the listeners. Joanne, I hear you are talking about the Buffalo City case that has been withdrawn or thrown out without an explanation. Those people must not worry, man. Let them contact Harry Nell. AfriForum is helping the Meiwa family. Let them go to Harry Nell. We are sick and tired now about NPA throwing the cases away. Let them contact Harry Nell. Anonymous.
So, Ms. Mente, I mean, that's really the situation where we're in now, where our listeners are suggesting to us that this be taken to a private group for prosecution because the NPA has failed, and that's despite what NPA head Andy Motibi has said in terms of wanting to revisit the dockets to uncover what happened.
Now, here we don't need Farinel because Farinel has got an agenda of their own. They just want the country back to the SAfmRadio moment. And we are not about the SAfmRadio moment. We are about rehabilitating our country and ensuring that we remove the rot from the system. If there's a rot in the system of justice, we are going to remove it. That is why today we have Madlanga commissions, we have parliament that have inquiries, other committees and everything to uproot any other rot that's there, not to affiliate and empower, strengthen the people who want to to take the country back to the apartheid days by utilizing the methods that they were utilizing in the apartheid days, because they are failing, that Hartnell and them, they are failing to go and prosecute the cases of farmers who are killing black workers in the farms here in South Africa. They are not prosecuting anything. Black people are dying in farms. Just recently, people died in the Northern Cape under a scorching heat. There was no Hartnell to go and stand for things. Black people are dying in farms. Just recently, people died in the Northern Cape under a scorching heat. There was no Hartnell to go and stand for the people. So their agenda has nothing to do with this. Here we are dealing with rehabilitating our country and getting our country back. Now,
right. I'm running out of time, Ms. Mente, so a very, very quick last answer from you on this.
Okay, no. What we need now is the budget that talks to capacitating the NPA, DPCI, and also the issue of salaries has been a case that DPCI, IDEC, and everyone else do not have the necessary skill, even the SIU, because private sector is recruiting from them simply because the salaries that the salary scales are very low. So we need to separate these scales are very low. So we need to separate these specialized skill and salary levels and look into that and budget for them so that we equip and capacitate our SIU, we capacitate the NPA and everyone. But what we're not going to accept is salary levels and look into that and budget for them so that we equip and capacitate our SIU, we capacitate the NPA and everyone. But what we're not going to accept is people doing the work just for doing it and pushing papers. That is not going to happen. As such, all these cases that have been reported to Parliament on Tuesday, they are all going to be reopened, and we are going to get all the reasons as to why. The last thing is this alternative dispute resolution that the NPA is dealing with, which in the essence is opening a law for the rich and a law for the poor. NPA is dealing with, which in the essence is opening a law for the rich and a law for the poor. That on its own, we're going to take it to review again, because if it's open, the ADR must be open for everyone. It can't be open for international companies that they must pay a fine when they do a wrong thing and they receive tenders in South Africa wrongfully. But a service provider of South Africa, when they receive a tender wrongfully, but again, they do everything that is required of them in terms of delivering all the services and just receive the tender wrongfully, they don't have an option of a fine because they are black companies. So such things must be rooted out of our system.
We're going to leave it there. Thank you so much for your insight into that, Veronica Mente, EFF MP and member of SCOPA. 10:31 on the Daily Discourse, connecting with Ondela Mbana for your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne, and a very good morning. On the news headlines, the National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, has apologized to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this after he called the Commission's chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, chief during yesterday's proceedings. The former mayor of Knysna in the Western Cape, Aubrey Tsengwa, has been shot dead. Police say 3 other people were wounded in the incident, which happened in Kokoria last night. And encouraging news on a possible vaccine for skin cancer, which is also known as melanoma. It was tested on patients who had surgery. Early results show that the patients who had melanoma stayed cancer-free for longer. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Reflecting on back what we had then is the fact that yes, we have education now, but stuff like education being free is one of the struggles.
Sao Tome and Principe proves that small nations can still shine bright. In every island, in every forest, in every wave, there is peace. Sao Tome and Principe, peaceful, tropical, and resilient.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
33 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse, and before we go to our next subject, I actually want to listen to some of your voice notes that we didn't get a chance to listen to, but many of you responding to the NPA issue.
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to the MP. I just want to understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong,
Does it the SIU and the asset forfeiture unit, for example, have to get an order from court to say that they can proceed ahead with whatever preservations that they need to do or recovery of funds that they need to do? So does that not mean that the bulk of the work that needs to be done in order to prosecute that case is already done?
I'm not 100% clear on your question there, and it's a pity we've had to let Veronica Mente go. But essentially, my understanding is that getting a preservation order to preserve the assets is one issue. Prosecuting the non-delivery of the service when somebody signed off on what was supposed to have been a completed service is a different thing. So that can be prosecuted differently. But the preservation order, as I understand it, yes, you do need to go to a court in order to get that preservation order. So I don't know if that answers your question. I wasn't 100% clear on it, but if not, maybe we can just listen back and let's see if we can get an answer to that. One of you says, "Good morning, Joanne. This is a sign that the NPA under Batoy and IDAC under Johnson were useless and working against the country. And the SIU has managed to stop contracts and recoup millions for the NPA to fail to further investigate for corruption. I mean, this is a disgrace, and it means that criminals are now possibly enjoying their loot, and the issue of water, especially in the Eastern Cape, is reported to be in disarray. And what the criminals were doing is to give citizens forms to say they have water. And this is happening all over the provinces, and the ANC criminals have destroyed the country. Even pit toilets are still there, and children are forced to relieve themselves in the field," says TG. And then one of you is also talking about, well, there are many other issues coming up, including the Madlanga Commission, and I will play that in just a moment. But first, I want to go to this. It is 10:35 on the Daily Discourse. And just a few days ago, former Education Minister and Chancellor of the Nelson Mandela University, Naledi Pandor, spoke about her discomfort with an Afrikaans medium university being built and funded by the Afrikaans community. This got me thinking about what purpose institutions like Academia University being built in Pretoria are supposed to serve. See, what's interesting is that the largest group of Afrikaans speakers in South Africa is not white, it's actually coloured. And that led me to wonder whether this group, that's often underrepresented at other tertiary institutions countrywide, could perhaps find a place at universities like Academia and Soltech, for example. CEO of the F.W. de Klerk Foundation, Christo van der Rede, has written in his personal capacity about exactly this in News 24. He joins us now. Mr. van der Rede, good morning. Welcome to the Daily Discourse. You argue that there's been a move to anglicize public universities post-apartheid. Do Afrikaans speakers in general find these English medium public institutions alienating?
I think it's very important that we perhaps distinguish between the middle class coloured community and as well as the working class community. But then you have to go even further. You talk about a rural coloured community and an urban coloured community. Now, your urban communities as well as your communities that live in your middle class communities, they have anglicized over time. Their kids speak English, and they obviously have no problems in accessing universities. In fact, they are sought after when it comes to getting places at universities, especially our public institutions. But the bulk of your colored Afrikaans-speaking community, they are living in rural areas. They are working class. And the big challenge that I deal with in my article is that this community, at this point in time, their representation at a university level, especially public universities, is at an all-time low, especially young colored men, less than 1%. Young colored women, maybe they fare a little bit better. But for me, it's very, very concerning that a huge population group, because they're Afrikaans speaking, are completely left behind. And that is not what the new democratic dispensation is all about.
Do you think that this group of underrepresented coloured community members, men in particular that you've mentioned, young men, could possibly find a home at privately funded Afrikaans medium universities like Academia and Saltec?
Well, that remains to be seen. We must also, and what I also outline in my article, is the fact that there's a historical context, there's also a cultural context. And those things need to be taken into account if you create institutions that is embracing. And once those institutions, become cultural enclaves which exclude people just on the basis of their historical background or their class background or their cultural background, then it becomes problematic. And it's no longer aligned with what our Constitution requires of all of us to build a non-racial, a more equal society, society where the rights of all people are taken into account and their freedoms are respected. Remember, there's nothing wrong with any community to build any university. Our country and our Constitution allows that. My appeal is just how do we manage, private Afrikaans universities so that it doesn't resemble a pre-1994 ecosystem, but that it really is aligned with what the new South Africa is all about, and how do we ensure that we give those students that don't stand a chance and academically to succeed because they rooted in deep Afrikaans at public English public universities, give them an opportunity also at Afrikaans private universities. But the big problem is whether they can afford it.
Let's take a short break here. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Christopher Nderiede, CEO of the F.W. de Klerk Foundation.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
This morning to me, well, it took 8 attempts, but the Big Easy finally did it. South Africa's Ernie Els finally recorded his first win.
And it's just a month and a half until the start of the World Summit in Johannesburg.
Recorded his first win.
And it's just a month and a half until the start of the World Summit in Johannesburg. Now, most people are aware of the summit's goals.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that she has really paid a very big price for taking up music. Because what happened is that she left her daughter, one and only daughter.
You're listening to SAFM 104 to 107, and it's time for our music documentary series, The Music Makers. What is it all about?
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
10:42, continuing our conversation with Christopher Nderiede, CEO of the F.W. de Klerk Foundation. And we're talking about the inclusion of working class young coloured South Africans at Afrikaans-speaking tertiary institutions like Academia and Saltec. You know that these are starting Afrikaans-speaking tertiary institutions like Academia and Saltec. You know that these are starting to spring up now. And of course, they are privately funded. And we're asking the question that are these for Afrikaans children to go to? Are these for Afrikaans students to attend? So you're largely white communities that can afford to pay the fees here? Or is there going to be some inclusion of coloured South Africans, young people for whom their first language is Afrikaans as well? So, Mr. van der Rede, Afrikaners and coloured South Africans may share the fundamentals of the Afrikaans language, although there's some divergence there. But there are cultural differences between the groups that may discourage coloured South Africans from seeing themselves as belonging at an Afrikaans medium university. Could that be an issue?
Certainly. I think that's an issue that needs to be dealt with because if people feel that they are not welcomed or they don't feel welcome in a particular setting, it impacts psychologically on their performance, and at the end of the day, it actually leads to a situation where the battle that we've had to free Afrikaans from its apartheid past, that battle obviously experienced a setback. Because what do we try to achieve after 1994, apartheid past? That battle obviously experienced a setback. Because what do we try to achieve after 1994 in line with the values embedded in our national constitution? Values such as non-racialism, more equal society, etc. You also want to values such as non-racialism, more equal society, etc. You also want to create an environment where Afrikaans is freed from the shackles of oppression, because unfortunately the language was deeply tied to the oppressive nature of the apartheid system. Dr. Neville Alexander, who was one of my mentors, you made it clear that our constitution allows for our indigenous language. Dr. Neville Alexander, who was one of my mentors, you made it clear that our constitution allows for our indigenous languages to be used not only as languages to use as a means of speaking to each other, but also as tools to use as a means of speaking to each other, but also as tools of economic empowerment, as tools of educational empowerment, as tools of cultural empowerment. And our Constitution provides for that. Unfortunately, in our attempt to anglicize universities, give everyone access, we actually achieved, in many instances, the opposite result. You can just imagine a kid from deep rural KwaZulu-Natal, or deep rural Eastern Cape, or deep rural Northern Cape, deep rural Western Cape. They don't speak any other language, but then they're indigenous languages. And how do we provide for that, from primary school level right up to university level? Now, I know in many instances it's not practical, especially in an urban setting, but nothing prevents this government from ensuring that public institutions in rural settings, do cater for those indigenous speaking young people. Because it cannot be that our constitutional democracy that we fought for so hard and for which people sacrificed even their lives for, that it has now become a class-orientated constitutional democracy, leaving the working class people in deep rural areas behind, sacrificed even their lives for, that it has now become a class-orientated constitutional democracy, leaving the working class people in deep rural areas behind, and it's just the elite that benefit from it.
Could welcoming this highly disadvantaged racial group Could welcoming this highly disadvantaged racial group into a private Afrikaans university pave the way for Afrikaans to take its place as a more widely spoken, racially unrestricted language that resonates across race groups, as opposed to it being stereotyped as an apartheid language, as you suggested earlier?
Indeed, and that's critical. That's very important, because Afrikaans started off as a language in the kitchen, where the slaves, people that enslaved, people that came from the East and from parts of Africa, where they had to find a way to communicate with people that came from Europe and who actually colonized South Africa, and within that particular setting, Afrikaans was born. Afrikaans bears traces of Asian languages like Indonesian languages. Also, there's African words in it. There's also Dutch words in it. In fact, the grammatical structure of Afrikaans is based on the Khoi language, and then there's also the African languages that we are borrowed from. it's one of the most beautiful languages that exist because it is really a hybrid Creole of various cultures, etc. Sadly, though, it's got a particular past, but you cannot blame the language for that. You must blame people. English also has a past. Dutch also has a past. But as we progress into the new South Africa, we must unshackle Afrikaans and ensure that it is a language that can be used for the advancement of the poorest of the poor, and especially the working class in South Africa.
Mr. van der Rede, I wonder, as these Afrikaans universities spring up, whether anyone has had this conversation with those who are building these universities and are hoping to build them into universities that serve the community. Is anybody, to the best of your knowledge, involved in these projects saying, let's make them more inclusive?
Yeah, I think I'm one that, during my time as a CEO of the SBA, it was the Foundation for Afrikaans Empowerment, played a major role in actually calling, Dr. Neville Alexander the same. There's also a lot of other academics and other institutions that have really called for the opening up of the language, the unshackling of the language. My research focus was in terms of how can you use an indigenous language to economically empower people. And Afrikaans is a very good example of a medium or language medium that is used as a driver in the media space, in the education space, in various other spaces where it not only generates profits for those who are prepared to invest in the language, but also creates job opportunities. And the same approach is relevant for Zulu, for isiXhosa, and so forth. The idea that the whole South Africa must anglicize and then sort of, become dependent on media resources and whatever resources from, other parts of the world. Then you lose your own capability of creating indigenous things that are indigenous to South Africa. And we must never lose that authenticity. And so for me, using Afrikaans as a medium of instruction, right up to the highest level, the same for Zulu and same for Xhosa. And let me make it very clear, I'm not asking for separate tribalistic institutions. I'm just saying that some of our universities can really make provision for the development of indigenous language, make space for that. Otherwise, we exclude people and we no longer fulfilling this dream of a constitutional democracy that we fought for so hardly, that are embracing, that are inclusive.
I think this is a fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us on this. Christopher van der Rede, CEO of the F.W. de Klerk Foundation. You might want to comment on that on our WhatsApp line or on the studio line and just tell us what you think about that. Afrikaans, as with any language, is a means of opening up channels of communication to communities we did not communicate with before and to create an inclusive environment. Are the Afrikaans universities that are being privately built right now going to embrace this opportunity? 9 minutes to 10, we'll take a short break.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time to lace up for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30 August. The race covers the beautiful tour of the city, combining urban streets, scenic coastal roads, and stunning beachfront stretches with views of the Indian Ocean. Catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. on Sunday, 30th of August. The Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race brought to you by SABC Sports. 11 a.m. on Sunday, 30th of August. The Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race brought to you by SABC Sports.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday,
More on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier, that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. Everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
to the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. Our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. SAfm.
12 official languages, from isiZulu and isiXhosa, Setswana and Sesotho, Seswati and isiNdebele, Tshivenda, Sepedi, Xitsonga, to Afrikaans and English. Every voice carries part of the nation's story.
While today's youth does not directly experience the challenges faced by the youth of 1976, it remains our history and therefore relevant to us. History is not something that should be forgotten. It is something to learn from, so we don't repeat the same mistakes of the past.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new Extraordinary Women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday morning. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Right, 5 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse. I lied earlier when I said it was something to 10. It is just before 11 o'clock on the programme. And last week, one of you sent us a message from the area of Kokstad in KwaZulu-Natal complaining that the state bus you've been allocated in which to travel to and from the local clinic is not in good shape. It sounded as though there might have been a problem with the shock absorbers, because I was told that injured people found themselves in increased pain when travelling in which to travel to and from the local clinic is not in good shape. It sounded as though there might have been a problem with the shock absorbers, because I was told that injured people found themselves in increased pain when travelling over the bumps in the road. Chairperson of the Health Committee at the Provincial Legislature, Dr. Imran Kika, called in just after I'd mentioned his name. That's how agile he is. He was kind enough to offer to help, and he's back with us now. Dr. Kika, good morning. I know you get a shock every time I mention your name on air when we're not even interviewing you, but you're our go-to person when we have to flag issues like this. Welcome. Have you been able to get to the bottom of this problem?
Greetings to you, Joanne, and your listeners, and indeed it is always a shock, as anyone would feel. Joanne, interestingly, the gentleman that messaged you messaged me subsequently. He's the same gentleman that raised the issue regarding the Kokstad Hospital X-ray issue that we previously dealt with. I needed a little bit more information, which I still don't have. So I could not get the information on which bus it was, because we need to be specific. Districts have many patient transport vehicles allocated to them, and sometimes these vehicles are transferred between places. So it was very difficult to identify. But there's a bigger problem, Joanne, which we need to talk about. And if you know, I hope sometime you find a little bit of a moment to just check out. If you know, I hope sometime you find a little bit of a moment to just check up on my own history. You'll find that I sat on the opposition. You'll find that I sat on the opposition benches in KwaZulu-Natal for many years, and I served on health for a period of time. Now that I find myself in the government of provincial unity, on the government benches, there are certain issues that we have to bring back to the table, and one of those was the KwaZulu-Natal emergency medical services. I say this because patient transport in particular, that means to take people from a hospital to a bigger hospital, and sometimes in between, all that kind of patient transport, it falls under a particular budget line item in the budget that is allocated to KwaZulu-Natal. There is a particular set of officials responsible for that, and so on. So when I found myself in government, in 2018, I had written to the then Human Rights Commission to say that, look, we have a problem with the emergency services as a whole. So when I came back into government and we found ourselves in a position where we were able to hold the department accountable for these emergency services, we started a process. And that process is still underway. And I must say that we have ambulances, we have all these patient transport vehicles and many other vehicles that service the department that are all affected by one thing, or two things, I should say. One is, obviously, we don't have enough money, and we're working on that. And I've explained to you previously that, and your listeners, that there is a turnaround happening with regards to funding. But the second problem is that the repairs of these vehicles, not the replacements, there's a distinction. The repairs of these vehicles, so whether it's a shock absorber, indicator, wiper, whether there's a problem with a fan belt or anything like that, fell under a contract that was issued by the National Treasury. It is called RT46 contract. It has just had a change in terms of who administers it. Previously, it was West Bank, and now there is a new company that has been allocated that tender. It's called AfriRent.
Okay.
We've had engagements through the provincial SCOPA, that means the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. And the reason my colleague on SCOPA, the Honorable Brauterset, picked this issue up to put before SCOPA was because my portfolio committee that I lead went out onto the field, and we're going to do that again next month, to visit all of the districts related to emergency medical services. We have a long-term plan, hopefully culminating before the end of this term, where we continue to look at the emergency medical services and a method to turn around this. But we have this challenge where these vehicles, for example, these buses that the gentleman raised, that would go into a workshop, some of them would sit there for 6 months just to replace a fan belt.
Sure.
Sometimes to replace small little things, it would take 2 months to repair a tire. Sometimes it would take, I'm using random examples.
Yes, yes.
But there was an inordinate amount of time that was wasted in trying to get these things sorted out because of this contract. Now with the new contract provider, we hope that this will turn around and that people will have more comfortable rides, ambulances will reach them on time, and that the emergency medical services will have better vehicles restored sooner.
All right.
So I know it's news time. I'm sorry I've ate into the
No, that's
news
quite
hour,
that's quite all right. But thank you for reporting back to us, Dr. Kika. I think we need to have a more detailed conversation about it. Thank you for painting that picture with us. And perhaps we'll give you till next month to put this plan in place and bring us an update after you've all got together and discussed it. That may be the best course of action. But thank you for feeding back what you were able to tell me so far. Dr. Imran Kika, chairperson of of the KwaZulu-Natal Health Portfolio Committee. Just a minute past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Thanks for your patience, Ondela Mbana. Give us the later committee. Just a minute past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Thanks for your patience, Ondela Mbana. Give us the latest news.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, Fadil Adams issues an apology to the Madlanga Commission and a possible vaccine for skin cancer. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, has apologized to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this after he called the Commission's chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, chief during yesterday's proceedings. Adams is back at the Commission, where he's been giving details on a confidential crime intelligence report that was allegedly slipped underneath his office door in Parliament. Evidence leader Advocate Lee Sigels-Ncube also asked Adams about the amount of paperwork he initially handed over to the investigating director that was allegedly slipped underneath his office door in Parliament. Evidence leader Advocate Lee Sigels-Ncube also asked Adams about the amount of paperwork he initially handed over to the investigating Directorate Against Corruption.
Ma'am, this, if I must tell you the honest truth, this seems a little bit more paperwork here than what I handed over, but it is in line with the paperwork that I handed over. And this, again, this is one of the reasons why I laid a criminal case against IDAC, because there are things in this document, in this case, that bother me. And if this investigation is ongoing, then I personally suggest, and the Commission must guide me, that I don't talk about this if it's under investigation.
KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi says the SAPS must clean up its recruitment system. He has questioned whether some officers, including senior police officials, may have had links to gangs before joining the service. Addressing Parliament's Police Committee Summit on Gang Violence yesterday, Mkhwanazi said stronger security measures were needed to prevent compromised individuals from rising through the ranks.
We need to look at the officer that we employ in these law enforcement agencies that we have. Are we employing, are we recruiting a gangster? We have generals perhaps that are currently in the police that grew up as members of the gangs until they joined the police and they finished the college and they got promoted throughout. And then you trust that the generals are going to come with a solution, and yet they are members of the gangs themselves. So what are the security measures are put in place to make sure that we prevent such from happening?
The ANC in the Victor Molosi region in Knysna in the Western Cape says it's outraged at the killing of its councillor Aubrey Tsengwa. The former mayor of Knysna and the party's former regional chairperson was shot dead in Concordia last night. Police say 3 other people were wounded. Police spokesperson Wesley Twigg says the victims were on their way home when an unknown person approached them and opened fire. The ANC has called on law enforcement officers to swiftly investigate the incident and arrest those involved. Police have lauded residents of Joburton outside Klerksdorp in the northwest for assisting them to trace a man wanted for the murder of his girlfriend in Soweto, Gauteng. They say they received critical information about the whereabouts of the 27-year-old man after circulating his details on the media. The suspect, parts of the 27-year-old man after circulating his details on the media. The suspect has since been arrested and will be transported back to Johannesburg. The acting National Police Commissioner Puleng Timpane has reacted positively to the arrest of the suspect. National Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate.
Lieutenant General Timpane has welcomed the swift response from the community and the media, emphasizing that this arrest demonstrates the power of a united society working. Lieutenant General Timpane has welcomed the swift response from the community and the media, emphasizing that this arrest demonstrates the power of a united society working alongside the police. The acting National Commissioner has further urged communities to continue speaking up and providing information to the police whenever they recognize wanted suspects.
And now some encouraging news on a possible vaccine for skin cancer, which is also known as melanoma. It was tested on news on a possible vaccine for skin cancer, which is also known as melanoma. It was tested on patients who had surgery. Early results showed that the patients who had melanoma stayed cancer-free for longer. Here's the BBC's Hugh Pym.
The significance here is that it's a personalised vaccine for individual patients. The study looks at how it's applied in combination with an existing drug for high-risk melanoma patients called Keytruda. These are both applied together after surgery, and what the study shows is an extension of the amount of time a patient lives on without the cancer coming back, and a reduction in the risk of it spreading to other parts of the body compared with if they just had the drug on its own. These are preliminary findings. We do need more data.
Recapping the top story, the National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament Fadil Adams has apologised to the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. This after he called the Commission's chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, chief during yesterday's proceedings. I'm Ondela Mbana for SAFM News, headlines at 11:30.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Some Sundays are made for unforgettable stories.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Some Sundays are made for unforgettable stories. This week, witness courage, sacrifice, and a love that refuses to surrender. As history's most devastating volcanic eruption changes lives forever in Pompeii. Experience the spectacle. Sunday blockbuster movies at 7 p.m. on S3. Open up.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAFM.
From yesterday's headlines to tomorrow's questions, 90 years of conversation.
Hey SAFM family, my name is Tsulufelo and I'm a singer, songwriter and artist. Congratulations and happy birthday to SAFM on celebrating an incredible 90 years of broadcasting, for amplifying diverse voices, fostering meaningful conversations. SAFM has done all, and what an amazing legacy it's had thus far. Thank you for championing South African stories, music and art.
South Africa has changed. SAFM has evolved. The conversation continues. SAFM. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter.
9 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse. We're into the final hour of the show. Thank you for joining us if you just tuned in. I'm Joanne Joseph, and lovely to be with you as I take you into the home stretch of the show today. All right, it's been a packed one so far, and we're going to do the same in the last hour. In a few moments, we are taking you down memory lane with one of your former hosts here on SAFM, Kravani Pillay. And there was a special request to hear from her last week from one of our listeners, and we thought we must bring her on. before the month is over as part of our 90th birthday celebration. So if you have any questions for her or any comments you'd like to make, use our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp number 0614 104 107. Send through your voice notes and any texts you may want to. All right, and then after that, we're also going to be talking about Meta being charged for targeting children on its platforms, Facebook and Instagram. That is a hugely interesting case that is unfolding in the United States. 29 states taking Meta to court, and I have a sneaky feeling that this is going to end up costing Meta hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. So we're going to have that conversation a little bit later on. But let's get right in. Among the many birthday messages we've received here at SAFM as we turn 90 years old, I mentioned there was a message asking why we hadn't brought on former SAFM presenter Kravani Pillay as part of our birthday coverage. Well, it was in the pipeline when that text came through, and today I'm presenter Kravani Pillay as part of our birthday coverage. Well, it was in the pipeline when that text came through, and today I'm happy to tell you that she's agreed to join us. Kravani, welcome to the Daily Discourse.
Thank you so much, Joanne. Good morning, and good morning to the wonderful SAFM listeners.
Yeah, I bet they miss you. If I'm not mistaken, just before you left the SABC, you were head of elections for SABC News from November 2018 to July 2019. I know you're in a different field now, but I'm wondering how much you miss broadcasting.
Oh, Joanne, once you're in it, you miss it every day because there's a type of adrenaline that compares to no other. When that red light on air button goes on, there's a shift and you're in the zone for that broadcast hour or two. I miss it all the time. I miss it every day. But I was also itching for a new and different challenge, and I find myself in that space currently.
All right. Well, that's wonderful to hear. I mean, you've really done it all, working out in the field, in studio, behind the scenes, running productions. You were in management posts. How important is it to ensure you're able to perform multiple roles? Done it all, working out in the field, in studio, behind the scenes, running productions. You were in management posts. How important is it to ensure you're able to perform multiple roles in an environment like the broadcasting one?
Very important. I think it's particularly when you're an on-air personality, there is this, you could almost become very complacent because, you could almost become very complacent because that could be the only thing one would do. And I realized very quickly and in my career that I did want to do other stuff. I did want to learn the business of the newsroom, managing a budget, managing a team, managing large projects. And I made a concerted effort to push myself to behind the scenes. But I found a team managing large projects. And I made a concerted effort to push myself to behind the scenes. But I found that every time I did that, I was always pushed forward to the mic. My managers would always say, "No, but we don't think you're ready to relinquish the mic." So I'm very glad that I had their confidence, but I'm also equally glad that I had the behind the scenes, because that for me was the greatest challenge. Many people don't know what goes on behind the scenes, and even since August 1, you've been interviewing a lot of the voices of SAFM, but there are dozens and dozens of people behind the scenes pushing and pulling, researching and getting the key interviewees on air. A lot of hard work goes behind the scenes, and they're often the unsung heroes. And so I'm so glad that the SABC and in particular SAFM afforded me behind and in front of the mic.
You know, it's wonderful that you have done all of these things, because that transition transition from presenter to everything else is not easy for a lot of people. But you were here in the heyday, right? Thinking about you and listening to you and many of your colleagues on radio, people who became close friends, like Polani Gwala, whom we remember with particular fondness and a bit of an ache in our hearts a lot of the time. The two of you worked together. You were partners in crime for quite a long time, and it was wonderful to watch. The two of you worked together. You were partners in crime for quite a long time, and it was wonderful to watch how your energy and his fed into each other's on air.
Joanne, that was one of the highlights of my career at SAfM, and whilst I've had really wonderful co-hosts and co-anchors, there was something special about Gwala. Or Mpepetwa, he came on the scene. I had already been doing PM Live on my own, and it was a double-header show. And so he had come online, and he already knew that I was there. He didn't nudge or bully his way into the show. He sat beside me, and we anchored it together. More than that, he became a mentor. We were peers, but he became a mentor. He became a friend. He became my giggling buddy. People don't know, but often we would just laugh and laugh, and the producers would just shake their heads and say, "We've lost them now. They're gone." And then the red light would go on, and there we've got a double header, big political story that we're about to break through. The one day I was shying away from business news because I felt that politics and human interest was my strength and business was his. And so the one day he says, "Kriv, no, I need to go to the bathroom. I have an upset tummy." And the next story was a business analysis piece, and he left the studio. And I thought, this little guy. And so I ended up doing the story. But Gwala didn't go to the bathroom. He went around the corner so that the producer could give me the business story to do. And when I came back, he's like, "So you did it? And please, I don't want to ever hear again that you're not going to do a business story." And that was it for us. He's missed. He's one of the legends on SAfM, and may he rest in peace.
Yeah, we do miss him. We really do miss him, Kravani. One of our listeners says, "Send my greetings to this great. And I remember her shows on Saturday and Sunday and the 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. And what a host, Joanne. Simple speech, but her line of interrogation was great. And many politicians struggled against her direct and clear questions. And these are people who made me and many others listen to the station. I mean it. Creme de la creme back in those days and listening," says TG. So some lovely feedback there for you, Kravani. But I know,
that's very heartwarming.
Yeah, no, indeed. Those were the good times. There weren't such great times as well. The SABC 8 saga was a painful one for you. Just remind us of how you ended up becoming one of that grouping and how you ended up navigating it and perhaps playing a role in changing the trajectory of the SABC to where we now find ourselves.
Well, whenever I think about it, it's a big sigh. The weekend show that your listener was talking about is, it was the media show where we interrogated how the media covered that week's headlines, and everyone knows the story behind that. We were forced to stop that show. I was forced to remove the show from the lineup, get people off air, stop analyzing the then administration. It was a lot. I mean, I don't want to delve too much into it, but it was a tough time, which, if given the chance, I would do it again. But the public broadcaster is a very sacred space for any democracy. And so anybody who works in it should, at all costs, protect it from the inside and the outside, because that is where through which the messaging goes out. The SABC 8, they will always have a special place in my heart, especially as one has since passed away. But the SABC 8, all 8 people were there for a reason. It wasn't to grandstand. I mean, no journalist wants to become the headline. But But we were there for a moment in time to say, hands off our public broadcaster. This is for the people. This is for democracy. And I hope that anybody is listening, whether you're a young journalist, whether you're already in the newsroom, and I hope that you will continue to protect our newsroom for all that it is for the decades to come. It's 30 years of South Africa signing off the Constitution. May the public broadcaster be strengthened for the next 30.
And on that note, I want to listen to a voice note that came through from one of our listeners.
Good morning, Joanne. I think the government should make a law. People like Provan must come to the station even twice in a year so that we can still listen to their voices. For her leaving us like this, she really punished us. I was also falling in love with her voices in the radio. So I feel so bad when she was not there, but thank to SAFM for bringing her back. See you in Cape Town. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. You see, Pravani Pillay, they wanted legislated that you come back onto this platform at least twice a year.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you to the listener for that beautiful. I mean, I'm going to have such a good day. My head's going to be so big I won't be able to leave my office.
Well, we thank you for making the time to speak to us, and thank you for being the radio legend that you are and the role that you have played in building our democracy. Pravani Pillay, former SAFM presenter, celebrating 90 years of SAFM with us.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAFM.
Sao Tome and Principe gained independence in 1975, a nation shaped by cocoa plantations and island resilience. Agriculture, tourism, and fishing support the economy. Cocoa remains one of its most important exports, but challenges remain. Economic vulnerability, limited infrastructure, and climate pressures.
The union building is just the lawns. There are a sea of young people from different racial backgrounds and colors. It's actually quite amazing to see. And all of them are talking about one thing, and that these must fall.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAFM 90 years.
SAFM family, my name is Zonke Shazi Hlongwane. I'm a parenting coach and author of Girl You're Enough. Congratulations on an incredible 90 years of broadcasting excellence. As someone passionate about parenting and child development, I've had the privilege of using this platform to reach many families across the country. SAFM doesn't just inform people, it inspires thinking, learning, and meaningful dialogue. Thank you for being a trusted voice for our generation. My wish is that SAFM for dialogue. Thank you for being a trusted voice for our generation. My wish is that SAFM continues to open doors, amplify voices.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years
continues to open doors, amplify voices.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
22 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse. How deeply do you think your child's been influenced by what they see on Facebook or Instagram? Well, there's a fascinating case on the go in the United States where 29 US states are suing Facebook and Instagram owner Meta for what could run into billions of dollars for improperly collecting and using children's data while they were on those platforms, resulting in serious consequences for the children's mental health. Let's get into the details with Zanyiwe Ndadisi Asare, who's an AI and digital policy expert. Ms. Asare, good morning and welcome to the Daily Discourse. I see 4 states are leading the charge: California, Colorado, Kentucky and New Jersey. What exactly are they accusing Meta of doing?
So there are really 2 things happening, and thank you so much for having me again on the show. This is quite a topical subject because we know that we've got massive use of Facebook, Meta, Instagram here in South Africa. So what's really happening is the first is about data. So all the 29 states are saying, you had children under the age of 13 on your platforms, and you knew that they were there, and you were collecting and using their personal information without any parental consent. So, when we all know that when it comes to children, parental consent is required, and especially under American law, they've got that distinction that under 13 you will need to have a parent. But the 4 states that you're mentioning actually go further than that. They're basically saying that this wasn't just a data problem. They're saying that this is a product itself as part of the problem. So, it's one thing collecting the data, but they're saying that the manner in which the product was configured or made is a problem in itself. So they're accusing Meta of understanding how young people behave online, understanding what keeps them coming back and wanting more. And therefore they're saying that Facebook designed it in such a way, or Instagram has also designed it in such a way that the notifications, the recommendations, the endless scrolling on the platforms really kept the children online for the longest amount of time. And that's what makes this case so interesting, because we're no longer asking, was there harmful content, or was the content on Instagram bad for kids? Or the real question here is, was Instagram itself designed in a way that was harmful to children to begin with? And that's a very different legal question from just, was the content harmful and was data inappropriately and illegally collected?
It's such a complex case because what you're talking about suggests that it's going to be a difficult case to prove in some ways. Parents are talking about their children suffering from anxiety, depression, addiction to social media, and even dying by suicide as a result of exposure there. Is that going to be difficult? Is it going to be difficult to show a correlation, at least, between the use of these social media platforms and how it played out in the lives of children from a mental health point of view, Ms. Asare?
What you're actually saying is so spot on, because one of the allegations is about addiction. And, the instances that you just mentioned are so unfortunate. You have children that there've been notes, there's been evidence that shows that, due to this instance that happened, the bullying, the cyberbullying especially that we've been talking about so much, has actually landed children, either in hospital with attempted suicide, or we've actually lost lives. But, I wouldn't get too stuck on some of the allegations or the wording. So I think what you're pointing at is the addiction allegation. And, I think Meta will obviously challenge that word. There are obviously other instances where they're clear-cut. But in terms of the addiction allegation, Meta will challenge that word, I believe. And legally, I think we need to also be careful about using it, around the clinical term addiction itself. Right. But for me, when I look at what you've just said now about this compulsive use, this behavior that's really ended children's lives, has distorted their lives tremendously, we need to really ask ourselves, was the design aimed to do this to the children, right? Was the design for compulsive behavior? Mm-hmm. Because if you know that a particular, a feature makes a 14-year-old or a 13-year-old come back onto the app, and you know that removing a natural stopping point makes that child scroll for another 20 minutes, are you optimizing for, better behavior or better use rather? Or are you keeping that optimization, quote unquote, for that 14-year-old to be on that app? And, if you know the results, should you not be interrogating what you should not be doing, or should not be looking at what you should be doing to protect that child in that instance? And what's uncomfortable for Meta, and I think in this case, is that some of the language being relied on doesn't just come from you and I hearing about, there was a suicide here, or there was a child who couldn't concentrate at school, or they were traumatized. It actually comes from inside Meta itself. There are internal discussions about increasing teen time spent on the app. And prosecutors have actually shown jurors an internal description of Instagram as a drug and employees as pushers. And that's emails between, colleagues within the Meta ecosystem. Now, that doesn't prove the case, of course. But what the court has to decide is, if your company makes more money, the longer my child stays on your platform, who's protecting my child's interests when those interests collide with your business model? And that, for me, is really the biggest issue here.
I mean, that is such an important aspect you've just mentioned. I thought introducing an age restriction would be a realistic demand of Meta, because we know that certain changes are also being demanded in this case. But I was wondering about the issue of doom scrolling. We're just sitting on the app for hours and hours. And I was wondering whether it's feasible to bring an end to that. I mean, is there a way of physically doing that so that you or teenagers, for example, or children are only encouraged to scroll for a particular amount of time, after which there's a cutoff?
That's such a good question. And, my time spent working with product teams, one thing I can tell you for sure is that doom scrolling, or just even that feature itself, is not something that just, popped up haphazardly. That's a feature, and features are made by design. So we really need to understand that infinite scrolling wasn't discovered, right? There isn't some law on the internet that says you have to, after one video, see the next video. It even shows us within 10 seconds you'll see the next video.
Yes.
There's nothing that governs that or says that has to happen in that way. Someone made that product decision. So yes, you can create stopping points, and you can switch off autoplay. And you can reduce, notifications of something that they picked up, your specific algorithm or your profile says you're interested in. So these things do happen. And I think also, not to just paint Meta with this big evil paintbrush. The truth is they do have, some features. So for instance, Meta does have, I think it's called sleep mode, where at certain times it just doesn't show it doesn't show notifications. And these settings do exist. But I think what's important to talk about here isn't necessarily that the settings exist. It's that how accessible are these settings? Do I need to go through like 5 to 10 different menus to get to that specific setting? We all know how difficult it is to unsubscribe to those, subscriptions that we have online. And it's sometimes really the same approach, where it's not something that's just sitting there. It's for you to tap a button and say, look, I don't want to. It's really something that is hidden there. So we know it's technologically possible to, back to your answer, it's technologically possible to stop teen accounts from, having access to this next feature. Next thing, someone has, a child is sitting there saying they'll be on for 10 minutes, and 2 hours later they're still doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So the question really is, what happens when the safer design keeps a child online for 30 minutes or 20 minutes more than what they said? And can this be seen as addictive design?
It's a fascinating question. And please, I don't want you to go away yet, Miss Asare. Could we have just a few minutes of your time after the news to continue the conversation?
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. That brings us to just after 11:30 on the Daily Discourse. Here's Ondela Mbana with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the case of self-proclaimed political fixer Brand Mokhotsi has been postponed to Tuesday next week in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. Meanwhile, the National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, has apologized to the Commission. This after he called its chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseni Madlanga, chief during yesterday's proceedings. And the DA in Knysna in the Western Cape has condemned the killing of the former mayor and ANC councillor Aubrey Tsengwa in a shooting incident last night. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Reflecting on back what we had then is the fact that yes, we have education now, but stuff like education being free is one of the struggles.
Sao Tome and Principe proves that small nations can still shine bright. In every island, in every forest, in every wave, there is peace. Sao Tome and Principe, peaceful, tropical, and resilient.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
Just gone 11:33 on the Daily Discourse. I just wanted to detain Zanyiwe and Tatisi Asare, AI and digital policy expert, for a moment because some of your voice notes were coming in and I thought it was important to just hear the tail end of our conversation with her. So let's quickly, Ms. Asare, listen to this voice note on doom scrolling.
This is my banner, Mpumalanga. You see the issue of Meta and Instagram, endless scrolling. It's not only Instagram, and it doesn't only affect young kids. Even adults, grown-ups, they suffer from this addiction and mindless, just scrolling. Before you know it, your brain is tired. You are just worn out, as it were. I mean, YouTube has got those, they call them shorts. TikTok has got those short clips. Like you just scroll unending. So this is dangerous, man. And they knew what they were doing, these companies, just to capture the human's attention long enough.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in what's being said there, Ms. Asare, but I'm going to add on to that and ask you, I mean, it's clear that as adults, we ought to be able to control how we manage this. With that frontal lobe underdeveloped in young people, clearly they don't always make the same choices because they're not always able to make the same choices. But where does the responsibility of these companies like Meta end, and where does the responsibility of parents and caregivers begin in monitoring how much young people are actually using these platforms and doom scrolling on them?
The listener's voice note at the end, I could just hear the frustration. And I think,
yes.
For young adults growing up in this world where you're meant to be productive and, sort of like the older generation have all these expectations on you. I think these are not just these issues like pressures of feeling so tired, the fatigue, sitting in your bed, being on your phone. I don't think we've really let it sink as one of the pressures of this generation. And I don't think we've really created a proper coping mechanism around it. But just going back to your question, I think that's really it. We need to look at the different stakeholders. So when it comes to children, obviously children are under the care of guardians, children are under the care of their parents. And, it's easy to say, why are the parents not giving guardrails or like not giving restrictions on usage of devices, etc. And I think that's a fair one to have. I think that's a fair discussion to have. But that also would need parents that have also sat down with this information, who are privy to these kind of cases and how it's impacting other children. And I think the only people that can do that really are, beyond civil society, the platforms themselves. And educating parents on these findings, I think that's what the responsible company needs to look like in this day and age. And, parents absolutely have this responsibility. But I also think we need to be careful about placing all of that responsibility on parents, because we're asking them to compete with this addictive thing. And we know how kids are,
Yes.
On the other side of that screen, you have some of the most sophisticated technology coming from the most, sophisticated companies with the biggest budgets. With behavioral scientists, they've got engineers, and they've got enormous amounts of data and algorithmic learnings in real time of what will keep that child engaged for another 5 minutes, another 10 minutes. And we know that as children are growing, like you said, their frontal lobes are developing. They sometimes cannot act in recognition, act in line of what they've recognized. So that's not an equal contest, I think, for parents or guardians. You can't be fighting Meta. And I'll always come back to this. Parental responsibility can't become a substitute for corporate responsibility. A parent can say you can only get an hour, but the parent did not design the infinite scroll, and the parent did not decide on which notification should pull the child back into the app. So the parent did not build that recommendation either. So those choices really belong to the platform. So for me, the responsibility is shared, but it's different. And parents are responsible for parenting the child, but platforms need to be responsible for the environment they build around that child. And I think, the second responsibility is one we've historically underregulated, because we wouldn't accept a child toy manufacturer to say, well, parents should have supervised.
Yes.
We don't look at it that way.
Yeah.
So if the toy itself had been designed to be dangerous, why should we look at social media platforms in a different way? And why should we accept a lower standard simply because the product happens to live on a screen?
I think this is a fascinating conversation, and you've actually broken it down so well for us. Zanyiwe Ndadisi Asare, AI and digital policy expert, I want to thank you especially for the extra time on the show today. Thank you for explaining that so well. It's going to be very interesting following this legal case to see how it ends up. Taking some of your calls right now, we'll take a short break, and when I come back, we'll chat a little bit more about the big stories that we have been covering over the course of the day, and I'll play some of your voice notes and read out your texts as well.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation. Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Mean to be an SAfm woman. SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
20 minutes to 12 on the Daily Discourse, and we're taking some of your messages, your voice notes at this hour. One of you is responding to what Dr. Imran Kika, who is in charge of the Provincial Portfolio Health Portfolio Committee in KZN, said about vehicles that are transporting people to hospital just sitting in workshops for the longest time. And one of you says, so glad someone is speaking about the waste I see daily on the government fleet, staying in dealerships for months while waiting for payment and authorization, says Dulani. Thanks for that, Dulani. And then one of you says, good morning, Joanne and the listeners. Languages in South Africa play a vital role for our democracy. Inclusiveness and respect for our indigenous languages is key, says Dumelo Molefe from Lamontville in Durban, commenting on that issue of whether Afrikaans universities are prepared to open their doors to working class young coloured South Africans who share the language similarities with the rest of their student bodies. And then this question came up about Morgan Maumela. Morning, Joanne. My biggest worry about the NPA is not prosecuting Morgan Maumela, even after all the seizures of their student bodies. And then this question came up about Morgan Maumela. Morning, Joanne. My biggest worry about the NPA is not prosecuting Morgan Maumela, even after all the seizures of his assets and a case of fraud have been transferred to the NPA, but no movement, says Vukani from eThekwini. It is one of the great mysteries of life at this point, I believe. And I think that we need to focus on why there has been no arrest in that regard. Madlanga Commission, one of you says, most of the individuals that testified do not respect the Commission's work. Let's listen into that.
Hi, Joanne. You know what? It's not only Fadel Adams who is trying to make as if nothing's happening here. It's not serious about what is happening in Madlanga. Most of them, we are watching You know, it's so sad to see how people are squandering the funds of the public as they please, and they behave like they are above the law. Squandering the funds of the public as they please, and they behave like they are above the law. You know, the politicians and other officials, they think they are above the law. They know everything. They have the lawyers. They can do whatever they like to do. We are not playing here. This is very serious. They are taking this country to the drain. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. And then on an entirely different topic, one of you is speaking about the state of the roads in Lephalale and the ANC campaigning there.
Good morning, JJ. My name is Raka Umabula in Lephalale. So as you enter Lephalale from Polokwane via R510, there is a traffic test ground. Just across it, there's a huge, I don't know if I should say a pothole, but the road is wiped off there. What used to be tar is gone. So there's gravel, and as you travel around this for about 50 meters, I think, the Premier travels this road and other dignitaries of the government in Limpopo. And guess what? Lephalale local municipality is governed by the ANC with other smaller parties there. And yesterday, they unveiled a huge big billboard that says that vote for the ANC just across where there is no road. And I was like, wow, don't these guys just have shame? And members of the ANC were there rejoicing. They even posted it on social media platforms to say they are rejoicing and celebrating this.
Thank you for that. I mean, that brings it makes me laugh because I guess one misses the kind of emotional intelligence required to read the situation. You know, if you're not seeing that and you're celebrating what people are having difficulties with on the road, I mean that sounds a little suspicious, a little daft actually. But quite right. You know, funny enough, we were meant to have had a broadcast out there a few weeks ago, and Ginilwe was going to have to be part of our crew driving out there, and I was worried about his safety because of those roads, and it didn't materialize. But one does think about that all the time. And here I am in Johannesburg sitting here thinking about the potholes in the roads in Lephalale, and clearly this has not been taken cognizance of by the governing party there. One of you is commenting on the March and March partnership with AfriForum.
JJ, this is Nonde in Cape Town. I'll be very quick. I want to talk about the coalition, if I can call it that, between March and March and AfriForum. I think it is a perfect match. AfriForum, Afrikaners. Afrikaners mean African in English. So, to me, AfriForum will be cleaning their conscience by having a coalition with March and March, right? They can release some land parcels because they've got a lot of land to March and March. March and March can then make a big dent to unemployment and poverty. I think it's a match made in heaven. Joseph, morning.
Good morning, and thank you for that. Whether they will release the land, I'm not sure. They have a lot of cooperations with groups that identify as standing for black rights, and I'm not sure any of those groups have been able to get hold of any land from them. Here's one on the issue of electricity.
Good morning, Joanne Mataboge. John, on the issue of electricity, there are a few things that have to be looked at by the minister. One is the issue of cash scrap or scrap on cash, something like that, where this copper is sold. People are stealing cables because they're making money through selling it to the scraps. Those scrap yards should be closed. Second thing is the issue of abandoned power stations. The classical example shall be Pretoria West Power Station and Royal power stations in Pretoria. They have been on a process of being refurbished or being sorted out, but nothing is happening. The sooner they attend to that, the better.
Yeah, Spot on. And of course, you know, I mean, we've seen some people being charged and prosecuted with that, but I don't think it's being policed in the way it should be. Let's leave it there for today. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to be off for a week, so I'm going to see you next Thursday. But I'm going to hand it over to the team, and of course, they will look after you in my absence. Thank you for joining us today. And of course, we hand over to the book reading. That is followed by the fabulous Sakina Kamwendo, who takes over with Update at noon at exactly midday. And I just want to say thank you to Ginilwe and to Debbie Singh for holding the fort, Tuto as well, for keeping us on the road with the sound this morning. And take care. I will chat to you next week again. Take care. Bye-bye.
SAfm presents another episode of the book The Invisible People by Putuma Ntleko, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
This positions Africans and those in the diaspora curiously. Their ancestors were contributors to philosophies that were given a different wrapping over time and then presented back to them. That wrapping was a product of an evolution that absorbed many other cultural and political influences over long periods. As historian Bruce Gordon puts it in The Bible, A Global History, through Christianity's first millennium, what began as a set of stories, prophecies, letters, and wisdom retold without fixed form emerged as a sacred book. That book entered a multiplicity of languages as it spread through Europe, the Middle East and Africa, and over time came to be regarded by the faithful as not merely a container for the message of God, but an icon itself. Ironically, this process labeled as civilization had in fact partly emerged out of a container for the message of God, but an icon itself. Ironically, this process labeled as civilization had in fact partly emerged, interpreting Christianity as a partial derivative of ancient Egyptian belief system and acknowledging the influence of Ethiopian beliefs and practices, as well as those of African Americans on Pentecostalism, allows Africa to occupy its rightful place as a contributor to this colonizing religion. This understanding will in turn enable Africans to appreciate more fully their own contributions and the foundations of their identity as active subjects, not passive receivers. The diverse origins of religious thought. During my fellowship at the University of Oxford, I took the opportunity to engage with some of the world's most preeminent Egyptologists. I particularly recall a conversation I had with a crusty old scholar. As I waxed lyrical on the uncanny similarities I had observed between Christianity and ancient Egyptian beliefs, he looked at me rather wryly and remarked, Actually, there's rarely anything that is new. Indeed, a cursory understanding of the history of religion, or even a passing conversation with someone of different faith, makes this abundantly clear. Any study of religious doctrine is inextricably linked to philosophical thought, cosmology, and fundamental questions of the origins of the universe and the place humans occupy in it. Philosophy as a way of thinking was not solely the domain of the ancient Greeks and the Western tradition that drew on them, as is often assumed by Western education systems and curricula today. In the first millennium BCE, a number of religious belief systems and doctrines still practiced today began to develop. Each belief was rooted in a specific geographical area, and each developed its own value system. But they often shared some elements, the most critical of which being that they all put morality at the heart of the spiritual life. Across continents, religious and philosophical practices evolved in parallel, and each tradition developed its own formulation of the golden rule. Do not do to others what you would not have done to you. Greek philosophical reasoning therefore had a comparative and equally sophisticated counterpart among Chinese thinkers like Confucius and Mencius. For instance, the Yoruba Odu Ifa corpus, the West African ancient religion, philosophy, and system of divination, most likely emerged many centuries ago. Ancient African societies were repositories of extensive knowledge, such as Ifa's interpretation of cosmology or the Dogon people's knowledge of the stars. Renowned South African astrophysicist Professor Artebe Midupi explained in a 24 lecture at the University of Cape Town that African observations of astronomy predate Stonehenge by 2,000 years. The Nabta Playa in the Nubian desert was built 7,000 years ago and is the oldest known astronomical observatory. Scholarship in astronomy was collected in the Malian city of Timbuktu, where centuries of studies from the kingdoms of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai were recorded in Arab. Collected in the Malian city of Timbuktu, where centuries of studies from the kingdoms of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai were recorded in Arabic and other local languages. French anthropologist Marcel Grioli claimed that Dogon religious beliefs described astronomical elements invisible to the naked eye, indicating extremely advanced knowledge of the solar system. At the same time, as historian Diarmaid MacCulloch puts it, Christianity is to be seen as a young religion, far young than, for instance, Taoism, Buddhism, Hinduism, or its own parent, Judaism. And it occupies a small fraction of the lived experience of what is so far a very short-lived species. For MacCulloch, the story must therefore begin more than a millennium before Jesus. In The World's 16 Crucified Saviors, 19th century writer Cassie Graves asserted that multiple deities and holy men in multiple religions predating Christianity shared similar stories and traits to those ascribed to Jesus in the New Testament. Christianity did not come from nowhere unseeded. It is thus hardly surprising that Christianity, which eventually became inextricably intertwined with Western European civilization, or at least became an important constituent of it, is the product of long lineage of other cultural practices, belief systems, and rituals stretching back all the way into the ancient Egypt. Historians such as Charles Freeman and Diarmaid MacCulloch, for instance, have convincingly argued that the origins of Christianity are in essence pagan philosophy and beliefs rooted in ancient African or Afro-Asiatic cultures absorbed by and passed on through ancient Greek and Judaic traditions. Some of the most influential theologians of the 4th and the 5th centuries CE were deeply influenced by pagan beliefs and readily used Greek religious and intellectual traditions to help develop the expression of the Nicene Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Much of the vocabulary critical to Christianity comes from ancient Greek political language. Even the very origins of Christ come from the ancient Greek word Christos, meaning anointed. Similarly, the word for church in Latin languages such as French and Spanish, eglise and iglesia, come directly from Greek word ecclesia or assembly. The English church comes from a different Greek word, kuriakon, of the Lord. Greek traditions, in turn, were partly influenced by Egyptian practices. In the previous chapter, I have already referred to an exchanges and cross-pollination between Greece and Egypt. Although this view is disputed among scholars,
The ancient Greek historian and geographer Herodotus wrote that almost all the names of the gods came into Greece from Egypt. Besides God's names, Herodotus concluded that the Greeks borrowed many other religious practices from Egypt. The founding fathers of the Christian church, like the Apostle Paul, found it difficult to untether themselves from Plato, who himself traveled to Egypt. That Platonism is one of the founding pillars of Christianity is a widely accepted theory. One scholar enumerates the basic similarities between Christianity and Platonism, including how the Platonic supremacy of the perfect immaterial world over the imperfect material world led to the formulation of the ideas of heaven and earth. Another goes so far as to say that Christianity owes to Platonic thought even its conception of the human soul, its immorality, and its separateness from the body. Giordano Bruno, a 16th century Italian mathematician and philosopher, advocated a return to the original or natural religion, that of Egypt. He was burned at the stake for his theories and beliefs. Towering figures of immense importance to the development of Christianity were not only influenced by Africa, but came from it. For example, Saint Augustine, who lived from 354 to 430 CE, was a Berber from modern-day Algeria. He spent most of his life near his birthplace. He spent most of his life near his birthplace in Hippo on the North African coast, where he was bishop for 34 years. St. Augustine, too, was heavily influenced by some of Plato's philosophies. In academic cycles, Augustine is often referred to as a Christian Platonist. Many of his ideas will be familiar to anyone who knows Western Christianity. He was instrumental in the development of the doctrine of original sin and the concept of the grace of God, and it was on African soil at the Council of Carthage in 418 CE that the Church endorsed the views of this African thinker, who came to be regarded as one of its founding fathers. His works, especially Confessions and the City of God, are classics of religious writing and have been widely read for centuries. He demonstrates how Africans played a role not only in the prehistoric of the religion, but also in its later developments. This is not to mention the many African branches of Christianity, such as the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, the Coptic also in its later developments. This is not to mention the many African branches of Christianity, such as the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, the Coptic Church, or the Christian Nubian kingdoms. Africa's relation to Christianity has always been rich and multifaceted. That old historian in Oxford was right. Actually, there's rarely anything that is completely new. Egyptian civilization and cultural practices over millennia are important for understanding Western Christianity and more generally the Abrahamic faiths and where Africa fits in. Further connection between Africa and Christianity are found in the Shapaka stone and Egyptian goddess Ma'at's 42 negative confessions and their parallels with the Old Testament.
There was another episode of the book, The Invisible People. There was another episode of the book, The Invisible People, by Putuma Ntleko, read by Simpiwe Gwana. The book is available online and in all leading stores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAfM at 11:45 Monday to Thursdays on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, technical production Wiseman Manglele, Nanda Khoza, and Tato Mapuru. 45 Monday to Thursdays on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, technical production Wiseman Manglele, Nanda Khoza, and Tato Mapuru.
Good afternoon, 12 o'clock on Thursday, the 20th of August. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAfm. We're leading the conversation. I'm John Gericke, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo today. Coming up.
I have no association with General Khan. I've seen him at a dinner that was organized for Imtiaz Suleiman. I don't know where I fit into all of that.
NCC MP Fadil Adams continues testifying at the Madlanga Commission, and Public Works Department is updating on the probe into recent fatal building collapses. Share your views with us on all the news that we covered today. 41391 is charged for the SMSs, charged at R1.50. You can call us on 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp voice note number 082 692 3909, or you can post your comments on Twitter or Facebook at SABC News_radio is where you can find us. Use the hashtag Update at Noon, please. That and plenty more coming up in the next hour. Let's get the latest news first with Undelo Mbana.
Thank you, John. On the top stories, Fadil Adams continues with his testimony. The Madlanga Commission and DA in the Western Cape condemns the killing of ANC Councillor Aubrey Tsengwa. For SAfm News, I am Undelo Mbana, and a very good day. The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, says he wrote to the Police Minister, Senzo Mchunu, less than 24 hours after opening criminal cases against crime intelligence officials in Gauteng. He says that he had relied on information from the late General Andrew Lincoln, who had informed him that the officials had attempted to intercept the dockets. Adams is back at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria, where Advocate Lee Sigels-Ncube is leading his evidence.
Let's pause there. Laid the charges the day before. Let's pause there. Laid the charges the day before. At 8 o'clock the next morning, you know that Gauteng police is adopting the same modus operandi. Based on what? Every time.
Ma'am,
it's unacceptable.
I understand your frustration. Let me explain mine to you, if you will. Please, just give me 1 second. I will explain it to you.
Meanwhile, the case of self-proclaimed political fixer Brown Mokhotsi has been postponed to Tuesday next week in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. His arrest followed his appearance before the commission. Mokhotsi is facing charges including perjury, defeating the ends of justice, and unlawful possession of a firearm. This follows allegations that he staged his own assassination attempt in Vosloorus, east of Johannesburg. State Advocate Tami Mbekane.
The matter should be set down again for bail application on new facts. Your Worship, we have arranged a date that this matter be remanded for that purpose, which is bail on new facts. The arranged date is the 25th of August 2026.
The DA in Knysna in the Western Cape has condemned the killing of the former mayor and ANC councillor Aubrey Tsengwa in a shooting incident last night. 3 other people were wounded in the incident, which happened in Concordia DA ward. Councillor Level Davis says he worked alongside Tsengwa for many years.
The DA in Knysna extends our sincere condolences to the family, friends and colleagues of former mayor and ward councillor Ndoda Aubrey Tsengwa following his tragic passing. We had served friends and colleagues of former mayor and ward councillor Ndoda Aubrey Tsengwa following his tragic passing. We had served alongside him in council and in community since 2016. Whatever our political differences, we share the commitment to serving our community. We call on SAPS to apprehend the perpetrators and ensure that they face the full might of the law. May the family, friends and colleagues find 2016. Whatever our political differences, we share the commitment to serving our community. We call on SAPS to apprehend the perpetrators and ensure that they face the full might of the law. May the family, friends and colleagues find strength and comfort in the memories they shared with him.
Meanwhile, the ANC in the Victor Molosi region in Knysna says it's outraged at the killing of Tsengwa. The party's provincial spokesperson, Sfiso Mtsweni.
We take this opportunity to extend our profound, deepest condolences to his family, to the community of Ward 8, to the community of the Greater Knysna municipality. Comrade Tsengwa was a dedicated, committed and passionate leader of our people. He served our people with absolute distinction. He has been a councillor over the past 10 years. In the meantime, we call on everybody not to speculate, but to remember Comrade Aubrey as a loyal, disciplined and dedicated cadre of our movement until the end.
A study has found that disappearing sea ice due to climate change around Greenland has opened up new feeding grounds for several species of whale. Aerial surveys and satellite tagging were used in the research, the BBC's Victoria Jill reports.
The sea off the coast of East Greenland used to be covered in ice year-round. Now it melts completely in the summer, and the waters have opened up to some of the world's largest whales and the fish they feed on. The change has been dramatic. Surveys from ships didn't record a single humpback whale sighting in the region until 2006. By 2024, there were 150 sightings. Now, fin whales, humpbacks and minke whales come in their thousands to feed. But other Arctic species, including belugas, narwhals and walruses, all of which need the sea ice to hide from predators or to breed, are being edged out. Whales come in their thousands to feed. But other Arctic species, including belugas, narwhals and walruses, all of which need the sea ice to hide from predators or to breed, are being edged out.
Recapping the top story, the National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament Fadil Adams says he wrote to the Police Minister Senzo Mchunu less than 24 hours after opening criminal cases against crime intelligence officials in Gauteng. I'm Mondela Mwana for SAfm News headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m. John Gerika on SAfm.
Good afternoon, John in for Sakina. It's 7 minutes past 12 o'clock. Keeping an eye on a couple of stories today. We're going to go live to the Madlanga Commission in a moment, where National Coloured Congress leader, Member of Parliament Fadil Adams is giving his testimony there. A number of questions, as you've heard in the news. We'll go live there in a moment. Also, hoping to bring you details of the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Dean McPherson. He's releasing findings of investigations into recent fatal building collapses. What's going on at CPUT, as well as the students there are staging a sit-in at the university's administrative building. And also, President Ramaphosa has launched the phase sit-in at the university's administrative building. And also, President Ramaphosa has launched the phase 3 of the government business partnership today. Cabinet members and top corporate leaders are mapping out an aggressive strategy for economic growth. So we're keeping an eye on all of that, but we're going to go live to the Madlanga Commission after this.
Unleash your inner chef with Spar. Get up to 80% off on NutriFresh kitchen essentials when you buy products like 1 kg Spar French, garlic, chili or chicken polony for $29.99. Save 12 Rand. Or 2-ply Spar toilet rolls, 350 sheets, 9s for $59.99. Save 10 Rand. Price is valid from 11 till 23 August while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Running a truck fleet business in this economy is tough. Fuel, maintenance, staff, the costs never stop. That's why I switched to My Way Business Insurance. Now I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. These savings go a long way to keeping my fleet on the move.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your trucks and buses. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
John Gerika on SAfm.
All right, let's go to Pretoria. National Coloured Congress leader Fadil Adams is concerned that his source, he conceded that his source, the late Major General Andre Lincoln, might have misled him about his criminal dockets being intercepted and removed at Orlando Police Station in Johannesburg early this year. The Madlanga Commission previously heard that in late of 2024, Adams might have misled him about his criminal dockets being intercepted and removed at Orlando Police Station in Johannesburg early this year. The Madlanga Commission previously heard that in late of 2024, Adams laid several criminal charges implicating senior SAPS crime intelligence members in fraud, corruption, docket interception, and the misuse of Secret Service funds. Adams is continuing his testimony at the Madlanga Commission, so let's listen in.
Yes, file 2.
File 2. Got 2. Yes, this is confusing. I got 2. Yes, this is confusing. Okay, what? Page?
Page 58.
58. Is it file 2? There. File 2. Thank you.
Do you have it, page 58?
Sorry, just to follow up on what I asked you. So if, as you approach the minister, what you have in mind is some independent entity, and you have specific ones in your mind, what did you expect the minister to do? Did you expect the minister to go to the public protector on your behalf or to go to IPID on your behalf? Because you say right from the onset, what you had in mind was something independent. So did you expect the minister to go to those independent entities on your behalf? And if that is so, why should the minister have done that on your behalf? What mandate does he have to do that on your behalf? Yes, please.
Thank you. The way you frame it now, it actually makes me consider my response, Commissioner. But I was pleading for help here from the highest authority in the country within the SAPS.
But you already knew, from what you say, you already knew that you did not want SAPS to do this, and that what you had in mind was an independent entity. So why must the minister do that for you? What mandate did the minister have to do this on your behalf?
He didn't have one, Commissioner.
He didn't have one.
I do concede your point.
So why did you go to the minister?
It was the most obvious door to knock on.
It's not so obvious. It's not so obvious.
It genuinely...
Based on the responses you give now, it was not obvious at all.
To me, it was the most obvious door to knock on.
It's not so obvious. It's not so obvious.
It genuinely...
Based on the responses you give now, it was not obvious at all.
To me, it was the logical thing to do, complain with the minister.
But what did you want him to do? Because you say in so many words that what you had in mind was something independent. What did you expect the minister to do?
I actually did expect the minister to approach like he did with the IDAC or the public protector or whichever commission there was. And I do concede what you're saying.
But if you already have those independent entities in your own mind, you ought to have gone to them. Those independent entities in your own mind, you ought to have gone to them yourself. Why must the minister be the one who intercedes on your behalf? That doesn't make sense.
That point is accepted. It's conceded, Commissioner. I won't argue.
Let me tell you what I think. I think you're not being truthful when you say you expected the minister to go outside of SAPS. I think you're not being truthful. You expected the minister to sort this out for you within SAPS. It's just that now you have difficulties answering the questions put to you by Commissioner Baloyi. That's why you now tell us about expecting some independent entity. Yes.
Commissioner, just to make it easy, because it's seeming disrespectful when I speak over you, when you're done, and if you can just put the light off, then I know I can speak. Sorry, man, because you pause, and I think you're done, and then I want to jump, and then you start. Commissioner, in my first email, I don't mention an independent entity. I'm actually half expecting the minister to use his powers, whatever they may be, to see to it that this stops. But then as in the course of those 10 days, I just get this disillusion with all of SAPS, and I say, can we have an independent entity look at this? Now, I understand the way you're framing it right now. It makes me question my own action. But I didn't jump to the minister off the bat and say, get some... No, I did not do that. I asked the minister, we have a problem here. And then as it appeared to me, if I may, my light is on, as it appeared to me that the problem was bigger than I thought it was getting, I said, Minister, can we just have an independent person or office or institute? I must check the wording. But I didn't ask for, let's say, Saldanha SAPS to investigate or the IDAC. I said, can we have an independent body? I think body is the term I use, but I can check the email. But I do consider and concede what you're saying, that I could have been, let me say, more measured in what I did. I will concede to that.
The distinct impression it creates to my mind is that at the time you approached the minister, you never had any idea about either the minister himself or just the possibility of an outside entity being approached. You did not have that in your mind. That's the distinct impression I have. But rather, the problem you are facing now is that you are not able to give an explanation as to your conduct. That's the difficulty you have. And that is why you now give us the answers that you've been given. I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Chair. So let's just go back to your bundle to page 58.
I am on 58, thank you.
So this is the email you sent to the Minister on the 10th of November. And you say, Dear Minister, to Mr. Nkabinde, thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and it's on Sunday the 10th of November at 19:22. Investigation into cases. Dear Sir, in the matter of the below cases, and you list that these are the Valeria and Langlaagte cases, Orlando and Langlaagte. Please note that I, Fadil Adams, request an independent investigator or body to investigate the cases I have laid. I make this request as your National Commissioner has claimed all is above board in the case of the allegations made against Major General Khumalo. We are reliably told that this is false and have the statements to back it up. If indeed the Commissioner's position is compromised in this regard, please view our concerns with concern. Regards, Honorable Fadil Adams. Now, this comes on the...
Sorry. And please do not take this to assist you with regard to my engagement with you. What I was talking about was as at the time you write to the minister for the first time, the very first time, so that 9 days later, on the 10th, you now make a request for something independent to be done. It doesn't assist you in the engagement I had with you earlier, which related to the 1st of November. Now we are on the 10th of November. I just thought I should clarify that. You should not think that, oh, there I am. I'm now vindicated. That's just a comment. If you want to comment, you may.
I will light this off. I need to comment. I've moved on from that, just
thank you,
Commissioner.
Thank you.
I've moved on from that.
Thank you. Sorry for that, Mr.
Commissioner, if I may, just ask Advocate, is there any file I can put away or move along because it's getting a bit cluttered? I am now with the one that...
9A away. You can put 9 away.
File 2, can I put 9 away?
9, yeah.
9A.
But not 9B. You can keep...
Thank you.
So keep file 2 and 9B with you.
So I can put 9 away and keep 9B. Thank you.
One labeled Lieutenant General Mpana as the annexures. We'll put that away as well.
You can put that away as well for now, Chief.
Thank you. That's 9B. Just leave it.
Now, your email to Mr. Nkabinde comes on the 10th of November. And you say that in your email, you say, I make this request as your National Commissioner has claimed all is above board in the case of the allegations made against Major General Khumalo. Where does that come from?
This is because I've raised some of these allegations in the police portfolio and I'm told by the National Commissioner all is above board.
And when was this?
I can't tell you the date, but it would have been just before the 10th.
So at this stage, the Minister's office hasn't yet reported back to you on their findings in the investigation initiated by your complaint. There hasn't been an outcome yet.
In the complaint that you refer to about...
Reported back to you on their findings in the investigation initiated by your complaint. There hasn't been an outcome yet.
In the complaint that you refer to about...
your 1
General
November
Jacobs.
Complaint.
I'm not understanding.
Remember, on the 1st of November, you asked the Minister to intervene.
Yes, I did.
And then a process is initiated where the Inspectorate is investigating, and the Inspectorate must report back to the Minister, but we can see from the timelines that by the 10th, there is no report back that we can see. It comes after the 10th of November.
I'm not copied in on those emails to the Inspectorate. Yeah,
Yes.
just so what would have happened is I would have raised some of these issues, and I don't think all of them in the portfolio. I was
Yes.
asking questions, And the National Commissioner gave us the assurance that all was above board. I think one of the questions we asked about was the security clearance of General Madondo. And this is why I'm writing this email.
Okay, but so your email on the 10th of November has nothing to do with your complaint about your dockets being intercepted?
I'm not really referring to it. I am mentioning it, but it's not, Minister, if you understand what I'm saying. I'm more than anything else, I'm complaining about the National Commissioner telling us that amongst other things, General Madondo's position at crime intelligence, all is above board.
Well, you don't say that. You say the allegations made against Major General Khumalo. I think you mean Lieutenant General Khumalo. Major General Khumalo Zimbuso Khumalo.
Yes, I'm wrong there, sorry. Okay. And I think also one of the allegations, that one of the things that I question, I'm thinking, was about his first security clearance, which Brigadier Slongweni says is a fraudulent thing. I think I raised that in that. I know I raised it in portfolio, and I think it was that meeting. So I'm sorry, I did get this. This is supposed to be Lieutenant General as well. Sorry about that.
Okay, so there's two processes now that you want the minister to undertake. The one is about your dockets being intercepted. And then the second one is, I don't want my dockets to be investigated by SAPS. It must be investigated by an independent body.
Yes, ma'am.
So your criminal cases must go outside of SAPS. On what basis?
I'm at that stage believe that my documents are being taken.
You haven't given documents yet?
No, the dockets, the case dockets.
Okay, the dockets.
Sorry, not documents, sorry.
Okay. So you believe your dockets have been taken at that stage?
Yes,
but you've complained to the minister and he's busy with an investigation. He hasn't come back to you yet and told you the outcome of that investigation.
But at that stage, I'm not aware of an investigation.
No.
But you must be aware, because on the exchange with Ms. Ncube, you see there are calls between you and Colonel Phillips. So you are talking and you're making appointments which you don't honor. So between the 1st and the 10th of November, you do become aware. You're making appointments which you don't honor. So between the 1st and the 10th of November, you do become aware that an investigation is happening, or at least an attempt is being made to sit down with you about those dockets.
You're like, just to clarify, Colonel Phillips never told me that he was from the national office. He never told me that he was coming from the office of Lieutenant General Jacobs, and maybe it's not, maybe didn't need to. I'm under the impression that he's with Western Cape SAPS. I'm also under the impression that Western Cape SAPS are the people that came to come fetch my dockets. This is why I'm saying I'm not aware of the investigation from national.
Yeah, you may not have been aware that it's national that's doing the investigation, but you are aware an investigation is happening. You suspect that Colonel Phillips is from the Western Cape. That's not the point. The point is you do become aware after the 1st of November. Phillips is from the Western Cape. That's not the point. The point is you do become aware after the 1st of November or from the 1st of November, you do become aware that there is an investigation because you've referred to the matter for investigation. And yet on the 10th, in fact, in that intervening period, you are the reason that no meeting happens because you are unavailable. You say, I'm unavailable, I'll come back to you. So you're the one that's causing that there's a delay in a sit down with you. And yet on the 10th, you now want an independent body or investigator to investigate when you know there's an investigation.
Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner, I understand that I'm the one that muddied the water. I've got the paperwork in front of me. I understand and I accept that I'm the one that muddied the water. But when Colonel Phillips calls me, I'm under the impression this is part of a cover-up, and this is why I don't speak to him. This is why I brush him off. I don't deny it. I do not. And my faith in the process was, if I email the minister, or if I put enough pressure on, and I was going to take this to Parliament itself, then things will happen. But I promise you now, as I sit here, I had no idea that the office of the national office of the directorate was investigating. I thought it was a Western Cape thing. I thought that the Western Cape office had taken, the provincial office had taken my dockets. I thought this was just going to be part of the cover-up.
No, that cannot be. It simply cannot be. You complained to the minister on the 1st of November. The very following day, you were called by Colonel Phillips.
Colonel Phillips.
Surely, in your mind, it must trigger the idea that I complained yesterday. There's immediate movement. Look at the first entry under the comments. Colonel Phillips has written there that he did an introduction and explained the purpose of the call. No, you are not being truthful, no. Mr. Adams. You are not. Bear in mind that the very previous day, you have complained to the minister. Why is it that you cannot think, oh, there's immediate movement? The minister is moving on this. No, you are not being truthful. No.
If I may respond, Chairperson. Colonel Phillips introduced himself to me as Lieutenant Colonel Phillips from, what's the department? Inspectorate. Which my understanding is service delivery related. Now, my issue was I didn't know that the minister had involved them. Because I'm thinking to myself, and I've said it loud in Parliament, I've said it in the portfolio, I didn't lay a service delivery complaint. This is why I wasn't expecting this. And I thought this was just a way to butter me up, and I understand today that my perception was 100% wrong. But I did not I didn't know that the minister had laid a service delivery complaint. I wasn't aware of that. And there was no communication from the minister's office to me to say that we have laid a complaint with the inspectorate. Perhaps you should take the call. Well, not perhaps you should take it, but they didn't inform me of this. So I was just giving this man the brush off, thinking that we'll get to the bottom of this.
No. Now, but he says he explained the purpose of the call. He would either be lying or would have told you a wrong purpose of the call. He says he explained the purpose of the call. Look at that entry. So what other purpose could he have stated other than the purpose which related exactly to what you had raised with the minister? What other purpose could he have raised? It's on that basis that I'm saying you are not being truthful, Mr. Adams.
Chairperson, I understand what you're saying. Please understand when I tell you I was fearful of a cover-up and I did not want to meet with this man. That's all. And
did he or did he not explain the purpose of the call?
He called.
Did he or did he? Look at that entry. He says
page is that, please?
Look at your screen. 3856.
I can't see the light.
3856.
Thank you. Same file?
No, it's a different file. It's a file
9B.
Was it 9B?
9B.
Okay, wait. If can I move this thing forward? Thank you, because I can't see. There was an introduction.
And then purpose of call and request for interview. Yes, did he or did he not explain the purpose of the call?
Chairperson, he called me, he introduced himself. He told me that he was going to investigate the dockets. I tell you this, I thought he was from Western Cape SAPS, and he requested the interview. And I thought to myself, well, I didn't even think to myself again. I consulted my friend Whisper. He told me I'd suggest you don't. I felt I shouldn't. I'm not even going to lay that.
No, please. Can you please? We don't have all the time in the world. When I ask you a question, please answer the question directly. Did he or did he not explain the purpose of the call?
He did.
He did.
He did.
What purpose did he tell you the call was about? What purpose?
He said he was calling.
Briefly, please don't stray off onto anything else.
He said he was calling to investigate the docket complaint that I made.
The docket?
The dockets that were removed. He was calling to investigate that.
So to you, he spoke about dockets that had been removed?
Yes.
Removed from where?
From Grand Central SAPS. That was the purpose of the call.
The dockets that had been removed. But that sounds very strange in the context of what was happening for him to have said that. I find it difficult to follow what you mean by that.
I can't quote him verbatim. Oh, your light is on, sorry.
Sorry?
Your light is on, sir. Now, I'm assuming you're still talking.
We always keep the lights on, please. We are not about to change that. I'm done now. Please speak. I'm not going to switch off my mic.
Justice.
I'm done now. Please speak.
No, I'm not asking that you switch off. I'm just saying that I keep interrupting you.
All right. Please go on.
I can't quote you verbatim what he said, but he told me that he was here to investigate the dockets that I had alleged gone missing. That was the conversation. It wasn't a long conversation, but that was the conversation. I just felt that I shouldn't trust him.
And why did you not relate that to the minister? Because you now say, he said, the dockets that you had complained had been removed. Why did you not relate that to the very complaint, underlying complaint, which you yourself referred to? Why did you not relate that to the complaint that you had laid only the previous day with the minister?
I don't have a reason, Chairperson. I didn't. I should have. I didn't and I should have.
That takes us back to the point made by Commissioner Baloyi about you not taking up an offer of assistance. Yes, Mr. Secretary.
And in fact, Mr. Adams, we dealt with it on the 3rd of November in that same schedule, the 5th block, at 17:11 to 19:21, WhatsApp messages between Mr. Adams and Colonel Phillip. The second paragraph, request from Mr. Adams for letter from Minister to SAPS, image of email received sent to Mr. Adams. So there was an engagement as to you were either questioning why he's investigating it, which should have been legitimate request, or he was telling you, I've been asked to investigate this, it's a request that comes from the minister, and you requested that letter that the minister had sent to SAPS, and according to him, he sent it to you, he sent an image of it, and you told us that you don't dispute anything in the schedule.
Plenty verbal jousting happening at the Madlanga Commission. The Fidel Adams National Coloured Congress leaders testifying there. We'll go back there in a moment. We're going to do news headlines, bring you up to speed with what's happening in the business world as well. It's 29 minutes to 1.
Thank you, John. On the news headlines, the National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament Fidel Adams has denied abusing his access to Police Minister Senzo Mchunu. The case of self-proclaimed political fixer Brown Mokgotsi has been postponed to Tuesday next week in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court, and the Johannesburg Waste Management Entity Pick It Up has confirmed that the protest action at its depots has ended. It says waste collection services at all 12 depots have been restored. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
The rand's trading at 16 rand 12 cents to the dollar, 21 rand 95 to the pound sterling, and 18 rand 84 cents to the euro. Euro is at $1.16 and the dollar is at 158 yen 47. In Brazil, $1 trading at 5 real 18 cents. In Russia at 83 rubles 85. In India 95 rupees 70, and in China a dollar changing hands at 6172. Asian markets green across the board at the closing bell. Japan's Nikkei rose 1.4%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng increased 0.8%, and mainland Shanghai Composite ended 0.2% firmer. India's markets extended gains at the close of trade. The JSE is mainly lower at midday. The all-share index fallen 0.2%, 115,795. The Industrial 25 index is 0.4% in the red. Financials are down 1.1%. Top 10 resources index is added 0.8%, and precious metals and mining index gained 1.1%. European markets are weaker. Britain's FTSE 100 is off 0.3%. The CAC 40 in France is down 0.1%, and Germany's DAX has declined 0.5%. Looking at commodities, gold is trading at $4,491. Platinum, $1,791 an ounce. The price of Brent crude oil, $93.57 a barrel.
Don Gerika on SAFM.
Just before we go back to the Madlanga Commission, I want to update you on the Hockey World Cup because South African women were beaten by China today, 5-1. So South Africa losing all of their pool matches at the Hockey World Cup. South Africa are busy against Australia at the moment, men against Australia. It's well into the second half. That match is tied at 2-2. South Africa haven't won a game yet, so hopefully they can pull off some sort of result against Australia. Australia 2, South Africa 2. You're with SAFM, 27 minutes to 1 o'clock. Let's go back to that verbal jousting at the Madlanga Commission. National Coloured Congress member of Parliament Fidel Adams is testifying.
the outcome of this investigation. So when I'm emailing the minister right here, I don't know about it. I don't know that General Jacobs' office is involved in this. I don't know these things.
Were you ever informed of the outcome of your complaint?
It was brought up in the police portfolio much, well, I wouldn't say much later, but a little bit later.
Still in November?
Can I not commit on a date? I'm going to lie to you.
Okay. Was it before or after you went to IDAC?
It might well have been before. I can't tell you.
I suspect that it was
It might
before.
well have been, yes.
Because that's why you go to IDAC, because you're not happy with the outcome of an investigation that you asked the minister to initiate into your allegations, where the inspectorate now says that actually, according to their assessment of your cases, there's no merit to these cases, right? You're not happy with that. That's on the 20th of November. The report is on the 20th of November. You're not happy with that. So on the 21st of November, there's a Section 27 affidavit with IDAC, referral with IDAC.
So
20th of November. The report is on the 20th of November. You're not happy with that. So on the 21st of November, there's a Section 27 affidavit with IDAC, referral with IDAC.
So I've asked the minister for assistance. The minister has referred the matter to IDAC. That's how I end up there. It's not that I wasn't happy with the issue. If the minister was unhappy was happy with the outcome of the report, he only needed to say to me. He didn't. There was no communication between myself and the minister about that. So for me, I'm understanding what you're saying, and I'm looking at the confusion, and I'm saying to myself, this is a headache.
Like Mr. Adams to do is to tell us how he ends up communicating with IDAC, as opposed to it being put to him that he went on a certain date, because it's still not clear to me how he ends up communicating with IDAC.
Correct.
And I would like to hear from him.
Yes.
The minister's office, I think it was Mr. Nkabende again, sent us an email or copied us in on an email where they are referring this issue to the IDAC.
So you got to know from Mr. Nkabinde that the minister's office is referring the matter to IDAC?
I think it was Mr. Nkabinde that sent the email, yeah, but we are copied in on the email.
Yes.
And that is how my conversation with IDAC begins.
And can you fly that letter? We saw it in MK15. I think it's 10 MK16. Page 10. Dated 11 November 2024. Page 310 of the MK. Yeah.
It's 4004 of your bundle 9B.
9B.
Ms. Dube, can you run with it from here?
4004.
Yes. Do you have it?
I have it, thank you.
That's the referral request. Attached here to please find for ease of reference a copy of written correspondence addressed to the Minister by Member of Parliament Honourable Fadil Adams. The allegations contained therein implicate very serious senior members of SAPS and are viewed in a serious light, and case dockets were registered per the following. And then it gives your Langlaagte and Orlando dockets. And then it says, due to the nature of the allegations made by the Honourable Fadil Adams, which is deemed to be quite sensitive, dockets. And then it says, due to the nature of the allegations made by the Honourable Fadil Adams, which is deemed to be quite sensitive and which contains allegations of criminal misconduct, this office requests the investigating director to consider investigating the same. Honourable Fadil Adams was advised by this office to await your decision in this regard. And it's signed by Mr. Nkabinde, 11/11/2024. Is that the letter that you say you would have
This is the
received?
letter that I received.
Okay. So you say the minister is the one that, the minister's office.
The minister's office referred me to IDAC.
And then what was your involvement? When do you get involved?
I couldn't even tell if it was the same day or the next day. I Googled IDAC. I called their office and I said the minister's referred a complaint, and the person I spoke to said to me, no, if the minister has referred, you can be assured that we'll call you back. But I don't have a reference. You've not given me a reference number or nothing, so I don't. And they duly did.
Can I just check? Looking at the dates, your letter of the 10th and Mr. Nkabinde's letter of the 11th, he must have acknowledged and told you that he's referring to IDAC, and he's referred to 10th and Mr. Nkabinde's letter of the 11th. He must have acknowledged and told you that he's referring to IDAC, and he's referred to IDAC, and you must now wait for their decision. He must have told you that. He responded to you.
I don't recall him telling me he's referring to IDAC. I know this is. I know I received this. I can check.
No, I'm talking even before you receive this letter, because in that page 4005, he says, Honorable Adams was advised by this office to await your decision in this regard. And so I'm saying that line means that after he received your complaint, he told you that we are referring to IDAC and you must wait for their response. Otherwise, that line told you that we are referring to IDAC and you must wait for their response. Otherwise, that line.
I actually don't. Sorry, Commissioner. I don't recall receiving such correspondence, Commissioner. I can't recall unless he's advising me in this email by copying me in on it, but I don't recall an email from him saying we are referring the matter to the IDAC. I don't recall that.
You don't discount it. What do you mean when you say I don't recall? Are you saying he's incorrect to say that you were advised to await the decision of IDAC?
I would not say it's incorrect. I'm saying that he may have sent such an email, but I don't think so.
Okay.
I may be wrong.
I thought you said this letter was an attachment to an email sent to you.
No, I'm copied in on this email.
No, this is a letter. Where is the email that you say you are copied in on?
I can provide it to the Commission.
Yes.
I can.
But the point is this, that this letter...
Email.
No, this is a letter. Where is the email that you say you are copied in on?
I can provide it to the Commission.
Yes.
I can.
But the point is this, that this letter that we are looking at was an attachment. You got it by way of an email.
Yes.
And there was an email where Mr. Nkabinde would have said something to you.
I'm trying to think, like I told Commissioner Baloyi now, I actually don't remember such correspondence. All of this was printed by my office, my back office, but I can call them lunchtime and ask them, guys, is there anything like that?
But it's safe to assume that if somebody is attaching a letter to an email, then the body of the email would refer to the contents of the letter.
That is correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Adams, I really can't keep up with the various versions that you're giving. Then there's also the complication of the version that you gave to ad hoc regarding this. Can I take you to 4049 of 9B? It's the transcript. Do you have it? 40.
I do.
49. The last paragraph. This is you, Mr. Adams. General Lincoln said to me that if this is what they have done, they are going to cover this thing up. I asked him, General, what do we do? He said, you walk away. I said, why? He said, because people are going to die before this thing goes to court. I said, General, are you serious? He said, 100%. I said, I am not going to die before this thing goes to court. I said, General, are you serious? He said, 100%. I said, I am not going to walk away, and I am am certainly not scared of death. What do I do? He said, son, you open this docket. You open these dockets, these cases in another province. Let us see what happens. I flew to Johannesburg and I opened the case, the same cases at Orlando and Langlaagte police stations. But when I was there, I waited. I made it clear I was not going to leave until I received my case numbers because I wanted this thing registered. Once that was done, the very next day, I emailed the minister, the suspended minister Mkhunu, and I said to the minister that my dockets have been irregularly collected here in Cape Town because I'm complaining to the minister. I did not know what course of action the minister would take, but I did demand from the minister that someone else, my dockets have been irregularly collected here in Cape Town because I'm complaining to the minister. I did not know what course of action the minister would take, but I did demand from the minister that someone outside the SAPS investigate this case. General Lincoln gave me a telephone number for the IDAC, which I contacted. I cannot remember who I spoke to, but I was contacted by Brigadier Perumal, and not the very next day, or maybe the day after that, by the IGI of Intelligence, Mr. Imtiaz Fazil. He asked me about the case I had laid. Now, where does General Lincoln now come into this? Because you say I had laid. Now, where does General Lincoln now come into this? Because you say, here you don't mention that the office of the minister referred the matter to IDAC and copied you in that email, which you've just told us now, and you said you Googled IDAC independently, but here General Lincoln is the one that gave you the number for IDAC, and it seems that you decided to go to IDAC without the minister having referred anything, or you having knowledge of the minister referring to IDAC.
I didn't know who IDAC was before I received that. I can tell you that, even as a member of parliament, IDAC does not report to my portfolio. They report to justice. I've never heard of them. So when
no,
I
you did hear of them. You got it from General Lincoln, according to what you told.
No, what I'm saying is that before this referral, I wouldn't say I didn't know who they were. I'm saying I wasn't familiar with IDAC. I wasn't familiar with their mandate, the terms of reference, the powers, none of that. General Lincoln did give me the number. He did. You didn't
Google it?
No. What I'm saying is the number he gave me didn't work. It went straight there. Then I Googled it. And if I can, I'll even check during the lunch to see if the number that he gave me, there is a number for IDAC that doesn't work. There is one. I Googled the number that works. That is what happened there. And
why even mention General Lincoln giving you the number? If the number that he gave you didn't work, what is the relevance of that?
Please remember that I'm typing all of this for the ad hoc committee from memory.
This is you being asked questions.
Yes, but what I'm saying is as I'm answering off the spot, and sometimes I don't get the small details right. This is what happens sometimes. I mean, I'm sure I did it yesterday, I'm sure I'm doing it today, I'll do it tomorrow as well. Okay. This is what happens sometimes.
Okay, so you get the number, an incorrect number from General Lincoln. So you the one that speaks to Mr. Perumal?
No, I don't speak to Mr. Perumal. I'm told that, can you give us a reference number? I said, I don't have one. They said, well, if the minister's referred you, someone's going to call you. And then I get contacted by Chief Investigator Perumal.
Yes, that's what I was saying. You spoke to...
Yes, I spoke to him like that.
Okay. So at which stage now, because in your ad hoc evidence, you don't mention the minister's referral. You just say, I did not know what course of action the minister would take, but I did demand from the minister that someone outside of the SAPS investigate this case. General Lincoln gave me a telephone number for the IDAC, and which I contacted. So at which stage, so the minister, so now you know, your evidence, we're missing that part, that you knew when you contacted IDAC that the minister had also referred it to IDAC.
Yes, ma'am, with respect, the ad hoc committee is not as specific in its questioning. I was only asking the question that was being asked, answering the question that was being asked of me. I mean, at the level of intensity, you can't compare the two.
Okay, I accept that, but when you then, so now your call to IDAC, you do it because you were copied in on an email by the minister's office,
yes,
referring it to IDAC.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But doesn't the email say that they must contact you? You initiate then?
Yes, ma'am. The email says they must contact me, but like I've just demonstrated maybe 10 times over the last day and a half, I'm always in a hurry with this type of thing. So I made the first approach. I didn't speak to anyone of relevance, and I was contacted I think it was the next day. I say in my affidavit the next day, I think it was the next day.
Okay. You then speak to Mr. Perumal. And what happens thereafter? What are the arrangements?
Mr. Perumal calls me and explains to me that as the IDAC, they work on Section 27 referral, and told me that if they don't have that, then they cannot work. They can't investigate. I don't have a date, and not even an idea. Mr. Perumal told me that he would be in Cape Town in the very near future and asked if we could meet. And he asked if we could meet. And because I was on my travels on that day, I think I was on my travels that day, and he was staying at the City Lodge Hotel, he asked me if we could meet for breakfast. I told him it was too early to eat for me, but we could meet. We sat down. I gave him the bare essentials of the case. He asked me where the documents were. I said it's in my office at Parliament. He asked me, why is it in your office in Parliament? And I explained to him, I will hand you these documents in your office or at the NPA's office, because I don't know who you are. That is what happened.
And you can't recall the exact date when that happened?
I couldn't if I tried. Okay. I think Mr. Perumal might be able to give you an idea, because they were at the Lodge Hotel right by the airport. It should be very easy to confirm.
Who did you meet with?
I met with Chief Inspector Perumal, and Mr. Brian Padiachi was at the hotel. He introduced himself, but he wasn't part of the meeting.
Okay. So it's the three of you, and the arrangement then is you're going to give the documents to them?
The arrangement was that we would meet at a later date. I would meet with an advocate or an advocate. My A1s would be commissioned, and I would hand over the evidence when I was comfortable that they were, in fact, who they said they were.
And do you recall how long after that meeting did you then meet with them at the second meeting?
It wasn't too very long, 2.5, 3 weeks maybe, I think. I didn't write these things down, advocate. I mean, at the time it was just a meeting, you know what I mean?
Was it still in November?
I think it was.
Okay. And what happened at that meeting?
Oh, the second meeting. No, the second meeting was on the 6th of December.
Yes, that's also what I understood, that the second meeting is for the A1s.
Yeah.
The second meeting is in 2025?
No. I got my dates mixed up completely here.
Yes, you do.
I've got my, but the second meeting, the second time I see Mr. Perumal is on the same day when I meet Advocate Ransamy and Mr. Rapesu.
So that would have been not 3 weeks later, that would have been the new year, 2025.
Was
January,
it that late?
6 January 2025.
Was it that late? Oh, well, that's the date. That is the date.
Can we maybe just try to understand this? Perumal contacts you, Chief Perumal. You then have a discussion with him. Can you just give us clarity on your first written submission to IDEC? Your referral now, not the minister's letter. Your referral to IDEC, when does that happen?
That referral date will be on the referral. I can't even think when that. I haven't seen that referral since I gave it to them.
But it was in November 2024.
I think it was.
Yes.
I think that's the day I gave them the referral, when it was at the City Lodge. Yes, because he explained to me, we can't move if we don't have a referral. I said, I'll give it to you when I see you. There we go. Yes, that was inconvenient.
So your first meeting with them was when you gave them your referral affidavit?
Yes, sir. That was part of the meeting.
Yes.
And it wasn't them. The second time I saw Padiachi was here, because he introduced himself that day, and I think he had someone else he was seeing who was going to. I sat with Chief Perumal.
Just focus on the day of the referral affidavit. So who drafted it for you? Was it already prepared by you?
Yes, sir.
And you gave it to them?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been in November 2024.
On the date that it is signed.
Because the next meeting, when you meet with them, they had already told you that there will be a follow-up meeting for your A1 statement.
Yes, sir. Yes. And also in the envelope with my referral, and I think this may explain something along the way, I also included this email, this from the minister. That was on the screen now, to the investigating director. There was 3 pages in there. I gave them 3 pages. There was that document and this document was in there.
Yes. And I think at some point when Advocate Ngube engages you, we will need you to identify the document that you say was your referral to IDEC, but yes, you will be engaged by the evidence.
100%, Chief.
Can I just understand how many meetings you had? We know in January of 25, you have a meeting with Mr. Padiachi, Mr. Rapesu, and Perumal and Advocate Ramsamy. That's in January 25. In November, who do you meet with before you sign off your Section 27 referral? I think it's dated the 21st of November. Who do you meet with before you do that document?
Advocate Paloy, on my first meeting, I met with Brian Perumal.
Just him?
No, and Mr. Padiachi was also there, but he only introduced himself and left.
This is when?
That's the first meeting. That's on the day of the Section 27.
In November?
In November. My second meeting is I meet the whole team, the investigative team, the advocate, Mr. Rapeshu, Mr. Padiachi. Not Mr. Padiachi, Mr. Perumal. Mr. Padiachi was not at that meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, how do you know that you need to prepare Section 27 affidavit?
When Chief Padiachi called me.
Perumal.
Perumal called me. He explained to me the process. He said to me that we, as IDAC, cannot move without a Section 27 referral. So, when I met with him, I was a little bit confused because according to my understanding, even this letter was a Section 27 referral. I typed out my own one, and I included this in the envelope as well. And I said, here you are, there's your Section 27.
The Section 27 that you prepared, was it an affidavit or a letter?
It was an affidavit.
Okay. And where did you have it commissioned?
I had it commissioned. It would either have been at my office or at the house of the councillor that did it, because we are in each other's space all the time. I can't say for sure.
And who's that councillor?
It is Councillor Felicia Solomons.
Okay. And do you recall what was contained in that, the allegations that were contained in that Section 27?
I mentioned various things in there, and I don't think I'd be able to tell you all of them off the cuff. It's 18 months ago. It's okay. Not the easiest thing in the world.
Do you recall if you mentioned the forklift?
I think I would have.
You would have?
I would have.
Because it was one of the important cases that you had. Would you have mentioned the PKTT?
Yes, I did.
You definitely mentioned.
I mentioned the PKTT.
Okay. And what about the PKTT did you mention in there?
I think I speak of and this is information that I can't disclose the source. It wasn't Andre Lincoln. The person spoke to me and said to me, there's so many things going wrong in the PKTT with regard to promotions. So that is one of the things I said. I think I might have said other things also, if I'm remembering it correctly.
Did you also mention the use of CI monies to purchase or book hotels for the PKTT?
I think it's one of my complaints, Commissioner.
Yes.
If I put it in there, I'd need to have a look at it and just remind myself. It's a long time ago.
I just want to take you to the presentation that Chief Perumal did, where he seems to summarize what was in your Section 27 affidavit, and then you can tell us whether that rings a bell. Okay.
I'm just a little cautious here, Commissioners. I have laid a case against these people. There is an investigation underway. Maybe you must guide me as to where and when, because I don't want to jeopardize this case. So you must just assist me with this, please. I didn't come with a lawyer because I don't feel I need one. I'm turning to your expertise here.
It will be subject to what you have to say. The Rapesu commissioned affidavits, because those are his. He can't say, I've laid a case. Won't those deal with the same issue instead of the IDEC presentation, subject to what you have to say?
commissioners, advocate rather, it means
why don't you please continue with how you were doing it initially, asking specifically about his recollection of his own referral affidavit. For example, you said, did you say anything about the forklift there? And Mr. Adams said yes. Anything about the PKTT? Yes. Please go through it, and again, the focus being Mr. Adams' own referral affidavit, and then we can move on to something else.
Thank you, Chief.
Just Advocate, I was trying to get your attention earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt the commissioners. Can I request a 60-second toilet break, please? I just need to up this waters. It's not helping me.
Then, in that case, let's take the lunch adjournment. Let's resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Let's adjourn.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the goings-on at the Madlanga Commission. Fidel Adams testifying there. Lunch break now. A reminder that if you do want to continue listening to that live, you can listen to it on SAFM Connect, connect.safm.co.za. There is some breaking news this afternoon. There. Lunch break now. A reminder that if you do want to continue listening to that live, you can listen to it on SAFM Connect, connect.safm.co.za. There is some breaking news this afternoon. The latest we're hearing from Parliament. National Assembly is going to debate the vote of no confidence on the Speaker Toko Didiza next Wednesday. This is a motion brought by the Economic Freedom Fighters. It follows her decision not to oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's court bid to halt an impeachment committee process. She chose to abide by the court rather than actively fight President Cyril Ramaphosa's interdict application regarding the Phala Phala impeachment proceedings. Parties like the EFF claim she failed to protect the independence and constitutional duty of Parliament. Other parties view the move as political pressure, noting the EFF lacks the overall numbers needed in the House to successfully oust her. There were disagreements about when the sitting would happen. It's now been decided that that'll happen on Wednesday. Parliamentary leaders and the Deputy Speaker finalising how the debate and physical or virtual voting procedures will run. So that's something we're keeping a close eye on. I'm sure you'll be regular updates in the news on that. A reminder, if you want to listen to the Madlanga Commission live, you can find it. Connect.safm.co.za is the website to go to. It's been a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Sakina back with you again between midday and 1 tomorrow afternoon. It's 1 o'clock.
Thank you, John and the team on the top stories. Adams denies abusing his access to Minister Mkhunu and pick it up prostate action ends. Thank you, John and the team on the top stories. Adams denies abusing his access to Minister Mkhunu and pick it up prostate action ends. For SAFM News, I'm Onda Lambana, and a very good day. The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fidel Adams, has denied abusing his access to Police Minister Senzo Mkhunu this after he said he'd written to him about crime intelligence officials allegedly intercepting dockets in Gauteng. Adams, who is testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria, said his aim was to protect the integrity of investigations and ensure accountability in crime intelligence, but Commissioner Sesi Baloyi raised concerns about his sequence of events.
There's just something wrong about this whole process. For lack of a better word, it stinks of machinations. Do you want to comment?
Yes, please, Commissioner. Commissioner, I acted only because I wanted these cases investigated. I had no other motive. I emailed the Minister twice. The Minister's office responded twice. I'm actually appreciative of the response because other ministers don't respond.
Meanwhile, the case of self-proclaimed political fixer Bron Mokgotsi has been postponed to Tuesday next week in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. His arrest follows his appearance before the commission. Mokgotsi is facing charges including perjury, defeating the ends of justice and unlawful possession of a firearm. This follows allegations that he staged his own assassination attempt in Vosloorus, east of Johannesburg. State advocate Tamim Bekane.
The matter should be set down again for bail application on new facts. Your Worship, we have arranged a date that this matter be remanded for that purpose, which is bail on new facts. The arranged date is the 25th of August 2026.
The High Court in Pretoria will hear the former National Assembly Speaker Nosiviwe Mapisa Nqakula's application to have charges dropped on the 31st of this month. And a nurse implicated in the alleged assault of a patient at a Durban hospital has been suspended while the incident is being investigated to have charges dropped on the 31st of this month. And a nurse implicated in the alleged assault of a patient at a Durban hospital has been suspended while the incident is being investigated. A video that has gone viral on social media appears to show a nurse striking a patient in the face and making inappropriate remarks. KwaZulu-Natal Health Department spokesperson Nati Oliphant says they have appointed an investigator following the alleged incident at the King Dinuzulu Hospital.
This suspension is effective immediately and will remain in place pending the finalization of the disciplinary process. Furthermore, an investigator has been appointed to conduct a full and thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding this incident. The investigator has been tasked with expediting the process to ensure a swift resolution. The department will be monitoring this case very closely to ensure that due processes are followed and that justice is served.
The Johannesburg Waste Management Entity Pick It Up has confirmed that the protest action at its depots has ended. It says waste collection services at all 12 depots have been at its depots has ended. It says waste collection services at all 12 depots have been restored. This says the company continues to engage its casual workers. The protest action had disrupted waste collection in parts of Johannesburg for weeks. Randburg, Marlborough and Avalon were among the most affected. The casual workers' demands include permanent employment. Pick It Up casual worker representative Themba Magoda.
Yes, we are back at work. Yes, we are engaging with them, but our demand is not yet met. Today we have got a meeting with them, Pick It Up at the office in Joburg, which will meet Pick It Up in the city of Johannesburg, together with some the union. That's where we'll know whether we have to restart the protest or we must have something in black and white which is signed that will tell us when this process will continue or when will it restart.
A former Syrian military officer who served in the Assad regime has been extradited from the Lebanon to face trial. Major General Adel Issa is the first military official that Lebanon has handed over to Syria since Bashar al-Assad ousting in 2024. The new Syrian authorities accused Issa of murder, torture and sectarianism during the civil war. Recapping the top story, the National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, has denied abusing his access to Police Minister Senzo Mchunu. This after he said he'd written to him about crime intelligence officials allegedly intercepting dockets in Gauteng. I'm on Dilambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
Scholar transport drivers. Every winter morning, our children depend on you to get them to school safely. But overloaded vehicles and rushing against time puts lives at risk. Remember, our children are not cargo. Overloading reduces your ability to stop on wet or icy roads. Drive responsibly. Arrive safely. Protect every child, every trip. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Some Sundays are made for unforgettable stories. This week, witness courage, sacrifice, and a love that refuses to surrender. As history's most devastating volcanic eruption changes lives forever in Pompeii. Experience the spectacle. Sunday blockbuster movies at 7 p.m. on S3. open up.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years.
Good day. My name is Debo Hokas, Chairperson of Public Interest SA. Congratulations to SAfm on reaching the remarkable milestone of 90 years of public broadcasting. For generations of South Africans, SAfm has been a trusted source of news, analysis, and informed public discourse. It has played an important role in strengthening our democracy by giving voice to diverse perspectives and keeping citizens informed on the issues that matter most. As we celebrate this historic anniversary, I wish the entire SAfm team continued success.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa.
SAfm. South Africa became a democratic nation in 1994. The end of apartheid marked the beginning of a new era built on freedom and constitutional democracy.
The people that died for us on the many marches that they had, especially the ones on June 16, were from students who had dreams that were bigger than themselves.
Democracy.
The people that died for us on the many marches that they had, especially the ones on June 16, were from students who had dreams that were bigger than themselves. They strived for more and they saw a future that was much bigger than them.
This is what we are becoming.
And they saw a future that was much bigger than them.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
You wouldn't pay penthouse prices for a garden cottage, so why overpay to insure your older car? Outsurance Essential Car Insurance covers older cars for much, much less. 68-year-old Andre pays only 450 Rand a month for his 2012 GWM Steed and gets claims paid in cash and chooses his own panel beater. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars that are older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Outsurance is a licensed insurer in FSP and T's and C's do apply.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
I don't know who told them that Google needed to be changed. And it's so annoying. This integration of artificial intelligence on Google is just the most annoying thing. Because now you type in Angelique Kidjo Wombolombo, and before, it will pull up the video, it will pull up the impressions, it will pull up the Wikipedia page where you get the fabulous history of the record, the artist, and the genesis of it all. Now you can't even find lyrics. Now the chat in Dondon is telling you, go to Spotify or Apple Music or YouTube. I'm like, I just want the lyrics from you. Anyway, we're opening up with Angelique Kidjo Wombolombo today because she was honored. The 5-time Grammy Award winner made history, being named the first African musician to get a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. A lot of people took exception to a lot of the international media saying the first Black African. And then it got me thinking, what are we taking offense to? The distinction of Black? Is that what we're taking offense to? Or what are we taking offense to? The distinction of Black? Is that what we're taking offense to? Or are we taking, what are we taking offense to? Because when they phrased it like that, I then got to wondering, well, if the distinction is the first Black African, who was the first African in general? And I think the first African in general was Charlize Theron. And then I got to asking, well, I wonder when she got the Hollywood of Star, did they say the first white African? You see how it leads us down this weird rabbit hole? It literally leads us down this weird rabbit hole. But congratulations to Angelique Kidjo on securing that Hollywood Walk of Fame star. It's definitely well deserved. She's been at it for a number of decades now, exporting African culture beyond the boundaries of her own birth country and into every corner of the globe. And she's actually going to be at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz this year on the Conga stage. So you want to secure your tickets come the 25th and 26th of September out at the Sandton Convention Center. A hearty good afternoon to you, a very warm good afternoon to you. It's definitely giving spring is here outside, even though we are still in the throes of winter, apparently, allegedly. Don't be too quick, though, to put away the jerseys and the jackets, because a quick weather check yesterday showed that within the next 6-7 days, by next week, we'll be back to lower temperatures. So, it was a false alarm. This summer was a false alarm, folks. We've got lots on our agenda. We're going to catch up with Spahle Mota in a moment, looking at day 169 at the Madlanga Commission. And then we are going to be chatting to Coach Kathy, who's an author and a coach. And here's the question that I want to know for today's family meeting. How pedantic are you about how people communicate with you? Are you that person who says, please do not call me? One of my producers says, please do not call me. Calls give me anxiety. I was like, how? So calls give her anxiety. One of my friends that I know say, please do not call me without first checking if I'm vocal. So before you can give them a call, you have to send them a WhatsApp message to be like, are you vocal? Can you talk? Not because they're preoccupied with pressing work or anything, just because you need to gauge whether or not they're in the mood to actually take a live phone call and engage in conversation. So a lot of people have a lot of rules around phone calls, around WhatsApp communication, around text messages, around voice notes. You people don't like voice notes. 0614104107. Let's talk about it for this afternoon's family meeting. What are your communication do's and don'ts, and why? And are they just absurd? When you look at yourself, do you judge yourself as being the person who's just being ridiculous in that moment? 0614104107. We're going to take a quick pause. We come back with Spahle Mota.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
More on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier, that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm. The conversation continues.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer, or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SA Telephonic Legal Advice. Join today. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Text me when you get home. Share your location. Don't walk alone. These are the words South African women hear every day. Not because they're careless, but because violence has taught them to live this way. Imagine if the first lesson we taught our daughters was confidence, not caution. Hope instead of fear. This Women's Month, let's build a South Africa where every woman can live, work, and thrive in safety. Together, we can end gender-based violence and femicide. Brought to you by the GBVF Response Fund, in proud partnership with the SABC.
The Road Traffic Infringement Authority is now implementing phase 2 of the Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Act. ARTO Act is now rolling out in 62 municipalities with 43 service outlets nationwide. We're here to help you resolve your infringements quickly and easily. Act now. Remember the elective options available to you under ARTO Act. Get a 50% discount when you pay within the first 32 days after receiving the fine. Make a representation to dispute a traffic infringement. Arrange to pay installments. Nominate a new driver and apply for revocation of an enforcement order. Always remember to make use of the RTIA approved payment platforms when paying your traffic fines, so don't be scammed. For any ARTO related inquiries, call 0861 227 861 or visit online.arto.gov.za.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, Sibahle Mota, how are you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Oh, we thank you for the time. Okay, so we know that the suspended MP, Fadel Adams, is back today for day 2 of his testimony at the Madlanga Commission. And of course, it started with him making another heartfelt apology to the commissioner for making reference to him as chief yesterday. I think he was short of saying my man. But the justice obviously taking that to his stride because all was forgiven. It's literally now water off a duck's back.
No, definitely. I think, what Fadil Adams, when he was apologizing, the first thing that came to my mind is that he probably saw the social media backlash, of how he would sometimes address the chairperson as well as some of the commissioners. And I think this is something we also spoke about yesterday during your show. So I think, he saw the backlash and how disrespectful it sounded, because I don't think there's ever been anybody before the commission who has addressed Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga like that, even calling him Madlanga. He was just throwing all these names around when addressing the chairperson. He apologized for it. And, we heard the chairperson even saying that, it's fine, you don't have to apologize for it. We have passed it. Now we are, facing some of the testimony that he's meant to deliver before the commission today.
Before we get to that testimony, or maybe let's get through the testimony and then we'll double track to some of the side notes of what's transpired at the commission today. Where are we now with Fadel Adams?
So I think, the one thing that has come out from his statement or his testimony, right, is the fact that he chose Orlando Police Station to open some of these cases against the crime intelligence officials. And there's been questions about the sort of process that he decided to follow when opening these cases. And what we are hearing is the fact that why did he have to drive to the southern part of Gauteng to open these cases when there was Kempton Park and any other police stations within the vicinity? But what we are also getting to hear is that, him opening some of these cases may have been prompted by other individuals to actually open those cases in Orlando. And what we are hearing is that Adams has used a General Lincoln as an excuse to sort of justify his reasons for opening some of those cases, because he alleges that it was General Lincoln, who's now passed away, who said that he must go and open the case at Orlando Police Station. And what we are finding is that Lincoln was also friends with General Khan, and they were also friends with Witness G, who was assumed to be Brown Mogoti's handler. So those are the questions in the process that he chose this particular police station to open that case, And what we are also finding out is the fact that not even 24 hours after he opened those cases, he sent an email to Senzo Mchunu to say that he feels like his dockets are being interfered with, and he got such a scolding from the commission to say it was barely 24 hours, and here you were using your position to get in touch with Police Minister Senzo Mchunu, complaining about these dockets where there was not even an investigating officer that was assigned to these dockets. And then, he sort of backpedals and says, no, he was told by this General Lincoln that somebody was interfering with his docket. So the processes that he ultimately followed and opened these dockets has been under the subject of question. Obviously, then it raises issues about who may have sent him there and possibly the reasons for him opening those dockets there.
There's so much to Fadel Adams' testimony, because also, or that relies on his testimony over the next couple of days, because it's quite key in also understanding the progress. There's so much to Fadel Adams' testimony because also, or that relies on his testimony over the next couple of days, because it's quite key in also understanding the progression of various events, particularly those that transpired in December following that bombastic press conference by General Mkhwanazi. Those that transpired in December following that bombastic press conference by General Mkhwanazi.
No, definitely. And I think what I get from his testimony is that it's sort of laying a precedent to the events that subsequently transpired in December, and that's December 31, I think, of 2024, later to disband the PKTT. But I mean, the processes that he followed were very, very, very questionable. You know, why would you leave the Western Cape and come to Gauteng and open these cases against these crime intelligence officials, one of them being the issue of a forklift that was allegedly ordered but did not even get delivered, you know. So there has been some questions, and I think we may have been a step closer to getting the answers, you know, and just how promptly you know, the Office of Police Minister Senzo Mchunu would even respond to some of the emails that he sent. So there's been a lot of questions more than answers to getting the answers, you know, and just how promptly, you know, the Office of Police Minister Senzo Mchunu would even respond to some of the emails that he sent. So there's been a lot of questions more than answers, and hopefully by the time he concludes his testimony, then we can get, you know, sight of those answers and the reasons behind it.
He's also made quite a few damning allegations that he claims he has evidence to back up his claims, including the allegation that there was a plot orchestrated by a Cape Town DA councillor to have him killed.
I mean, those are the things that we've heard from Fadel Adams. Even yesterday, you know, even his testimony mentioned J.P. Smith, which even yesterday, you know, even his testimony mentioned J.P. Smith, which ultimately prompted a response from him saying that, you know, J.P. Smith might have been interfering, ultimately prompted a response from him saying that, you know, J.P. Smith might have been interfering with him because he's exposing corrupt activities even in the Western Cape and Cape Town. And one thing I can say is that I don't remember him delivering any of such evidence before the Matlanga Commission. And I mean, even these intelligence documents that he claimed he had received underneath his work door, you know, when he was presented with those documents before the commission, he was like, I don't remember them being this much. You know, I still need to go through them. So, I mean, at this point, there isn't any evidence, I think, that he has presented to the Matlanga Commission to back up some of his claims. I mean, even him questioning some of the evidence that he has presented before the IDEC or even before the Commission has, you know, I think gives us certain answers to the questions that the commissioners as well as the evidence leaders may have towards him.
Absolutely. And then lastly, Sibahla, my apologies, the Commission also saw a bit of a disruption this morning with a journalist being threatened.
Definitely. If you remember Stuart Sharnick, who's an associate of General Shadrack Sibiya and was at one point, I think, his bodyguard, you know, he confronted a journalist by the name of Herman Moloi after Moloi had taken pictures of him. And as you know, I mean, during the adjournment to tea break, journalists can take videos. They are allowed to take videos. They are allowed to take pictures. But what we see in the video footage, which has been tweeted by Kenny Mapanga on the SABC News timeline, is the fact that he specifically approaches Herman, who's probably 3 times, you know, Sharnick is a big man, but Herman is like 3 times smaller than Sharnick, and he approaches Moloi and says that he must stop taking videos of him. And then what Moloi also told us in an interview is the fact that Stuart Sharnick even said to him, let's take it outside. So based on that, you know, Moloi has opened a case of intimidation against Sharnick, and we are expecting Jeremy Michaels to sort of provide information regarding that. But I mean, everybody should go and see that video of Stuart Sharnick actually intimidating that journalist. Information regarding that, but I mean, everybody should go and see that video of Stuart Sharnick actually intimidating that journalist.
Well, listen, so much transpiring for day 163. We always appreciate you. That was Sbahle Mota. I know you have some thoughts on WhatsApp on Madlanga 0614104107, but also asking you the question around your etiquette when it comes to communication, phone calls, WhatsApp. How do you prefer people to communicate with you or not to communicate with you? You all have a lot of rules. This is the time to make clear your boundaries. Let's get to that voice note before we get to the headline news.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. Yes, it was inappropriate of Fadil to do it in a formal setting, but let me tell you, as a colored myself, and especially with Fadil's Muslim background, that's how they call elderly people. They would call them Buddha. And yeah, I also get called chief sometimes because of my age. And yeah, as long as the person respects me, there's nothing harmful about it. But yeah, you cannot call a judge Buddha. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You, Bridget, and a very good day. You're on the news headlines. The National Assembly will vote in a motion of no confidence against the Speaker, Thoko Didiza, next Wednesday. A journalist covering the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has laid charges of intimidation against the businessman and former associate of suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shedrack Sibia. And the International Relations Department says South Africa and Zimbabwe are stepping up efforts to deepen cooperation on trade, infrastructure, energy, security and migration. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm. Reflecting on back what we had then is the fact that yes, we have education now, but stuff like education being free is one of the struggles.
Sao Tome and Principe proves that small nations can still shine bright. In every island, in every forest, in every wave, there is peace. Sao Tome and Principe, peaceful, tropical, and resilient.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
So perhaps you are a no calls, just texts kind of person, please. There are those folks who say, I can't do phone calls. Please just text me, just WhatsApp me. Then there's the folks who go, voice notes just give me anxiety. They just induce anxiety. Call me, send me a text. There's so many rules around communication. It's become almost absurd in our social circles, right? Around how we deal with communicating. And oftentimes I see these rules being leveled on friendships, right? It's often on friendships. Don't talk to me that way. Like, don't call me, don't text me, don't WhatsApp me. Where do you lie when it comes to communication rules, do's and don'ts? 0614104107. I feel like even here at the station we have some do's and don'ts, because from time to time I'll hear Ashraf going, send me a WhatsApp please, and it must be shorter than 30 seconds. So 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line. Coach Kathy joins us now, author and coach. How are you doing this afternoon, Kathy?
I'm doing well, and you, Bridget?
I'm fantastic. I mean, firstly, when did we get to this point where there's just so many rules around how we communicate and how we socialize via devices?
You see, the minute people have got options, that's where we've got a problem. Because now, before it used to be a call, I call you on a landline, you answer, we talk. There's no rules. There's no whether you can call me before this or before that. You know, it used to be nice, landlines. You can speak to me when I'm available. When I'm not available, the phone will just ring and you leave a message. But the minute we start having a lot of options that, I can text, I can WhatsApp, I can, the iPhone people will say, iMessage me, don't WhatsApp me. And then you get this one, I don't want you to send me a VN. I rather prepare text or prepare a VN. So there's a lot of preferences and there's a lot of choices. And sometimes it leaves us hanging because we do not know, when I communicate with Bridget, do I have to send her a text? Or when I communicate with Kathy, does she prefer a telephone call? And that's where it comes back to what you said. People need to communicate via a method of preference It might not suit you as a person, but it's about the next person that you're communicating with.
And it really does become cumbersome to try and keep everything in check, right? Because
it might not suit you as a person, but it's about the next person that you're communicating with.
And it really does become cumbersome to try and keep everything in check, right? Because especially from a social setting, because maybe from a work setting, we streamline these boundaries. I've functioned better on email. Please send me an email. Or please give me a call. Or perhaps you come from an environment where there's group messaging, so that becomes your mode of communication. But I find in our social settings, more and more people are imposing these rules. And we were debating here the other day, is it a boundary thing? Or what is it? Because I think we're also confusing, having an etiquette in how we communicate with what boundaries are.
You're right, Bridget. I think the one thing that I've realized about us as people, the minute there's a buzzword, we jump into it. Now boundary, it happens to be a buzzword. There must be boundaries in how you communicate with me. There must be boundaries in terms of this and that. Now we are using it in, like you say, a social setting. Now, if I want to talk to you as my friend, now I need to send you a text first and say, Bree, are you available for... And at that time, I've got this juicy story. I don't want to be sending you a text. I want to give you a call and say, did you hear?
Yeah.
Because it has always been like that. But now boundary is a word that is just making a buzz right now. They will tell us about my self-love, my self-care, my all of that, And that's when people will say, you cannot just call me anytime. You cannot just text me anytime. But I always say, whenever people set boundaries, it's when it suits them. Because some people, you might tell them that, listen, I don't prefer text, I don't prefer to be called. And somebody was like, you know what, you're not getting any calls from me at all. I am not communicating with you. If that's how we're going to operate, that whenever you feel like communicating, we communicate. Communicate. So it has its pros and cons. Because you might do that and somebody might feel like, no, we cannot just jump to your music all the time. You know? But if it's like you were saying, in a work setting, it is important to set boundaries, to say that I read my emails from this time to this time. After that time, I've knocked off. I will not be looking at my email. And I remember one time, my daughter was a counselor when she was in matric. And obviously, they will have this WhatsApp things where people are sending messages, oh, I need this, or please request the extension of this. And I realized that it was stressing her out because I was observing. And I said to her, sweetheart, any message that they've sent you right now, is there anything that you can do about it? And she was like, no. I said, then that message can wait for you to read it at 7 o'clock, because the only time you'll have time to do anything is at 7 o'clock when you get to school. So it doesn't matter whether messages are coming in, ignore them or silence them, and then you know that you can attend them to that. So you need to be able to say, when it comes to my social setting, you know what, my besties are to that. So you need to be able to say, when it comes to my social setting, you know what, my besties and all of those people, I will communicate with them at whatever time. If I am busy, I will communicate. When it comes to my family, I will have that, and those people, I will communicate with them at whatever time. If I am busy, I will communicate. When it comes to my family, I will have that, and which is phones are beautiful, where you've got your emergency people, that meaning that after a certain time, they are able to get through you, but other people are not able to get through you. So you are able to set boundaries without even saying those to people, where some people say, but I can't get hold of you after 9, and like, after 9 is my downtime. I'm sleeping. So they will know without even saying that every time I try to call Coach Kathy after 9, the call is not going through. It's because you have set those boundaries without communicating them, but when people start to see that, oh, at this time and all of that, people get to know that and they get to respect it. But meaning that we need to be flexible as well. You cannot just be rigid when it comes to that.
Absolutely. And, you know, in our conversation, because we often ventilate these family discussions with our team and the broader teams here. And one of my producers highlighted that she came across something on social media, because I literally said, well, is it a boundary, or you just, as you say, you just want people to dance to your guitar in your way without taking into account how other people also, because people also have their emotional needs around how they would like to be received in communication. So it's a give and take, this thing.
True.
And
Yes,
my
yes.
one producer said, she came across something that a psychologist wrote on Instagram, and it said, a boundary is you deciding whether you are going to engage or not, whereas control is you deciding how other people must engage you. And I was like, oh, now that puts a different perspective to it, right? Because the boundary is, if you call me now and I can't answer because I'm on air, I'm not going to answer. And then I'm going to respond when I have the time. It could be immediately after, it could be at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but I'm going to respond. The control is me telling you, do not call me at all. Do not disturb me. I don't care what your emergency is. I'm not vocal. I'm not talking at the moment. I'll let you know when I can talk.
You are right, Bridget. I think we confuse this thing so much that, we think we are so in control, but we do not realize that us doing these things, we're basically telling people that you're going to dance to my music. And I love what the psychologist said. A boundary is me saying between 12 and 3, I'm on air. Therefore, I will not be responding to any calls because I'm expected to be engaging and to be present. So people will know. So if you call me, you can hear that Bridget is on air and you call me at 2. What is supposed to happen? So am I supposed to leave my listeners now and attend to you? Unless if it's very urgent, and even if it's urgent, I tell people that even if it's urgent, but if it's going to inconvenience the next person that you are calling, it can wait. Or find alternatives. You cannot be calling Bridget to say, oh, Bridget, you're on air, your mom is not okay.
And we've literally had those situations where we've had family members die, and because I'm on air, you have a member of the team that has asked in a non-suspicious way to use my phone, but they wanted to ensure that there was no disruption. Because A, you can't do anything about it now. B, you're just going to crumble into a ball, and then what must happen for the next 2 hours? Let's take a quick...
Emotional intelligence.
You know what I mean? Let's take a quick pause, Coach Kathy. We'll come back on the other side. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line. There's no boundary here. We'd love to hear from you what your boundaries are around communication.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Durban is ready. Southern Africa is coming together. This August, South Africa proudly hosts the 46th SADC Summit in Durban, bringing together leaders united by a shared vision of regional cooperation, industrialization, economic integration, and sustainable development. When we work as one, trade flourishes, investment grows, jobs are created, and families enjoy opportunities. The 46th SADC Summit. One region, one people, one vision, shared prosperity.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm.
Did you know that you can buy SABC programs to enjoy at home and at your own time? From your golden oldies like Ashifa Shaba, Inyaga Nyaga, and box sets of Isidingo the Need and other soapies for binge watching. Is it the legendary old games or programs from our radio stations that you're looking for? Well, we have you covered. For more information or to place an order, please send an email to SABC Program Sales on contentsales@sabc.co.za or call 011-714-6650 or 011-714-7342.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
OUTsurance knows insurance isn't tested on promises. It's tested when it's time to claim. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. The question is, are you with the insurer that treats their clients the fairest? OUTsurance delivers when it's time to claim, so why don't you switch for peace of mind? Call 08-600 60,000 to claim, so why don't you switch for peace of mind? Call 08-600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
All right, let's go to WhatsApp. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line.
Hi, this is Caroline in Cape Town. A friend of mine recently asked me on WhatsApp message if she could call me, which I really appreciated, and I said yes. And then she called me on video call with no warning, and I rejected the call because I felt like, oh my gosh, like I haven't had time to think about how I look, and I just felt slightly invaded, and she felt that I was being ridiculous and rude. And so I'm interested to know what other people think about that.
Hi, good afternoon. Bridget Nora here in Heidelberg. Bridget, I cannot stand people that send a WhatsApp that just say hi. And then now you must respond hello. And then it goes, how are you? And then I'm fine. And then send me a WhatsApp, say everything you need to say, then I will respond to it, not to this. And also, send me a WhatsApp, say everything you need to say, then I will respond to it, not to this. And also, those abbreviations. And people write day, and abbreviations. I cannot stand it. Abbreviations. And people write day, and abbreviations. I cannot stand it. Speak English or speak Zulu or Xhosa, I will understand. If you don't want to speak English, you don't do the days and whatever they do, these youngsters.
I've got a simple rule on that one. If you have any future expectation of me remembering what was discussed, put it in some form of writing.
I love that. If you have future expectations of me to remember what was discussed, put it in writing, because otherwise I'll deny.
You must have receipts.
That's a rule that makes sense. And Caroline, I feel you. I've got friends who video call me on Sunday mornings in particular. And most of the times they're a little bit tipsy from the Saturday that was. But I've learned that it's our Sunday morning ritual, and so in my pajamas and uncombed hair and unbrushed teeth, I will answer the video call. But I think Caroline is correct, because a video call can also be a little bit invasive and intrusive because you don't know what environment I'm in. So specify that you would like to video call me, because otherwise I will reject the video call.
You know, Bridget, I think most people do not realize that most of the people don't like to see themselves on those video cameras. We underestimate that. We think that everybody likes the idea of a video call and everything. Some of us will look at that video call and you start seeing the black spot, you start seeing everything like, oh my word, I don't look good. So if you're going to do a video call, be specific. And sometimes when somebody who doesn't know me like that does a video call, I'm like, no, you don't know me like that. I will drop it. you know. And if you continue that behavior, it will go as far as I will block you, you know. So people must understand that when you do a video, as much as I'm your friend, as much as we are colleagues or we tight like that, it is important to ask, are you comfortable in us doing a video call, or do a WhatsApp call? And while you're on a WhatsApp call, you can say, Bridget, is it okay if we switch to a video call? Then Bridget will give you that permission to say that, yes, let's switch to a video call. And the reason will be, I want to show you something. I'm in this shop. I think you'll like this.
Yeah.
Can we switch to a video call? So it will be it's a different way. You are being courteous and thinking about the next person to say, hey, I cannot just, what's the name? And somebody cannot just say you are being too much or you are being whatever. Your feelings are relevant. You know, this thing of downplaying people's feelings and how they don't want to do things and say, no, you are overreacting. We should stop it. If I say I don't like something, respect it. As much as if you were to tell me that you don't like something, I will definitely respect it.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick break. 061-410-4107. We're talking communication etiquette, from WhatsApp to calls to text messages to video calls. Nora, I completely also get you with a hi. How are you?
With purpose, from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion, because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral pit, a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good afternoon, Bridget. What I don't like is if I'm part of the WhatsApp group and then you want to ask me something, don't send that question on the WhatsApp group. Send that question directly to me. I don't like that question to be asked on the group. Rather, ask me directly.
Hi, Bridget. It's Monday from the Val. I don't actually have a problem with any kind of communication except for doing a video call without preparing me. Except for doing a video call without preparing me. A video call, we need to prepare for that. Lovely show.
Video calls are problematic, I tell you. Coach Kathy, you know, because we online so much, whether it's WhatsApp and other platforms and things like that, how do we then begin to, how do we begin to ensure that we're not overwhelmed? Because I think a lot of our rules come from the sense of being overwhelmed by the constant communication and constantly being plugged in. How do we balance those scales a little bit?
Bridget, I think the beauty about our smartphones, I think most of us have got smartphones, is that they've got all of this functionality. You know, when I've got my address, I think my phone knows at what time do I go to work.
Yeah.
It will say, can I enable the work mode? Meaning that the calls that will only come through, it will be from my emergency. Meaning that it will be those that I've put as my IC, my kids and my mom. So those are the people that are able to call me during that time. That means it's urgent as well. But other than that, I will say, please set my phone on work mode for the next 3 hours. Meaning that for the next 3 hours, no notification, no phone call, nothing will be coming through. And what your phone does, it tells you that after 3 consecutive phone calls, even if it's not from your emergency, that call they will allow it to go through because the smartphone thinks it's an emergency, you need to attend to it. So let's make use of the functionalities that are available to us on our smartphone. Whenever you get home, you know that you're at home. Avoid being online while you're with your family. The people that are important to you are right now with you. Who else are you talking to? Because you should be asking each other about how's your day and all of that. And another thing is that do not feel pressure that when you are on your phone, while you're busy checking, probably you didn't check your messages for the whole day. And then before you go to bed, you're like, okay, let me go through the messages. Somebody might see that, oh, Bridget is online. That means it's time for me to have a chat with them. You do not have to take that call. You do not have to respond to that message because you are online because you just want to clear whatever that needs to be done. Because people think that the minute your phone goes green and show that you're online, now they are entitled. Now it's an opportunity for you to talk to me. No, it is not like that. So set those yourself. You don't even need to communicate it to people. Make use of those things that are available on your cell phone. Set all of those things. Put the time to it. You know yourself. I remember one of the things that we said on our vision board, even at the beginning of the year, how much screen time a day. So you need to say, my screen time is this, and your phone will automatically switch off after you've exceeded the screen time. So it teaches you that thing to say that you cannot be online all the time. So if you do things like that, you will not even become overwhelmed when, like, I like what you say, you and your friends, they call you in the morning. You are comfortable with that because they're going to tell you what happened last night. You were not there and they want to update you. They know that during the week you're busy, so they want to fill you in. And you are comfortable with that because now you know that, Sundays are for connections. But it is not an everyday thing because that was going to overwhelm you. So put those things out there. And if you've got anybody, it could be friends, it could be your partner, it could be family members who feel like you're not being really friendly, maybe make it clear to them. To say that, you know what, if you really, really need me, I prefer a phone call. But if it's not that urgent, you can just send me a text and I will get that to you when I'm available. So make it clear to them that they do not feel offended or maybe you don't want to talk to them, but you make it clear to them to say, because some people are just not text people. I've got a friend, I will send them a message, believe me, they will call me. And I've gotten to realize that I will text them and they will call me. So I'm not expecting them to be responding to my messages. You see, and now I've come to say, okay, they prefer calls. I will call, how you doing? Are you well? Are you okay? And they are comfortable in that. But there are some people who say, text me. And like what the lady said, don't come with a hi. It irritates me as well. Okay, hi, how are you? I'm good. And all of that stuff. Just get you a hi, Cassie, I hope that you're good. I was checking in on you. Is everything fine? Then I know that you're just checking in on me. But if there's something that you need, be specific about that. And she is right. And I'm begging my parents, don't allow your kids to use those, what is it? When they say 8 and they've got grade with an 8 in it, I'm like, what is going on? No wonder we've got kids that cannot write comprehensions in school or anything else because of they're using those SMS language. Encourage your kids to write proper sentences when they communicate with you or with their friends. I remember making a threat to my kids. I said, if I find you, any of you, writing those day and grade and you, I'm taking your smartphones away from you until you can write proper English. So, no, I did that.
Coach Kathy, I don't want to eat up any more of your time because I know you need to prepare for your next appointment. But thank you so much for the great advice and for the lighthearted chat. That was a Coach Kathy, who's an author and a coach. I was just talking to a mom friend of mine this weekend who's a mom to a first-year varsity student, and she echoed the same thing, that at the first sight of her kid, we call it OB English because it seemed to have come to the light during OB times. And she was like, I caught my child writing that OB English, like K, great, the G with the R and the T, missing all the vowels. And she said, I sat her down and I said, I did not pay so much, 12 years of commitment to get you through school so that you could speak proper English, proper isiXhosa, because they are from the Eastern Cape, for you to be writing nonsense. So you will spell out everything correctly, good grammar, punctuations. I was like, you are strict. And she said, yeah, you've got to be strict, because then otherwise they carry all of that into the professional world. But yes, we definitely have some hardcore rules around communication. As Coach Kathy was talking about people being online, that's the other thing. Just because you see me online doesn't mean you must now send me a message and go, I can see you online. Why are you not responding? What is this online syndrome that we have? Why are you monitoring? Someone just said, Spamandla from Ekwecha, and he sent me a screenshot of his WhatsApp. No, he's at the bottom. He says that he feels like he's being tracked on his WhatsApp. He's been tracked on his WhatsApp. People are surveilling him, catching him at the bad times with their cost-effective WhatsApp calls. They probably are surveilling you, Spamandla. So just switch off that notice says, the one that shows people if you're online or whatever. I just switch all of that off. But honestly speaking, if you can't answer a phone, just don't answer the phone. If you can't deal with the voice note at that moment, just don't deal with it at that moment. Respond when now it is convenient for you to respond. Let's sneak in one last voice note before we go to the top of the hour news.
Good afternoon, Sister Bridget. Well, I just want to say this. I hear your listeners talking about the video call, how they don't like this and that and that. Nobody's talking about, what about the jealous wives that want to call you conveniently at certain times when they're not around you? They want to call you, video call you, and if you're declining because you're in a meeting, it's a serious problem when you get home. Nobody's talking about that, honestly speaking. Daniel here in Bryanston.
Daniel in Bryanston, my only ask to you is wenzeni that causes for there to be the suspicious check-in phone call. I'll admit we kind of do that as ladies sometimes because, you guys have meetings, but the meetings, you come back smelling like a fresh shower with a clean shirt, but you had a business meeting. I'm not saying anything, Daniel. I'm just saying. Muhao in Mayerton says, in case an emergency, life can or can't be saved due to prompt or late response. If the doctor is operating the patient, I'll understand that that's life which will be saved. If there are several calls made from the same person, it means there's a problem that needs to be attended. Actions must be taken regardless of what you suspect. That's true, Muhao. Like if you call me, I tend to answer. I honestly tend to answer if you call me, except in the instance where I can't. I really don't have hard, fast rules to answer. I honestly tend to answer if you call me, except in the instance where I can't. I really don't have hard, fast rules around communication. I tend to take it person by person. There's different people who communicate differently, and so I want to strike a balance. And that's always my thing as well to my friends. I go, how are you going to know if I'm having an emergency if you never answer the phone? But then I also know which friend will always answer the phone. So that's the person who becomes your emergency contact. The person who's going to answer the phone in the meeting to tell you, I'm in the meeting, I can't answer the phone. That's the person that becomes your emergency contact. 2:00, Ondela standing by.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, businessman Stuart Shanek arrested, and South Africa and Zimbabwe strengthen efforts for cooperation. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. Business and suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibiya's associate has been arrested. Stuart Shanek confronted the journalist at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria after he captured a video of him during the tea break. Shanek has been at the Commission's hearings since yesterday alongside National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament Fadel Adams, who has been testifying. Sowetan journalist Herman Muloi has detailed the events leading up to Shanek's confrontation.
And then he said, even yesterday you took videos of me and posted on social media. And I'm like, yesterday I didn't take any video of you, and can you please show me that video you say I took yesterday? And then he's like, I don't have my phone with me now. and his tone was very threatening because he was even pointing fingers at me, telling me that if I want to talk like that, I must come outside. So we don't know what would have happened outside, but his tone was very threatening. That's why I decided to open a criminal case.
The National Assembly will vote in a motion of no confidence against the Speaker, Thoko Didiza, next Wednesday. The motion, tabled by EFF leader Julius Malema in June, relates to Didiza's decision not to oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's urgent interdict application in the Western Cape High Court to halt the parliamentary impeachment process over the Phala matter. The court has, in meanwhile, granted the interdict. Discussing the program of Parliament at the National Assembly Programming Committee for the next week, EFF MPs raised concerns that the motion would be heard during a virtual sitting of the House. Here's EFF MP Hlengiwe Mkhaliphi.
We can't remove you virtually. We must all be there in order to see that day. That to remove you on the virtually, it will not have that same weight, Speaker. So if we can also change that decision, I don't think it will be a very much of a problem whereby one day is going to be set aside to come and process the motion against the Speaker, whereby all members will be there physically.
The 255 million rand asbestos roof removal case has been postponed to January the 18th next year in the High Court in Bloemfontein. Some accused, including the former provincial head of the Human Settlements Department, Ntimotse Mugetsi, former Premier Ace Magashule, and businessman Edwin Sodi, made a brief court appearance on fraud and corruption charges. The case was last postponed in April to allow Mugetsi to acquire legal representation. Legal Aid South Africa denied his application and appeal. Judge Philip Lobser earlier said it would be unfair and unreasonable to continue with the matter when lawyers of some of the accused could not commit to being available.
It would be unfair and unreasonable to expect counsel appearing for all the accused to hold themselves available for the whole of the year, and therefore we decided that mainly we will endeavor to proceed only in the first half of the year. So I intend postponing this matter to the first day of the new year, the first court day, being the 18th of January 2027.
The International Relations Department says South Africa and Zimbabwe are stepping up efforts to deepen cooperation on trade, infrastructure, energy, security and migration. The two countries, the International Relations Ministers Ronald Lamola and Professor Aaron Murira, are co-chairing meetings for the fourth session of the Binational Commission in Pretoria. Lamola says the priority is to turn strong political ties into tangible benefits for both countries. Recapping the top story, businessman and suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibiya's associate has been arrested. Stuart Shanik confronted a journalist after he captured a video of him during the tea break. I'm on Dilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
Running a truck fleet business in this economy is tough. Fuel, maintenance, staff, the costs never stop. That's why I switched to My Way Business Insurance. Now I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. These savings go a long way to keeping my fleet on the move. Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your trucks and buses. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Some Sundays are made for unforgettable stories. This week, witness courage, sacrifice, and a love that refuses to surrender. As history's most devastating volcanic eruption changes lives forever in Pompeii. Experience the spectacle. Sunday blockbuster movies at 7 p.m. on S3. Open up.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. SAfm 90 years.
Sai Mamabolo, Chief Election Officer. We
understand that the SAFM is celebrating a very important milestone today, which is their 90th anniversary. We entertain, no doubt, that this media platform, SAFM, has been a mainstay of driving democratic dispensation in our country. From the very beginning, in 1994, with that first election, SAFM has been at the forefront of engaging South Africans on matters topical to electoral democracy.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans speaking to South Africa. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Make Moniac, Boosa, Le Bole, Borolo, and meet Moget. Forget about the flag, you get go whack. So hold your bags on track, you check. Back by my demand is this anthem, and we pack the same command from where it came from. Jack to Jack, plugged in more system in. Got my white and black, my EP all streaming.
I mean, we thought we'd go down memory lane, but make it intergenerational, right? PJ Powers with Double HP on this one. Jabulani, gotta love it. That's the thing I think we loved the most about Double HP, was that he really was committed to these intergenerational, intergenre collaborations. Can you imagine a world of hip hop where a Double HP, a Casper Nyovest, a Dux, a Double HP, a Casper Nyovest, a Dux, who are the other ones? An AKA, all were thriving at the same time. Oh man, hip hop would have been amazing. Anyway, yeah, that's how we come into the second hour of the show. We're going to get into a different kind of conversation now, where we're looking at a study that uncovers the barriers that are delaying early access to child support grants, with Inati Matlakana, who's University of Western Cape's Master of Public Health student. And the university found that most mothers and caregivers waited beyond their baby's first 3 months to apply due to barriers that were ranging from childcare and cultural practices to concerns about their baby's well-being and difficulties in obtaining essential documents. But we'll expand more on this conversation with Inati. How are you doing this afternoon?
Good day. I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Maybe, Inati, you can give us just some context, some background around how the University of Western Cape came to undertake this study. What were the motivating factors?
Oh, okay. So the study is a sub-study from a big longitudinal cohort study that we were doing in Langa as well. So out of the cohort study, we then did some preliminary analysis, and then from those results, we then came up with this qualitative component of the study. So the study is not necessarily from UWC, but it's a work that my supervisor was doing from another institution, but then I am registered under the UWC. So from the preliminary results, we then came up with a question where we were looking at why mothers are delaying applying for the child support grant.
And a very important question, I guess, and one that perhaps a fair amount of us are not preoccupied with because we are not in that situation. Let's unpack it a little bit. Why are mothers and parents in general, because I don't think it should be a mother's burden, but why are mothers or parents in general delaying in applying for the basic child support grant?
So our findings showed us different factors that
in applying for the basic child support grant.
So our findings showed us different factors that affect the timing of application for mothers, ranging from personal factors to systematic factors. When we speak of personal factors, we are speaking about things such as not having someone to look after the child while the mother goes to SASSA offices, because we know that for one to apply for the grant, one has to go to the nearest SASSA office. Another issue was also adhering to some of the cultural practices that Black people, because Langa is mainly Black people. So the cultural practices involve staying at home until the umbilical cord falls off, or staying at home for a certain number of days, depending on what culture is practiced by that household. But despite that, because it's maybe going to be just for like 2 weeks where you have to stay at home without exposing the baby to the harsh environmental conditions. But then other issues involved the cost that is involved when traveling to these offices. Having in mind that you don't have to travel just to SASSA because you have to contain different documentation. This is where now they also shared that they had difficulties with the required documentation. Either the mother does not have the birth certificate of the child, or they do not have an ID themselves. So this requires them to commute between SASSA and other departments such as the Home Affairs, Then they also mentioned additional documentation such as the proof of employment status, where they have to travel to Department of Labor to prove that they're unemployed, or travel to their previous companies where they worked to prove that they're unemployed. Other documentations included affidavits where one would have to prove that financially they cannot support themselves. Maybe a relative is supporting them financially. So SASSA requires all these documents, which makes the process very complex for mothers who are already in living in poor conditions without enough finances to finance the whole travel between the different departments. So they mentioned such issues. Also the impact of COVID-19, where now there was a shutdown in terms of movement. So that kind of restricted as to when they apply for the grant.
I think everything that you mention in terms of these mitigating factors, right, whether it's from personal factors like the availability of childcare to mind a baby over those hours, and essentially what turns into whole days, given the administrative backlogs in some of our departments, things like cost of transportation, and also not having on hand the various documentation that you require in order to verify your status. I think all of this speaks to critical barriers that moms and parents would face in applying for the child grants or in engaging the system. I want us to take a break, and then we'll come back on the other side, because with all of this basket of challenge that you speak about, I'm also interested to know if there was a proposition by the respondents in terms of maybe what could be possible solutions in as far as addressing either the factors or addressing how they engage the SASSA office. That's coming up on the other side. It's fast approaching 2:20 on The Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga.
Unleash your inner chef with Spar. Get up to 80% off on NutriFresh kitchen essentials when you buy products like 8 kg Spar Wolf Dry Dog Food, excluding puppy, for $149.99. Save 40 Rand. Or 175-gram Dettol Hygiene Soap, any two for 28. Save 8 Rand. Price is valid from 11 till 23 August, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. And we'll call you back. SMS now. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
A quick time check for you. It's just gone 2:20 on The Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. We're talking to Inati Matlakana, who is with the University of Western Cape, a Master of Public Health student, unpacking to us a study that went to uncover the barriers that are delaying early access to child support grants. And you, just before the commercial, Inati, you were outlining to us some of those factors that become a hindrance as to why the process of accessing child support grants can be delayed, and I guess at times even denied, given the absence of some of those, either the documentation, the supporting and verifying documentation and such things. In the cohort of the study, was there perhaps a question asked around what could be the solution proposed that respondents felt, could work? Solution or solutions?
Yes, we did have a question around that. So can I just go back a little? Because I think there are some barriers that must have left that I think are going to be important when I answer this question. So just some of the barriers included the understaffing at SASSA offices and the ambiguousness in the procedures. There are no clear procedures as to how the mothers are supposed to apply for the grant. For instance, mother would experience a different experience today. They'll be told to bring certain documents, but then the next day they'll be told by a different official to bring something totally different from what they were told the other day. So in terms of asking the mothers what they think could be better or would make the application process better, they then mentioned issues of having more SASSA officials that are assisting, because most of the time they shared that there's understaffing which delays the process. This is why they have to stay in queues for more than a day, or maybe they spend more than 2 days coming to queue for the application. So if there's more staff at the SASSA offices, then this could help fast-track the process. So another recommendation was that if we could adopt some online system where mothers are able to apply online, this can assist mothers in applying early for the CSG, because they don't now have to travel to these different facilities where sometimes they are told that the system is offline or there are not enough officials to assist them. Also, a big part would be integrating different departments, because now we can see that the application involves different departments such as Home Affairs, the Department of Labor, even the SAPS when they are required to produce the affidavits. So if we have an integrated system where we can have some officials from the different departments at SASSA that can assist if a mother or caregiver requires an affidavit, then they can go to a certain station where they can get this, but within the SASSA premises. So this would kind of help in terms of the cost that is involved, because already this is a vulnerable population that we are dealing with. But now there's added cost in applying for the grant. So these are some of the recommendations that were mentioned by the participants that we also came up with, as well as the researchers, that this could help ease the application process.
It's interesting, Inati, when you talk about sort of that integration of departments and even streamlining. I think anyone who's dealt with any kind of governmental department, whether you're trying to access services or grants, or whether you are in the business of procurement, you realize how cumbersome and tedious some of these processes are. And as the respondent said, that there's not even a uniformity in how the administrative process is run or the requirements. Because then I'm wondering, when we know that, we are offering these child support grants in vulnerable and marginalized communities, should then these systems not come to the mothers? I'm thinking about a recent experience of having given birth at a private hospital where there's a dedicated Home Affairs official to register the births at that hospital. And you get your birth certificates at the same hospital. It takes you less than 20 minutes to do that. So shouldn't these systems come into the community? Shouldn't they come into the clinics, into the hospitals?
Yes, that is quite a good idea. It is part of our recommendations that we have, firstly, more visibility within our communities, where the SASSA officials go to different communities and bring services to people, but also within the healthcare facilities where women give birth, like immediately after birth, then a mother must be able to register that child, because we know the importance, or evidence has shown the importance of being enrolled in the CSG for a longer time. If we compare children that have been enrolled in the CSG, compare them for a longer time, enrolled for a longer time, compare them to those that have been enrolled for a shorter time, then we see different health outcomes in terms of nutrition, school enrollment, and just the general health. So it is quite imperative that we register these kids as soon as possible. So that is one of the recommendations that we've written down, that SASSA officials should take the services to the healthcare facilities, and there should be more community awareness in terms of information as to how should mothers apply for the grant, and also them actually assisting the mothers to get the grant. Because we also found that in terms of the information, mothers are not really sure of what is needed, and they are using their social networks to gather the information, which at times could be inaccurate. So we need more visibility of SASSA officials within our society.
Absolutely. Speaking about those...
to gather the information, which at times could be inaccurate. So we need more visibility of SASSA officials within our society.
Absolutely. Speaking about those implications in terms of the grants enrollment of kids, what are the real life implications if there is a delay in registering a child support grant?
So delays in registering for the CSG are quite huge or complex. These delays don't just affect children when they are just children, but let's start when they are still young. They have a bigger chances of being stunted. We are aware that South Africa has high rates of unemployment. So most mothers or caregivers depend on the CSG to provide meals to the children. So evidence has shown that mothers who receive the CSG are able to produce nutritious meals that could prevent stunting in children. So we have a high chance of children with stunting or high stunting rates if children are not enrolled within the CSG from as early as possible. And like I've mentioned also in terms of school enrollment, because the CSG it is a tool that was designed to alleviate poverty, not just meals, because it goes as far as buying the school clothes. It goes as far as paying for the school fees, even at daycare centers. Mothers use the CSG to pay for this. So children who are not receiving the CSG and who are in need, they then delay the time that they take to enroll at ECDCs. Then there's just it's a bit complex because it goes on as you grow as well as an adult. The effect or the impact goes beyond just childhood, because it also decreases your life chances of success, because now you did not have an opportunity to go to school, or sometimes they even end up dropping out of school because of the financial constraints. But for children who are receiving this CSG, we've seen, or the evidence shows, quite a good impact.
We have to leave it there for today, but I think this was just, it's one of those conversations that can be tackled from various angles, indeed, as we try and figure out a solution to this. Inati Matlakana, thank you so much for the time. A Masters of Public Health student from the University of the Western Cape. We are going to take Onde Lambana with the news headlines, and then from there we're going to go straight into our children's programming with Kids Corner before we come back and we wrap up the show.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, businessman and associate of suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibiya, Stuart Shanak, has been arrested at the Madlanga Commission. The Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Annelie Lottret, says she will decide in consultation with chief whips of all the parties in Parliament about the voting procedure that will apply during next week's vote of no confidence in the Speaker, Thoko Didiza. And Germany has registered a record 14,000 deaths so far this year linked to the extreme heat wave. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion, because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Thursday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner on SAFM. Today we're talking about friendship, disagreements, and how we can help solve problems peacefully. What should you do when your two friends are fighting? Should you choose a side when your friends are arguing? How can you help your friends calm down without making the situation worse? When should you ask a teacher or trusted adult to help? And what could you say to your friends to encourage them to talk about their problem peacefully? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maya and my son is Michael. I am registered in the school of Brixton Primary School. When my friends fight, I separate them before the issue gets too much. No, you shouldn't choose a side because you'll never know who started the fight. You may choose the other person, but the other person caused the fight. So you'll never know. Just be on both sides to understand the situation, because it's even better to listen before you ask questions. I can make them stop by telling them to sit down together and talk their conversation and end the conflict and just hug each other at the end, because we are literally just friends. When should I ask a teacher or trusted adult? I would ask after the fight or in the middle of the fight, because if I go after the fight can get worse. So I rather go in the middle of the fight, because if I go in the middle of the fight, they would stop. To talk about your problem peacefully brings a solution where you're gonna know what to do. If you're gonna keep on arguing, starting a conflict, you're not gonna become friends. You're gonna be starting to hate each one and then talking about the other person at the back of them. So it's better to keep everything sorted out and find a solution. Thank you, my lovelies. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Angela. When two friends of mine are fighting, I'll probably try and be the middleman. I think you should never choose sides when your friends are fighting, because it may make the one friend feel like you guys are ganging up on them, and that's not a very nice feeling, and it may come across as you are favorites. I think the best way to make your friends calm down is to separate them, and so that they can breathe, take a break, and then they can talk it out instead of fighting. I think you should ask for help when the fight becomes too physical or it becomes too aggressive. I'll probably tell them that they shouldn't be fighting each other. They should be fighting. They're not fighting each other. They are arguing a point, and they should also remember why they became friends in the first place, and I think that would help. Thank you, bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Zalanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. What should you do when two of your friends are fighting? You should stop them and tell them that fighting is not good because one of them can get hurt. No, you should not choose a side when your friends are arguing, because you can make the situation worse. How can you help your friends calm down without making the situation worse? Talk to them aside, tell them to fix their problem instead of fighting. You see people fighting and they cannot be stopped. Ask an adult to talk to them and solve their problem instead of them fighting. What would I say to my friends to encourage them to talk about their problem peacefully is that when they have an issue together, they should call each other, talk to each other in a good way and solve their problem than fighting, because fighting can make them in trouble or one of them gets hurt and it will not be a good thing. Thank you, everyone.
Good day. My name is Mune Angel Nangolvera. When some of my friends are fighting, I basically just stay calm and not join the fight. No, I should not choose a side, because choosing a side can make the problem bigger, hurt one of the friends, or just break the whole friendship apart. I can help them calm down by asking them to basically take deep breaths and talk to each other peacefully one at a time, and also trying to understand where the problem started. I should ask a teacher or trusted adults for help when the fight is very serious, when someone is getting hurt, or when they cannot solve it by themselves. I could basically say to them, let's listen to each other and try to understand. We can find a solution together without fighting. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Nessa and my name is Pepe. I am in grade 6B. I'm 11 years old and in Brixton Primary School. What I should do when my two friends are fighting is I should stay calm, try helping them, talk peacefully and listen to both sides, because that's what my life school teacher teaches us. My life school teacher teaches us that we have to listen to both sides. You cannot listen to one side because it's your best friend. You might find out that your best friend is the one who did something wrong to the other person, and the person you're taking the side of being right is the person who is wrong. And it is also really important to respect other people and listen to wrong to the other person, and the person you're taking the side of being right is the person who is wrong. And it is also really important to respect other people and listen to both sides, and it is also important to respect other people's personality and have to be fair to each other, because if we become unfair, it's not really nice, and it doesn't feel really nice to other children, because it's not nice to bully other people. If you had to face the same thing that the next person was facing, you wouldn't really love it. No, you should not choose a side when your friends are arguing, because remember, we all are human beings and we'll all have to be treated with dignity, and we have to all be treated with love, because that's what God loves. God didn't create us to treat other people that He created really bad. How I could help my friends. God didn't create us to treat other people that He created really bad. How I could help my friends calm down without making the situation worse is I could ask them to take deep breaths and listen to each other. What done without making the situation worse is I could ask them to take deep breaths and listen to each other. What I could say to encourage them to talk about their problems peacefully is I could say, let's talk calmly and try to understand each other. I'm your best friend and you can fully trust me because we've been together for many years. I love you. That's a perfect way to show love to your best friend or any other people, because we all deserve to be treated with dignity. Thank you for listening. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. To your best friend or any other people, because we all deserve to be treated with dignity. Thank you for listening. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Sometimes our friends may disagree, argue, or even get angry with each other. When this happens, it can be difficult to know what to do. But remember, we don't have to decide just because two friends are fighting. If two of your friends are arguing, the first thing you can do is stay calm and avoid making the situation worse. Don't shout, laugh at them, spread the story to other learners, or encourage them to fight. Instead, give them some space to calm down if they need it. You can gently say something like, let's calm down and talk about what happened. Or, I think you should listen to each other before deciding what to do. Sometimes simply encouraging people to speak calmly and take turns can help them understand. Let's calm down and talk about what happened. Or, I think you should listen to each other before deciding what to do. Sometimes simply encouraging people to speak feelings. Choosing a side can sometimes make the argument even bigger. Instead, you can support both friends by reminding them to treat each other with respect. You don't have to decide who is right or wrong. Your job is to encourage peace and kindness. But there are times when you should get an adult involved. If someone is being threatened, bullied, physically hurt, or you think someone could get seriously injured, don't try to handle it by yourself. Move to a safe place and tell a teacher, parent, guardian, or another trusted adult immediately. And remember, solving a disagreement doesn't mean that everyone has to agree. Sometimes friends can have different opinions and still respect each other. So friends, When your friends are fighting, be a peacemaker, not a troublemaker. Stay calm, don't take sides, listen, encourage respectful communication, and ask a trusted adult to help when necessary. A simple "let's talk about it calmly" can sometimes be the first step towards turning a disagreement into an understanding. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
SAfm. Reflecting on back what we had then is the fact that yes, we have education now, but stuff like education being free is one of the struggles.
Sao Tome and Principe proves that small nations can still shine bright. In every island, in every forest, in every wave, there is peace. Sao Tome and Principe, peaceful, tropical, and resilient.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. SAfm.
The people are no longer interested in having equal rights with the white people in South Africa. They want the tables to be turned so that the white man can get a taste of his own medicine and feel what it was like to be oppressed.
Seychelles gained independence in 1976. A small nation with a global tourism reputation, tourism and fishing drive the economy. One of Africa's highest income countries per capita. But challenges remain. Climate change, rising sea levels, and economic dependence on tourism.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, we're wrapping up the show on a good note. We're going to catch up with Dylan Neamant now, cultural coordinator at Redford House Northcliffe. And they are preparing to celebrate 10 years with an ambitious Lion King production. How are you doing this afternoon, Dylan?
I'm good, thanks, and you, Bridget. Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much for the time. Let's get to it. So, Redford House Northcliffe celebrating a decade of educational and artistic achievement, and you guys are marking the occasion with this production of The Lion King.
100%, yes. Big productions aren't new to our school. Every year, the school puts on a major musical production, and we always strive for really high caliber. Obviously. So this year, as we celebrate Redford House Northcliffe's 10-year anniversary, we thought, what better time to take on something as ambitious as The Lion King? And I think the story itself rings true to a lot of the values that we hold at the school.
This marks the school's biggest theatrical production to date, right?
That's correct, yes.
And in terms of by the way, the scale of it, let's just hone in on that a little bit, and then we'll double back to reflecting on the last 10 years of the school. But the scale of this production, talk to us about it, and why Lion King exactly?
Right, so the scale is huge. For the first time in the school's history, we have students from grade 1 all the way to grade 12 that are part of the show. And although this is a challenge, I think it's what makes the entire show more rewarding. When we see all of these little elements coming together. There's a lot of moving parts in the show. And the fact that we have grade 1s who are working with matric students is a really wonderful sight. A lot of moving parts in the show. And the fact that we have grade 1s who are working with matric students is a really wonderful sight to see. And the reason that we chose The Lion King for our 10th year anniversary is because I think, as I said earlier, the story rings true. We know the story of The Lion King. It follows Simba, an heir to the Pride Lands, and through twists and turns, he is unable to fulfill his destiny as the king of Pride Land.
Mm.
And throughout the show and through adventure, Simba discovers who he really is and who he is meant to be.
Mm.
And throughout the show and through adventure, Simba discovers who he really is and who he is meant to be. And this shares themes of family, courage, identity, leadership, belonging, and even legacy, the values that we try to instill in every student at Redford House Northcliffe. So this production allows us not only to celebrate those themes through the arts, but also celebrate, I think, the community that has grown it over the past 10 years.
Yeah. And what was it like? What are the students saying? What is it like, working with the little ones? Because it's quite the age gap.
That has grown it over the past 10 years.
Yeah. And what was it like? What are the students saying? What is it like, working with the little ones? Because it's quite the age gap between grade 1 and grade 12.
I mean, it's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Sometimes literally. But the high school kids are really taking it upon themselves to help. Even like in rehearsals, we had kids having their lunch breaks with an older student. And it was just really nice to see them get behind each other and help each other in that way.
Absolutely.
And I think it's something that not a lot of people get to see. So it's really special for the creative team to be able to see that side of the school and the students.
Listen, I love it. And I think also, the grade 1s and the grade 2s keep the grade 12s, all those seniors in check, because they will give you live criticism.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I mean, how wonderful it is for you guys to be cementing 10 years. And I know you're the cultural coordinator at the school. So maybe let's even speak just outside of this particular production, which aims to also in part celebrate that, right? So talk to us a little bit about the Redford House Northcliffe culture and how arts and culture in particular help to nurture and foster that with your student campus.
100%. So the culture plays a large part of the school, but we're also very proud of our sporting department, and the academics also obviously play a huge role in the runnings of the school. But particularly with the culture department, it's really a space where we nurture confidence, discipline, teamwork, communication, as well as just a resilient being. I think it's in today's society, these are the type of individuals that we want, expanding our country, and we think that we just holistically help them navigate who they are and what they can bring to the country and to their communities, because at the heart of it, the Lion King, I must just bring it back to your story, is about discovering, who you are and understanding that you have a place in the world. And theatre in itself is like that. You don't need to be the lead character to make a difference. And we try to take that to the outside world too, that your small being can make a big difference and an impact in your community around you.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think this particular production, really highlights themes like that, because it explores purpose and leadership and responsibility, and of course, emotional themes as well around courage, identity, and all the rest of it. So really important conversations to be had by your students intergenerationally, but also to be held by the greater community of Redford House. The production of The Lion King is going to be on stage from the 26th of August until Saturday, the 29th of August. Is it closed off to just the community, the Redford community by way of parents, aunts and uncles, or can the broader community also come and enjoy this particular production?
We open the doors to everybody. To please come through. The show for the public runs from the 27th to the 29th of August. Our 26th of August show is a school matinee just for neighboring schools and community centers that will come through to watch. But please, you can book your tickets on Quicket for the Thursday, Friday or Saturday performances.
Wonderful. So Quicket is where you can go for the Redford House Northcliffe production of The Lion King, and it's open to us from the 27th till the 29th of August. The 26th is a special airing, special matinee shows for invites only for neighboring schools and other academic campuses and friends of the school. Dylan, thank you so much for the time. That was Dylan Niamant, the cultural coordinator at Redford House Northcliffe. It's 10 to 3 o'clock. We're going to take a quick pause and then we come back on the other side. We go into your voice notes, 061 410 4107. If you have a comment to make around Fadil Adams, if perhaps you want to comment on Angelique Kidjo having received that Hollywood star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, making her the first, they said the first Black African to have a star on the Hollywood of Fame. And I'm still saying, if you maybe a buff of these things, maybe you can tell us who were the other Africans, because then chronologically would she be the second? A lot of people were mentioning Charlize Theron on social media as the first African. So maybe if there's been another African of any race and denomination that came after Charlize or before Charlize. I want to know where that would place Angelique Kidjo on that list. And then, you can even double back that list. And then, you can even double back to our conversation around rules of communication on WhatsApp. Do you have do's and don'ts in terms of how people communicate with you on WhatsApp, how people communicate with you on calls, voice notes, emails, text messages? Shoot, because you'll have rules. 061 410 4107 is our WhatsApp line.
The archive remembers. The conversation continues. In case you missed it.
Another type of attack I want to ask about is digital sextortion. How does that tend to be carried out, and against who?
When we look at sextortion, criminals are exploiting something very human. They're exploiting fear and shame and reputational harm. And the criminal's objective isn't the image in itself, it's that emotional leverage they create to pressure someone into paying quickly. And, like I said, AI has dramatically increased the scale and the sophistication of that type of attack.
Leticia Sare, AI and digital policy expert.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
SAfm. After 132 years of colonial rule, Algeria fought a brutal war for freedom. Independence came at a cost: lives, land, and legacy. But from that struggle came strength. Today, Algeria stands sovereign, steady, and self-defined.
I was with Hector Peterson when he was shot. The boy was in that picture where a boy was carrying. He was the first student I saw going down. I saw him being shot on the head and he fell down.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
I think maybe people have take exception to giving the distinction first Black African to be awarded a Hollywood Star Walk of Fame, because they have to understand that in the past, with the racism and colonialism, there were some fields of work or field of professions or areas where Black people were limited and Black people were disenfranchised and disadvantaged in working in those areas. So even the fact that you say the first person who got the star of the Hollywood Walk of Fame was Charlize Theron, the first African, it shows that, that distinction is needed, unfortunately, because of the history we have of colonialism and disadvantaging Black people.
Good afternoon, SAfm and all your listeners. Just a comment on Fadil Adams and the Madlanga Commission. The man thinks he's a high-level operative in an international spa thriller when he's just an MP who doesn't know his email password. The man's got the cognitive ability of a broken typewriter.
Bridget, this is not in Cape Town. I just Googled quickly. Fadil Adams is 50. and Busile Madlanga is 64. Now Busile was a draw with me back in 1984, right? So there is no ways in hell or heaven that you can address a retired justice who's 64 years old as chief. That nonsense, you address your same age group, right? Same WhatsApp group as chief. Matlang is not a chief. He was never a chief. He's a justice. Or Matlang is not a chief. He was never a chief. He's a justice. Or the right decorum is commissioner. That's all. Out of respect, Fadil must display that he is an honorable member. I don't find them honorable anyway.
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon, my sister. I think the first.
Don't find them honorable anyway.
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon, my sister. I think the first African to receive or to be honored on Hollywood Hall of Fame or to receive the star was Miriam Makeba. Yeah, it was Miriam Makeba. This is Adolf in Bushbuck Ridge, village called Wikuju.
I missed what Adolf said we may call him, but he certainly didn't say we may call him chief. He certainly didn't say that. I would hit a quick Google because anyone who live streams the show knows that I'm constantly on the phones Googling. But, ever since they integrated AI, it just becomes difficult, this thing. So one of my team, and I'm putting this disclaimer out, which I would hit a quick Google, so then I would speak from a matter of fact. But now I'm going off one of my team who's just said in my ear without Google confirmation, just talking from the top of her head, that Miriam Makeba doesn't have a star. So are you going to bet them? You bet to 5 rand? Ayiko. She even switched to Xhosa in my ear. But ayiko. Principal igelo untosh. I gave him a principal. What ayiko untosh. So what you can walk around, you will not find. I saw in the way those miles of the Hollywood Walk of Fame, because it just stretches and stretches and stretches. So perhaps Ushalis was the first. And I understand also the point of distinction that the previous WhatsApp brings up. So I get it, which is why I asked it as a question. Are we being sensitive about, that distinction being made by the headline saying that, Angelique Kidjo, the first Black African, is it an us thing? Because I don't think all things are meant to be racially, slanted. Some things are just... When we talk about representation, when you look in the archives, then it must be clear. There must be a distinction that this person, was the first. So, interesting. Like chief conversation, and I'm with the fact, Guti, the commission is not a place for such colloquialisms, right? Because it is a formal setting where people have their own titles. I mean, we've seen even some of the evidence leaders, there is a formal setting where people have their own titles. I mean, we've seen even some of the evidence leaders, they will correct witnesses who come through who refer to them as senior advocates. And they're correct. They'd be like, no, I'm not an SC, So those corrections probably, yeah. But I don't know. Hey, Mina, I'm Swati / Tsonga / Zulu. In the realm of my life, I often hear people referring to people as chief as a way of respect, just in generally, when people don't want to call you by your name or because you are a senior when it comes to age, and so they will call you chief. Hey guys, this Xhosa lady in my ear with the political connotations, I told you she's strict. Political connotations, she doesn't like it. So now you're going to stop using certain references because political connotations. She doesn't like it. So now you're going to stop using certain references because political connotations? I think that's why Justice Matlanga didn't like it. Anyway, so that's where we leave it for today. Cara out in Cape Town, we're glad that we could affirm some of your feedback with your friends. Please do not, if you're friends of Caroline, do not video call her. Agafuni, agabatli. That's where we leave it for today. Thank you so much for being a part of our conversations. We'll see you tomorrow. Ashraf is coming through with a special guest today as we continue to celebrate 90 years of SAFM. By the way, speaking of special guests, we have a special guest tomorrow co-hosting with me for 90 years of SAFM. In my 20 years of radio, 90 years of SAFM. By the way, speaking of special guests, we have a special guest tomorrow co-hosting with me for 90 years of SAFM. In my 20 years of radio broadcast in particular, our paths have never crossed because he was the generation before me. So I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what's going to happen with Ntate Ike Patla in studio, who's going to be joining us tomorrow as we wind down Friday. Ondela Mbane standing by with the top of the hour news. Inshallah, God willing, we do it again.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team. On the top stories, businessman Stuart Scharnick arrested and 14,000 heatwave deaths recorded in Germany this year. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbane, and a very good afternoon. Business and associate of suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibia Stuart Scharnick. Suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibia Stuart Scharnick has been arrested at the Matlanga Commission. His arrest follows an intimidation case opened against him by Sowetan journalist Herman Muloi. Muloi told SABC News that Scharnick confronted him during the tea adjournment at the Commission while he was recording a video of him and allegedly threatened him, prompting Moloi to open an intimidation case.
And then he said, even yesterday you took videos of me and posted on social media. And I'm like, yesterday I didn't take any video of you, and can you please show me that video you say I took yesterday? And then he's like, I don't have my phone with me now. And his tone was very threatening because he was even pointing fingers at me, telling me that if I want to talk like that,